If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 61 Return to Arctic 04. RIP Akira Toriyama. Akira Toriyama, creator of the Dragon Ball franchise, leaves us today. I just wanted to express my condolences for the loss of a legend who created a work that made my childhood. Third-person POV. Beyond the Wall, 292 AC, at the some moment. As Jon Snow and his group of 2,500 soldiers advanced westward, crossing the vast and wild lands beyond the wall, the landscape became increasingly rugged and inhospitable. The sky, often covered with dense clouds, cast moving shadows over the land, while the cold wind from the north whispered among the trees and hills. The soldiers, a mix of giants, men, and dwarves, marched with determination, their armor and weapons reflecting the sporadic sunlight that filtered through the clouds. Jon, riding on Ghost, led the caravan, his eyes on his scouts walking through the region or flying in the sky, with Arya by his side, her curious eyes absorbing every detail of the wild world unfolding before them. Aragon, the little dragon, occasionally flew above them, his wings rhythmically beating against the wind, but he quickly tired due to his young age, returning to Jon's lap on Ghost, occasionally. The journey was not easy. The uneven terrain, often covered in snow, required caution and endurance. Nights were spent around large bonfires, where the men shared stories and kept warm against the biting cold. Maester Iman, despite his advanced age, after Jon's help, proved to be a resilient and wise travel companion, offering advice and stories to keep the group's spirits up. Old Nan and Hodder followed everything, with the Maester having a very pleasant journey while surrounded by giants marching by their sides. After several days of marching, the group finally arrived at the base of a specific mountain on this side of the region beyond the wall, the one Jon had seen in his green vision. The mountain rose majestically before them, its peak lost among the clouds. The base was covered with a dense forest of pine and fir trees, while higher up, the vegetation gave way to bare rocks and snow. Jon ordered the group to set up camp at the mountain's base. While the soldiers worked, Jon made sure the area was safe with some of the soldiers' wargs. "Jon, are you going into the mountain?" Arya asked curiously, since Jon's goal was to recruit giants here. "Yes, with the crown of winter I can bring them with the promise made by our ancestor," Jon said. "Can't I go?" she asked innocently. "This time no, Arya, I will only take craft giants with me," Jon said. Arya wanted to go, but she had made a deal with Jon about obeying any order from him. Jon waited a little and then headed towards the mountain, accompanied by 20 armored giants. They entered the large stone structure at the mountain's base, an impressive construction that served as home for the giants. There, they cared for the mammoths and lived in harmony with the wild environment, the stones being a base of protection like a wall to the outside world. As soon as they arrived, the giants outside the mountain were immediately surprised by their approach, as it was not often they saw a human riding a wolf in metal followed by another 20 giants, equally armored in a metal they had never seen, leaving some with a mix of envy and fear. Jon approached, placing the crown of winter on his head, signaling his intentions. If they had passed this tradition down through generations over thousands of years, they would certainly recognize the meaning of Jon with his crown approaching. The giants stopped, asking who they were in the ancient language. "I am Jon Stark. I am here to speak with your leader, tell him I possess the crown of winter," Jon announced in the ancient language. The giants exchanged whispers, before some of them entered the mountain and returned a few minutes later, leading Jon and his giants inside. Inside the mountain, Jon found an ancestral tribe of giants, about 1,000 members in a large colony built by the mountain. "I'm sure Thor and the others wouldn't believe that the giants built a place like this," Jon commented, looking around. The entrance to the cave was immense, allowing easy movement of the giants. Inside, the walls were adorned with paintings and ancient symbols, telling stories of past generations. Jon reached the center where a large, slightly older giant, along with other elders, looked at the boy with interest. "You are a Stark? You have a wolf," he commented, looking at Ghost with interest. "I have Stark blood in my veins, do you know the promise?" Jon spoke. "Yes, most may forget, but the leader must always remember as the elders do, never in 8,000 years has one come to demand that we obey him, why now and are you worthy?" The giant spoke with a serious tone in his powerful voice, but looked at Jon's 20 giants with interest. Hundreds of giants came to witness this exchange of words, very surprised by the 20 giants in Elden metal, wondering what it was and how they had these armors, some looking attentively at weapons made for big men, as they only saw such weapons used by humans, they only used bows made by themselves and tree trunks in their war. You know that the end of the world is coming, winter is coming and no one would survive beyond the wall, Jon began. Do you want us to destroy the wall that our ancestors built? He said in an accusatory tone. Jon was not the first to come here. Mance's scouts appeared asking for unity to cross the wall by force, but the giants refused. No, we do not intend to flee, but to fight the darkness of the White Walkers. There is a land to the east of here where we have established a home for all races. We need you to make the place safer with the construction of a great number. I have the same number of giants on that side, but double of them would be of great help. Jon spoke, looking at the giants, hoping for collaboration. Destroy the darkness. This is really different from that man's who wants to flee. You say you have a land and that giants live with you. Let me see if you are as worthy as you say, the giant spoke. Yes, I, Jon Stark, accept your challenge. Jon would fight, although he would have to take some potions to deal with this giant man. Call me Gaitawai, and no, I don't want to fight you, but I want to see your giants. If they come from your land, let me see if they have become strong. If you can make a giant become powerful, then our tribe will follow you. He said. This is interesting, let me face him. King Jon, Wallach, the leader of Jon's giants, stepped forward. Jon looked for a while before nodding. Interesting, may I know your name? Gaitawai said, picking up a stone hammer. Give us space for a fight. He spoke to all the giants of the space for them. I am Wallach. Wallach spoke, moving towards the space while Jon moved with Ghost. With his spear and shield set aside, the giant took his huge 2-meter sword from his back. Great, I will face you, I am Gaitawai. He declared aloud with his deep voice. The atmosphere was charged with expectation as the giants created a wide space for the fight. Gaitawai, the giant leader, wielded a colossal stone hammer, its surface irregular and marked by past battles. His gaze was intense, focused on the opponent Jon had chosen to represent the strength of the north. Wallach, the leader of the Artican giants, advanced to the center of the improvised arena. He was imposing, even more formidable with his armor of Elden metal, a material unknown to the local giants. In his hands, he held a giant sword, specially made for someone of his stature and strength, with a sharp blade and a reinforced handle for a firm grip. The contrast between the two giants was notable. Gaitawai represented the raw strength and ancestral traditions of the giants, while Wallach symbolized the evolution and adaptation provided by Jon's support and the technology of the north. With a nod of his head, Gaitawai signaled the start of the fight. He advanced first, swinging his hammer with tremendous force. Wallach, however, was agile for his size, dodging the blow and counter-attacking with a precise movement of his sword. The blade struck the stone hammer, sending sparks into the air and causing a thunderous echo throughout the cave. The surrounding giants watched attentively, murmuring among themselves about Wallach's dexterity and skill, and how a giant could fight like a human with that weapon, as there had never been a giant swordsman, not to mention that they were trained to know how to fight, not act like the free folk with no techniques, just ferocity. The fight continued, with Gaitawai trying to use his strength to overcome Wallach, but the Elden metal armor absorbed the impacts, protecting the Artican giant from serious damage. The fight could have ended, but Wallach was allowing his opponent some leeway. Wallach, seeing he should finish the fight, gradually gained ground. He maneuvered with surprising skill, blocking Gaitawai's attacks and responding with quick and precise strikes, making the giant look like a child against an adult. Finally, with a quick and powerful movement, Wallach disarmed Gaitawai, sending the stone hammer flying away without seriously injuring him. The leader of the giants stood paralyzed, his eyes indicating disbelief at what he had witnessed. Tell me, Jon Stark, with Stark blood and the possessor of the Crown of Winter, can you transform us into these giants? Gaitawai asked, quite stunned. Jon, standing with his giants at a distance, spoke, yes, in the north you will receive food, knowledge, training, and equipment. Life in the north is appreciated by all residents. The only thing I ask is that you fight for the kingdom we are building and respect the laws. Gaitawai, panting and impressed, looked at Wallach and then back at Jon. He stepped forward, extending his hand in a sign of respect and acceptance. You are worthy, Jon Stark, and your giants are formidable. If we can also become powerful giants, our tribe will follow you in the fight against the darkness. Gaitawai's decision was met with acclaim from the present giants. They too were impressed with the giants of the north, and if their elders and leader decided this, they would follow Jon Stark. That's great, we'll be waiting for you at the side of the mountain, some giants will come to help you, Jon said, and Gaitawai nodded. Jon finished settling a few more things with the elders of the tribe and returned to the camp alone. Jon. How did it go? Did you succeed? Where are the giants? Are they coming? Arya was waiting for Jon at the front of the camp along with some dwarves. She immediately asked many questions. Jon got off Ghost and shook his head. Yes, they are coming, let's help them move, soon you will see all of them, Jon said and went to his camp. He organized the giants to help the tribe move their belongings, as there were many things in that mountain and even the dwarves assisted in some things. After all, that tribe had lived for thousands of years in that mountain. Days passed and Jon and the Articans helped them finalize their exit from the mountain. The giants and Gaitawai were even more impressed that it was not just 20 armored giants but an army of 500 giants. They would have had no chance in a conflict, as they saw what just one could do with that equipment and weapon. Jon had gained great respect from the giants, especially when they heard from the other Artican giants what the boy could do with his unique powers. Meanwhile, his scouts found a group approaching, and Jon saw through their eyes in the sky a tribe of the free folk, who were certainly following his trail. Jon asked the humans to deal with this while he maintained control of his wolves in the area. After being approached, the leader of the tribe spoke with the Artican soldier. We are here to accept the proposal, we've been looking for you for 1 moon, we want to join the north. He said. The soldier looked at the wolf and felt it nodding its head. Jon heard everything and accepted. He was willing to welcome these people against the White Walkers, as almost no one deserved to become a slave after death in his opinion. Jon realized there were at least 3 more tribes, totaling over 1,300 women and men of all ages. They entered the camp with Jon organizing the place with some men. Of course, he was highly sought after these days, but he limited himself to a few important visits, as he had to take care of most things and was spending time with Aemon and his sister. The next day, Jon rode a raven to the wall in Winterfell, knowing his uncle and father would want to hunt him down after that, as the letter contained information that Arya would be with Jon after a storm and there was no way back, giving a flimsy excuse, but assuring that Arya would return in a few years and she would be trained to be smarter than any lady and to manage Winterfell better than Lord Stark himself. Jon would take care of her and keep in touch via the raven that sent the letter. Not wanting to know how they would react to this, Jon returned to his tasks in the following days. Finally, the giants filled the camp after leaving the mountain, 1,000 giants and more than 200 mammoths. Jon sighed, seeing that his journey to the north was much slower now, but more acceptable, seeing that his help would be much more useful. Thus, a group of almost 5,000 individuals began to break camp and marched westward, destroying trees and making way through the entire area they passed, as it was not easy to pass through the north of the wall with 1,500 giants and several mammoths accompanying you. Chapter 62 Return to Arctic 05. Third-person POV. Beyond the wall, 292 AC, some days after. As Jon Snow's army, now bolstered by ancient giants forming a force of over 5,000 individuals, continued their westward journey, the landscape around them became increasingly wild and uncharted. They were advancing towards the Fist of the First Men, drawing closer each day. The march was a remarkable spectacle. Jon's force, moving more slowly now, but their march was steady. In some areas, the density of the forests made the path nearly impassable for the large group. Without hesitation, the giants used their brute strength to uproot trees, clearing a way for the rest of the army. The roots tore through the earth with a roar, while the trunks were thrown aside, creating a wide path through the dense forest. The men, women, and children of the group watched with a mix of admiration. For many of them, this was the first time they witnessed the brute force of the giants being used for a common cause. Immense pathways were created where there once were dense woods, making it possible for the group to cross. Arya Stark, always by Jon's side, watched fascinated. Her childlike curiosity was fueled with each new discovery and experience. She saw the giants as friends and powerful allies, integral to the new reality Jon was building. Meanwhile, Jon led the giants himself, asking them to do such work when necessary. Day after day, the group advanced, braving the biting cold of the north and overcoming natural obstacles. Along the way, other tribes came to meet them from the east. Since the Arctic location was a mystery to many, they decided to find the group that had mentioned exploring this area, although this time it was Jon who found them, not the other way around. This tribe, composed of rugged men and women, had patiently awaited Jon and his group's arrival to join the newly formed kingdom. Meetings between the tribes and Jon's group were always moments of initial tension, but diplomatic skill and mutual respect quickly turned initial mistrust into strong alliances. After accompanying the group for the next few days, Jon had made sure to bring plenty of supplies, so hunger and cold were not something everyone felt as the group moved further west. Arya had experienced things she had never done before, and things she never thought possible in her young mind. She truly experienced freedom in the last weeks with Jon advancing in this cold land. Even though she wasn't in the comfort of Winterfell, she was happier than ever, and this seemed to cover any homesickness she had for her home at that moment. The people of the Arctic quickly welcomed the girl, not just for being the sister of their king, but for her indomitable and joyful spirit. There had been an intruder in the army since the Arctic, and Jon had known about her for a long time, but knowing the little girl, he just let her stay and continue the journey as long as she behaved. She was a daughter of the forest who wanted to go south with Jon and his group and ended up accompanying them. She was Wind, known for her mischief even against her sisters, as Jon had to give the girl a lecture from time to time. Arya quickly formed a friendship with Wind, whose mischievous spirit matched her own perfectly. Together, they explored the camp and its surroundings with untiring curiosity, provoking laughter and sometimes headaches in Jon. The two young girls dared to ride on wolves and even on the shoulders of giants. Arya even taught Wind something that Jon didn't like, calling the camp inhabitants, the free folks, stupid in their innocent pranks. But their energy and joy were contagious to everyone around, and Arya, with her wolf blood, proved to be as fierce and fearless as her brother, the king of the Arctic, despite Jon being much more mature. Continuing the journey, Jon visited several smaller giant encampments, gathering an additional 500 of these imposing beings under his banner, reaching an impressive total of 2,000 giants as they progressed. Jon was certain this number would awe any army on Earth. At one point, another group crossed paths with them. A new group appeared on the horizon, led by a familiar figure at the forefront of what Jon saw as 5,000 people. This group was from Hardhome. Led by the man Jon had personally met more than a moon ago, it was Tormund and his people, who had left the coast of Hardhome, seeking the promise of a better life with Jon's words when he was there at that time. Upon spotting the group, Jon ordered a halt. He approached Tormund, with Ghost by his side and Arya curiously a few steps behind. Tormund, a robust man with a flaming red beard, looked at Jon with a mix of respect and surprise. "Jon Artika, the king of Artika," Tormund greeted with a hoarse voice. "It seems the stories about you are true. You really are gathering an army of giants and many tribes are joining too." Tormund glanced at Jon's group, which seemed like a crowd line moving forward, and the sight of 2,000 giants was quite intimidating even for him. Jon nodded, observing the group behind Tormund. "Tormund, right? I see you've brought your people from Hardhome. Have you decided to seek a new home?" "Yes," Tormund replied. "Hardhome is no longer safe. Many still wait for Mance there, but some don't feel safe anymore, and after your visit, we heard about your land that you're building and thought maybe there's a place for us there as you made the offer. Artika is a place for all who wish to live in peace and contribute to the common good," Jon said firmly. "But I need to know, Tormund, are you and your people willing to follow the laws of Artika and live in harmony with the other peoples?" Tormund looked back at his tired and hopeful people. "We are willing to follow your laws, Jon Artika. We just want a safe place for our families." Jon looked at Arya, who was watching the scene with interest. "Tormund, this is a one-way path. Once you join us, you'll be part of something bigger. You'll be under my protection, but also under my leadership." Tormund nodded, understanding the seriousness of Jon's words. "We are prepared for this, Jon Artika. There's no doubt your army is powerful and everyone follows you, even the giants are doing so now, as their numbers have increased significantly, so we are willing to do the same. If they can, why can't we?" Jon smiled slightly. "Then, welcome to Artika, Tormund. Gather your group behind our group along with the other tribes that have joined us and follow the main army. Food and clothing can be requested from the supply wagons." Jon spoke and Tormund laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, that's great, we'll do that," he said, laughing as he went back to organize the newly arrived people. As Tormund walked away to organize his people, Jon and Arya continued at the front of the growing army, now with more than 5,000 people following them. The atmosphere was one of determination mixed with a sense of renewed hope among this new group, which quickly received resources from the supply wagons. They were quite destitute from Hardhome, and the abundant food was very welcome at that moment. "What do you think, can we get around these rocks?" Jon continued the path and they came across a gorge that the group could hardly pass, so Jon went to ask Wallach's opinion in the ancient tongue. It's not possible quickly with the giants trying to make a way, I believe going around would be easier. Wallach commented. I understand, let's turn east before continuing north. Jon gave the order, and they began moving again. As they resumed the march, a new voice was heard beside Jon. A young girl with bright red hair and curious eyes approached. She was about 11 years old and looked at Jon with a mix of admiration and questioning. You're Jon Artika, right? My name is Ygritte, she introduced herself with a confidence that belied her age. How do you have so many powers? Are your eyes really green in a circle? Jon looked at Ygritte, surprised by her direct approach. Yes, I'm Jon. My eyes are like this because of a special gift I possess and as proof that I was touched by our gods, Jon explained, keeping the explanation simple for the young girl. You lead all these giants? How is that possible? And what is Artika like? Ygritte continued with her questions, curiosity shining in her eyes. Jon smiled, understanding the girl's fascination. He was a busy boy, but he was used to being questioned all the time by Arya during the entire journey, so answering another young girl would be common for him, especially since Arya should be causing mischief with wind at that moment. Artika is a land of freedom and opportunities, where everyone works together for a better future. As for the giants, they follow us because they believe in our purpose and the promise of a safe home. Then, Artika is a place where everyone can be equal and live in harmony. That sounds amazing, Ygritte said, a gleam of admiration in her eyes. We've heard many stories about you, are you really human? She questioned. I believe so, I am still human, where are you from, Ygritte? And how did you get here? Jon, though a bit surprised by the question, responded calmly, wanting to know more about this girl. There were many people who wanted to talk to him, and even though some might be hesitant, no one could easily get here passing through thousands of soldiers without being stopped. Ygritte was the first. I'm from the Mormont tribe and I'm a good hunter. Of course, I managed to sneak in when your men stopped at that gorge before changing course. She said with pride. I see. Jon was considering whether to send the girl back, but then thought it wouldn't harm to have her join them, and Arya would have another girl to talk to, especially one who carried a bow on her back and proudly claimed to be a hunter. That wolf is so big, it's the biggest I've ever seen. She said, looking at Ghost. What's that metal around him, like all those giants have? You have so many giant wolves around the place, it was very hard to get past them all, and there were those wargs too. Can you warg all the wolves? That's really incredible, I've never heard of someone like you before. Ygritte began to shower her questions to the point where Jon reconsidered his decision not to send the girl away. Roar! At that moment, Aragon, with a childlike shriek, appeared against the white background, camouflaging his arrival with his equally white colors, startling Ygritte to the point of falling to the ground in fright. Are you tired, boy? Jon asked his dragon, who landed calmly in his lap. What is that? Ygritte asked alarmed, seeing the creature she did not know what it was. Aragon is a dragon, Jon said without looking at the girl getting up from the ground while stroking his dragon. Dragon? What is that? She asked curiously, looking at Aragon. You will know very well what a dragon is when he grows up, Jon said mysteriously, envisioning a gigantic Aragon leaving everyone astounded with his unique form. During the rest of the journey, as Jon continued his trip circumventing the gorge, Ygritte asked so many questions that Jon eventually had to answer all of them, even detailing what a dragon really is. The girl looked at him suspiciously, saying she didn't believe him, which made him laugh with this girl, who in the end, despite being quite insistent, just like his sister, proved to be quite entertaining in the end. Since you're a human, can I steal you? She asked at last. Jon looked bewildered at the girl, while Ghost and Aragon reacted with a sound as if they understood those words. Well, I don't know, aren't you a bit young to be thinking about those things? Jon asked, a bit lost. Of course not, our people marry very early, I have to think about the future father of my children, I want someone strong to give me many powerful offspring, she said firmly, looking at Jon like prey. That's why I still have to educate these people. Jon murmured, trying to understand the logic they had on many issues. He had seen many women looking at him with desire, from young to old women, even being only 11 years old, but he had always known how to deal with it. Now Ygritte made him a bit uncomfortable for some reason. As Jon, Ygritte, Aragon and Ghost continued at the front, Arya and Wind, with their usual mischief, soon joined them. Arya, with her eyes bright with curiosity, quickly noticed Ygritte and her confident posture with a bow on her back. Arya, this is Ygritte. She came with Tormund's group from Hardhome, Jon introduced. Ygritte looked at Arya with an evaluative gaze. Hi, Ygritte. You know how to use the bow, are you a hunter? Arya said enthusiastically, I'm also learning to use a bow. Ygritte smiled, clearly pleased to find another young girl with similar interests. Yes, I'm a hunter. The bow is an excellent weapon, do you like hunting? I do, but I'm still learning, Arya responded. Could you give me some tips? Sure, it would be a pleasure, Ygritte agreed. The two started talking about archery techniques, with Arya eagerly absorbing Ygritte's tips and experiences. Wind, watching the interaction, joined them with a mischievous smile, interested in learning more about human skills. You're a child of the forest. I've never seen one. I thought they were just legends, Ygritte said after meeting Wind, having the same situation as Arya, despite hearing Jon's stories in Winterfell. Meanwhile, Jon carefully guided the group, circumventing the gorge and leading them northward, below the Fist of the First Men. The journey was challenging, but with Jon's guidance and the help of the giants, the group progressed efficiently. The conversation between Arya and Ygritte intensified, and the two quickly became friends. Arya was delighted to have someone her age to share adventures and learn about life beyond the wall. Ygritte, in turn, was fascinated by Arya's stories about Winterfell and her new life in Artica. You really lived in a stone castle of the Kneelers? That must have been amazing. Ygritte exclaimed, listening intently to Arya's stories. It was different, but I like it here more, Arya responded. With Jon, I can be who I really am. Wind, although not fully understanding the conversation, laughed and participated with her own mischief and stories, adding a magical touch to the group. As the group approached the center of the western region, Jon was surrounded by girls' conversations, interacting from time to time with his army, travel companions, and his animals. In the following days, Wind, Ygritte, and Arya became inseparable, and their presence brought a unique energy to the group. Jon, initially worried about the consequences of Arya and Wind's mischief, couldn't help but rejoice seeing his sister so adapted and happy in her new environment. Thanks to Ygritte being with Jon, Tormund approached him looking for the lost girl. She had no parents, having died a long time ago, but Tormund knew them and had the responsibility of taking care of the girl. Incredibly, the big man with red hair proved to be a pleasant friend, albeit quite boisterous. Jon appreciated the man's humor. After conversations, laughter, and a few shared drinks, a friendship and mutual respect were born between them. The journey west was also beneficial for the older members, especially for those whom Jon had personally invited. Old Nan and Maester Aemon proved surprisingly resilient. Thanks to the rejuvenating potions provided by Jon every day, both seemed to have regained a lost youth, embracing the adventure in the true north with a vivacity reminiscent of teenagers. Jon managed to unite 7 more tribes under the banner of Artica in the region over the next few weeks, recruiting everyone they could. While some tribes did not agree with his terms, he rejected a tribe of cannibals. After all, such people would have no place in Artica. Some did not like this and tried to retaliate, but were treated like slaughtered animals. From the tribes that joined them, an additional 2,000 people joined and 300 giants were recruited. His group was a combination of Jon with his 2,500 soldiers, plus his successful recruitments, over 9,000 freefolk, 1,800 giants, and many packs of giant wolves encountered along the way. The boy looked at his group quite satisfied, as he could save all of them from the army of the dead, which were hunting everyone in the north of Artica and some tribes in the southern region beyond the wall. Jon had no idea that his group had caught the attention of one with bright blue eyes, and a large group of the dead were marching towards them at that very moment, trying to surprise them from the northern region. Chapter 63 Return to Arctic 06. Third-person POV. Beyond the wall, 292 AC, some days after. Let's go back to Artica from this point, Jon commented while having a meeting with all the members of his army, when they decided that the western region had nothing more to offer them. Jon picked up the map he had created during these moons with his aerial eyes and began to trace the path with his hands. We will follow this path, although it is not a straight line to the kingdom. We will not encounter a gorge or forests that compress our army before entering the cursed forest where Artica is located. How are we on supplies? Jon turned to one of his men. We are good, we still have supplies for 6 more moons with the group, he said. Understood, let's organize the camp, Jon told everyone to get ready. Yes, I will prepare the men, said a human soldier. I, the dwarves, spoke a dwarf. We, the giants, said the giant. All the leaders of each race and the leaders of the exercises were dismissed, and Jon went to the tent where Aragon, Ghost, Arya, Wind, and Ygritte were sleeping, many of them as intruders, but Jon could not do much about it. He just let his body fall heavily on the bed. Hours before dawn, something made Jon open his eyes. With his night eyes wandering through the huge camp and on its outer side, he spotted a threat approaching. Realizing the imminent threat, Jon acted as an experienced commander. He quickly left his tent, with Ghost, the giant wolf, by his side. The tent, now silent, housed Arya, Wind, and Ygritte, all still deep in the night's sleep. Dawn was still far away, but Jon did not hesitate. The camp, immense and spread out, was quiet under the cloak of darkness, but the threat perceived by Jon required immediate action. He knew every moment counted. With a voice that cut through the night's quietude, Jon summoned his forces, his voice echoing everywhere from his main army to the thousands of people following him behind the main group. Listen everyone! Prepare for battle against the dead! He shouted immediately, causing panic, but he could not lie about what he saw. At least everyone would be prepared for what was coming. Hearing these words, causing a wave of urgent movement, the people who joined him with the giants became quite agitated, exclaiming things nervously, as they had never managed to defeat the dead when they attacked in a large group as Jon's voice suggested. Jon! What's happening? Arya emerged from the tent urgently. Jon did not pay attention to her and continued with the orders while his small army of 2,500 men began to act quickly, moving to prepare for the attack. I want the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Arturian divisions at the vanguard following me with dragon glass. 5th Arturian division, protect the free folks. All the giants, prepare arrows and hold position to the north, where our enemy will attack. Arya, stay in the camp, do not leave for anything, understood, Jon said as he mounted Ghost and began to move. In seconds, the night's silence was replaced by the sound of armor and weapons being prepared, commands being given, and troops organizing. The Artican giants, imposing and ready for combat, took up their huge bows, while the human soldiers and dwarves quickly equipped themselves with dragon glass weapons, essential for facing whatever was approaching. In contrast to the rest of the group, the 2,500 Artican soldiers showed no fear and acted firmly against the threat as they moved in the middle of the night only with torches. The efficiency of the training done in Artica was evident in the speed with which Jon's army prepared and organized for the confrontation. Each soldier knew exactly what to do, moving with a clear purpose and unwavering determination. While everyone organized, Jon went to the northern region where there was an open area outside the forest they were in. I was lucky to identify them here, otherwise it would be quite problematic with them attacking us in the forest, Jon could not help commenting. Jon, in the center of the whirlwind of activity, maintained his calm. His eyes, sharpened by night vision, scanned the horizon, trying to identify the nature of the threat that awaited them, while a curtain of fog arrived like an aggressive blizzard. Ghost, sensing the tension of the moment, remained alert under Jon, ready to spring into action at any moment. At this critical moment, Jon knew he was not just a leader with his powers to fight in this field, as his owls flew across the sky and he was the only one who could lead in this darkness. He was the heart and soul of an army that would face the unknown under the darkness of night, even before the first ray of light of dawn broke the sky. The shrill sound of trees being uprooted began to be heard behind him as his army quickly made a path through the forest, then they began to emerge, dwarves, humans, and giants in armor starting to approach. Align all divisions with the giants at the center of the attack. Jon gave the order and his army of 2,000 Arturian soldiers in 4 divisions of 500 men moved towards their position on the chosen battlefield for the best strategy for long-range combat. Jon observed in front of the army the fog approaching a few kilometers away and moving in their direction. Only the sound of the cold night wind could be heard while torches were mounted in the middle of the entire army for better visibility. Jon could not help but be thankful for an area where they would have a great advantage, as it was a vast open field flanked by rocks and covered in snow, offering the ideal terrain to face the threat of the undead to be taken down by their giant arrows. Away from the restrictions of the trees inside a forest, the fighters could move and fight more effectively. Jon examined his troops with the look of an experienced leader, gathering all the experiences granted in the green vision. He had seen this scene countless times, but the Artican army had more confidence than he had witnessed in most armies, and he knew how important morale was in a war. He himself had absolute confidence in his men, his face reflected an outward calm, but his green eyes shone with an intensity that revealed his readiness for the imminent combat. He knew that the battle against the undead would be his first test of strength, courage, and tactics, and he was determined to lead his men to victory. This would be his first battle against the dead, as Ardika had fought with only a few groups of White Walker soldiers. It was the first time he was taking on such a large group, and Jon could see the thousands of dead moving within the freezing fog. Ardikans! He shouted, his voice echoing through the silent field. Remember who we are. We fight not just for our survival, but for freedom and for the life of everyone in Ardika. Leading our kingdom to victory. The army responded with a roar of approval, banging their shields with their weapons, creating a sound that reverberated through the icy landscape. Determination and bravery were evident in each soldier, each one prepared to face the terror of the undead under the command of an 11-days-old boy. As Jon watched the enemy approach, he firmly held the Valyrian steel sword, ready to lead his men into the battle that would decide the fate of Ardika. The war against the undead was about to begin. As the storm advanced with the undead in its wake, Jon positioned at the front of his army, raised his voice once more to boost morale, launching a war cry that echoed throughout the field. Ardika, what are we? Jon shouted. We are Nordics. The army replied in unison. Ardika, what are we? Jon insisted. We are descendants of the first men. Ardika, what are we? We are the most powerful people. Ardika, what do we fear? We fear nothing but the wrath of our gods. Ardika, what do we do with White Walkers? We do not run. We kill them, we exterminate them. They are the ones who fear us. With each call, the warriors banged their shields once again, creating a resounding sound that pulsed with determination and bravery. The front line was formed by humans and dwarves, divided into aligned groups, while the remaining 500 giants positioned themselves behind with their long-range bows. Usually, the giants served as shields for the army in the front, but this battle was different. The fog continued to devour the landscape as it approached the group. Everyone fell silent at that moment. Jon could hear his camp still bustling in the middle of the forest. He hoped his 500 armored men could handle the panic while waiting for the main army to deal with the wave of dead. The army remained silent, no one questioned a child leading them, and Jon just calmly watched. He waited until the fog was at a safe distance. Jon gave the order to the archers with a shout, prepare and aim wildfire type 2 at 600 meters. The giants armed their bows with arrows with a cylinder of blue liquid brought in carts along the way and adjusted their special bows, made from a combination of various woods, including weirwood, to reach the necessary distance. Fire! Jon ordered. The arrows launched by the giants with a boom echoing through the air and crossed the night sky, with the sound of them still cutting through the air. 500 arrows hit the 600-meter distance, leaving a trail of blue liquid that spread across the snow-covered ground in that area. The fog of the dead was still distant, and the arrows fell before reaching it, creating a bluish barrier in the middle of the white field. The White Walkers leading their army had no idea what awaited them. Meanwhile, Arya, unable to resist the curiosity, escaped from the camp to observe the battle. She saw the fog approaching and, despite the evident fear, her eyes were fixed on the scene before her. Jon, upon noticing her, felt a mix of concern and resignation. He knew Arya's presence there could be dangerous and potentially traumatic for a child her age, but also recognized her courage and desire to be by his side. He had no way to send her back to the camp, especially now that Ygritte and Wind had joined him. With one last look at his sister, Jon prepared to lead his army against the horde of undead advancing relentlessly towards them. Turning again to face the threat of the dead with the fog, Jon focused on the battle. The distance between them and the advancing threat was quickly diminishing, now only 1,000 meters away. Stone! On my signal! Jon shouted, preparing for the next phase of the plan. The giant named Stone, with his fire arrow ready, awaited the command. Archers, wildfire type 1 at 300 meters, ready. Jon ordered, and the giants adjusted the aim of their bows to 45 degrees, ready to launch a new barrage of arrows with the green liquid this time. Fire! Jon's voice echoed through the field as the giants released their arrows. The sky was lit up by the vibrant green color of wildfire, forming another barrier between them and the approaching dead on the ground. This should serve to slow their advance and end most of them, as they are not an organized army. Jon thought calmly. He looked at his army and needed to keep them steady. What are we? Jon roared again, seeking to maintain the high morale of his soldiers. We are Nordics. They replied in unison. Ardika, what are we? We are descendants of the first men. Ardika, what are we? We are the most powerful people. These creatures think we are just any group that will only run from them, but we will show them how they made their last mistake and we will make them return to the land from where they should never have left." Jon shouted fervently, further inflaming the fighting spirit in his warriors. "Archers, keep the bows ready to fight them with dragon glass." Jon demanded again. The giants, prepared with dragon glass arrows, were ready to shoot at a distance of 600 to 400 meters, waiting for Jon's signal. The tension was palpable, each warrior prepared for the final clash. The sound of shields being rhythmically beaten mixed with the howling wind and the constant advance of the fog. The barrier formed by the blue and green wildfire and the dragon glass arrows was ready to be the first line of defense against the undead. The fog continued advancing until it reached 600 meters, swallowing the entire line of blue liquid spread on the ground. As soon as they were at 500 meters, Jon finally gave the order. "Stone, now!" shouted Jon, signaling the giant to launch the fire arrow. Stone shot the arrow, which cut through the sky like a burning meteor in flames, heading towards the heart of the fog, destined to ignite anything in its path. Meanwhile, Arya and the girls watched everything from a safe position, their hearts beating hard with the excitement and fear of what was to come. She knew that this would be a decisive moment in the battle, and her brother was at the center of it, leading his people against whatever was inside that fog that even she herself did not know, and the free folk couldn't explain well beyond being the dead walking like living people. As soon as the arrow entered the fog, 2 seconds passed within it before a flash began to illuminate the entire horizon, making the night momentarily turn into day as an explosion and green fire began to spread and cover everything around it at that distance. The giant explosion shook the entire landscape by a few centimeters while the sound of the explosion resonated through the mountains surrounding them and went beyond. While the army maintained a firm gaze with some dwarves clapping as if at a spectacle, a group of free folk and giants who had gathered to watch the battle were astounded by the power demonstrated by Jon and his warriors. They had never before seen such a display of strength and fighting capability against the White Walkers. With wide eyes and open mouths, they watched as the dazzling flash lit up the sky, followed by a thunderous explosion. The impact was so powerful that it shook the ground, even the camp felt its force. The green fire exploded spectacularly, engulfing everything within its 100-meter radius of action. The snow, the earth, the rocks, and the bodies of the undead were thrown into the air, wrapped in flames. The line of fire extended for hundreds of meters, devastating the horde of undead with unmatched efficiency as the fog began to dissipate with the explosion due to the shockwave. Now without more fog and with the light of a green fire line spread on the battlefield, the undead paused for a moment, until they began to throw themselves on the ground, forming a bridge to let the others pass quickly. They continued to advance. Jon couldn't help but be a little surprised by this behavior, which was valuable information for future battles. The dead continued to come, and Jon wasted no time. "Archers! Launch the first line of arrows!" He ordered and quickly launched an impactful force against the group at 500 meters. The arrows cut through the air, and the first line of running undead desolately was hit by 1-meter arrows, making the ground they were embedded in the ground with the impact without having time to react. The undead continued to approach. "Prepare new arrows!" Jon shouted again for them to shoot at 400 meters this time, and the giants quickly aligned, placing new arrows in their bows. Approximately 10,000 enemies initially advanced, and although 4,000 had already been eliminated by the initial explosion and the first volley of arrows, the threat persisted without giving up. "Fire again!" Jon shouted, and the giants, promptly obeying, launched a second volley of arrows with dragon glass tips. The arrows were effective, and the sounds of pain and death of the undead echoed in the distance once more, showing that dragon glass was a formidable weapon against them. Arya Stark, witnessing for the first time the reality of the stories told by Old Nan, watched with astonishment the nightmare creatures that were real. Meanwhile, the free folk, newly recruited by Jon, celebrated the efficacy and power of their new leader against the enemies they had always feared. They were killing them like animals, and this made them replace their initial fear with celebration. "Stone, another fire arrow at 300 meters!" Jon ordered again for the giant to burn the second line of wildfire while what was left of the army of the dead advanced. The arrow was launched into the air and again hit the middle of the army of the dead, causing a large explosion of green fire, illuminating the night sky while dawn had not yet arrived on the horizon. Chapter 64 Return to Arctic 07. Third-person POV. Beyond the wall, 292 AC, at the some moment. Jon had developed 2 types of wildfire in recent years, as well as finding flaws in those made by the Alchemists Guild in Kingsland. Jon had previously improved his own wildfire, making it more unstable. However, some of his research in Artica led him to produce a new blue-colored substance, which he named Wildfire Type 2. It was not only different in color but also showed a much greater destructive power, doubling the range of the explosion. This was evident with the blue liquid at 600 meters, which even dispersed the fog covering the dead. The first wildfire he produced, Type 1, was basic. Although it was less destructive, it still had its uses in attacks to delay the enemy without much explosive range. When Jon saw the flame reach the wildfire Type 1 at 300 meters, his eyes reflected the light of the explosion, giving off a peculiar green along with the emerald colors already present in his eyes. The explosion was smaller than the first, but still devastating, eliminating more than 2,000 enemies. As the fire burned the creatures, the rest of the army of the dead continued to advance. Being a non-coordinated group, they were easy to deal with using the right tools. Jon, mounted on Ghost, remained steady and focused, commanding his troops for the battle they would clash in the next minutes. Switch to Arctic Aryan wall formation. Jon shouted, and the platoon leaders began giving orders, and the army began to move, switching the place of humans with giants standing in front as a wall. Jon left there and reached a higher place while the dead continued to advance. Archers! Prepare, fire! Jon gave the order, and now the humans, wielding weirwood bows, launched dragon glass arrows, reaching 200 meters, killing the first lines of the undead. Again! Jon ordered, and they shot at 150 meters, wiping out another line. Wall formation! Prepare for impact! Jon shouted, and giant shields formed a single front as they were placed on the ground, creating a massive barrier. Archers, keep shooting, dwarf formation protecting the flanks. Jon ordered, and the dwarves prepared with their hammers. The undead ran against the giant shields, hitting them hard, and those who followed soon crashed behind them, forming a wave of bodies scattered by the impact of the charge. The giants remained immovable behind the shields while the enemy tried unsuccessfully to breach the defense. While human archers continued to launch dragon glass arrows, killing more than 1,000 of them, the dwarves took the sides. The dead tried to flank the giants, but were met by hammers with dragon glass at the door, and the dwarves, using the strength of their arms, were quick in their devastating attacks on the crowd of the dead. Ha ha ha! Come on, you deceased, let's kill all of you! Said a dwarf, laughing in the sea of dead as he swung his hammer. The battle continued fiercely, with Jon's army repelling the attacks of the dead effectively. Jon's strategy, combining the use of giant bows, wildfire, and the unique abilities of his army, was turning the tide in favor of the living, who had already lost most of their army before reaching the giants. In the midst of the fight, Jon spotted the White Walkers on their horses crossing the battlefield. Arctic Aryan attack formation. Jon gave another order, and the giants moved their shields suddenly and grabbed special spears made with dragon glass, starting to attack all the undead falling to the ground due to the mountains formed by the shield defense in the center of the battlefield. They advanced among the dead, eliminating them. Jon wanted to eliminate the White Walkers and could easily do so with the giants. He didn't stand still, taking a potion, he drank it, knowing that he couldn't deal with those creatures easily, he would take something to help him in the fight and advanced with Ghost, raising the Dark Sister. Full attack! Jon shouted, leading the other humans who switched their bows for swords and shields made of Elden metal and dragon glass. Jon advanced among the dead while the giants finished off most of them as they advanced. Ghost cut down some of the dead who were still fighting, but they didn't harm him as he had his armor, and then the humans cut down the rest of them before helping the giants on the front line. On the other side, the beings controlling the army of the dead finally began to realize that they were losing control of the situation. Their eyes, normally cold and calculating, now showed a glimpse of uncertainty and fear, now that they saw a group of giants and a boy breaking through the last lines between them and the advancing group. Jon, noticing this change, couldn't help but smile at witnessing the fear in his once unshakable adversaries. As Ghost galloped fearlessly, making his way among the undead, Jon quickly grabbed a bow attached to the wolf's armor. His fingers moved skillfully and precisely, preparing dragon glass arrows, a lethal weapon against the White Walkers and their steeds. With impressive dexterity, Jon fired 3 consecutive arrows, each hitting its target with deadly accuracy. The horses of the White Walkers, spectral and shadowy creatures, let out piercing screams as they were hit by the arrows, falling to the ground and throwing their riders into the cold night wind. The White Walkers had no choice but to await the attack of those approaching giants with the boy on the wolf. Jon didn't let Ghost advance further with him on top and jumped off Ghost onto one of the White Walkers on the right. Seeing the child jumping on him, the walker had no choice but to try to destroy his sword and kill the boy, but as soon as the metal touched in the air, a metallic sound emerged, and the White Walker had to retreat with the weight of Jon falling on him. The White Walker was initially confused, as the boy's sword could repel his without being destroyed. Meanwhile, a group of giants with dragon glass spears began to fight the White Walkers. Despite being 4 or 5 against 1 at that moment, the White Walkers managed to resist with their dragon glass spears. But little by little, they began to lose the fight and retreat. They managed to wound some giants, but eventually fell under the pressure, being hit by the dragon glass, falling like shattered ice. On the other side, Jon and Ghost fought together against the creature, with Ghost trying to distract it while Jon fought with it. The battle was swift, and Jon could only keep up with the monster with his potion taking effect, enhancing his strength, speed, and reflex. He called this potion the Wolf Potion, which seemed to give him an animalistic aspect, but it greatly helped in battles he normally couldn't win, and as long as he didn't take too many at once, the side effects were limited to just body pain and fatigue the next day. The fight continued with the dance of Valyrian steel and ice. At one moment, Ghost managed to get close and sink his teeth into the shoulder of the White Walker, giving Jon an opportunity to attack, and he didn't waste time striking the Ice Man in the chest, making him dissolve into thousands of pieces of ice. The remaining dead against the Artican soldiers soon fell motionless to the ground, ending the battle with a deadly silence after all those screams. "Did we win?" a dwarf asked, kicking the undead he was fighting at that moment to see if it would rise again. "I think so," said the dwarf beside him. "Shouldn't we celebrate then?" "Yes, we should. I understand. We won," both shouted together after a while. The sound of victory echoed through the Artican army, while the sound of green flames still burned in the distance. The group of people in greenish metal seemed to celebrate among the humans, dwarves, and giants. No one was left out of the celebration. The battle, although brutal, was a testament to the power and determination of the Artican army. Under Jon's leadership, they not only withstood the attack of the undead but also defeated them with impeccable initial strategy and impressive firepower. Followed by a close battle, the victory was almost perfect. Unfortunately, Jon went to the group of giants and saw one of them fallen on the ground, struck down by the White Walker he fought. There was a report that a dwarf died and 2 men also fell in battle against the dead. Despite being an overwhelming and proud victory for any commander, Jon still felt the loss and didn't want anyone to have died in his illusion, but this is the real world and he still had to command everyone. "Take care of the dead, drive a dragon glass blade into their chests, so they won't transform and we'll take them to their families in Artica. Now let's burn all these dead until the end of the night," Jon said with some pain. As dawn rose in the sky, dispelling the darkness of the night, piles of undead were burned in that field, which was a hell until a moment ago. In the camp, everyone who joined the group was shocked by the victory of the Artican soldiers. In the end, Jon hadn't lied about fighting, and everyone knew they had destroyed a group of over 10,000 undead. They celebrated for the rest of the day, looking at the soldiers in Elden metal with admiration, with many single women trying to steal men and even Artican dwarves over the next few days. While Arya, Ygritte, and Wind were with Jon, he finally decided to leave there. "We'll leave at dawn, it's time to return to Artica," he said, and they began to break camp to leave the next day. The journey to Artica wasn't very difficult. Jon followed the order they established, and as no one wanted to mess with such a large group, they were unbothered, with no more signs of the dead on the way, and even some tribes joined them, forming another 1,000 people. It was then that they finally saw Artica hidden among the mountains. Everyone saw the great weirwood at the center of what would be a large city under construction. If the new intrigues of the kingdoms were surprised by the combat capability of the army, seeing what Artica was left them even more amazed, many thanking the old gods for such a land. After all, unlike all the places around it, Artica had no ice but green vegetation. "By the gods! What is that thing? What kind of color is that?" Tormund exclaimed, having never seen the color green in his life. "That's what we see in the southern kingdoms, especially the most fertile ones," Jon said, thinking of the reach administered by the Tyrells. "Seriously, besides stone houses, the Kneelers have this too?" Ygritte asked alongside. "It's so beautiful, isn't it?" Wind said excitedly. "This is incredible." Arya had a sparkle in her eyes, eager to approach the city. "Seems like my friend came to greet me," Jon murmured, and soon a deep sound appeared in the air, and a bird the size of a horse spread its wings, covering the sun. "Caraxes!" Jon exclaimed as the great eagle landed a few meters away, startling those who didn't know it. Pii. Roar. As Caraxes made a sound, Aragon also shouted at the white bird. Is this Caraxes from your song, Jon? Arya exclaimed in admiration, looking at the largest eagle she had ever seen. Yes, he is my oldest friend, Jon said proudly. After petting his eagle, he resumed the march of the army. Jon of Artica, after a series of impressive victories and demonstrations of his power and leadership, led his army and new residents of the kingdom back to Artica. This place is really as you said, my boy. To think that such a place exists. Meister Iman couldn't help but murmur. Indeed, the boy didn't lie. Old Nan clapped, look at that giant tree. I never imagined the gods would be so generous and give us such a tree in the mortal world. She exclaimed. Hodder. Hodder seemed equally amazed. The nation that was once just a tribe had grown exponentially, becoming a powerful and diverse kingdom in just a few years, with a population that now exceeded 60,000 members. This nation, now comprised of humans, giants, children of the forest, dwarves, dire wolves and normal wolves, bears, shadow cats, mammoths, and a variety of birds, represented an unprecedented union of different races and species, each contributing their unique abilities and strengths. The return to Artica was marked by celebrations as soon as the group was spotted, and their king had returned, and a palpable feeling of hope took over the hearts of all Articans. The new members of the kingdom were amazed by the lush and fertile green land, an oasis in the midst of the icy north, as they walked through the green vegetation to reach the city. This land, now home to a thriving and diverse society, promised a future full of possibilities for all, far from the dangers and hardships they all faced. The nation of Artica is composed of the following members. Humans, 42,500. Giants, 4,300. Children of the forest, 52. Dwarves, 13,000. Dire wolves, 500. Normal wolves, 1,200. Bears, 400. Shadow cats, 300. Mammoths, 400. Birds, 480. With the triumphant return to Artica, the kingdom is now in a position to further strengthen its defenses and expand its influence. Jon, with his vision of a dystopian future, promises a future where Artica will not only survive but thrive, challenging the old conventions of the known world and bringing a new era of peace and prosperity to his people, shocking the world in the coming years. Chapter 65. The world begins to know Artica. Many different points of view. Many different times and places, 292 AC. In the days when Jon still returned to Artica, many things happened in the kingdoms below the wall. At the wall, Benyon stared at the letter, frowning as he read it. Jon, what are you thinking? You passed through the wall with Arya. Benyon couldn't help but crumple the letter in his hand. It contained information that Jon was with Arya and that she would stay with him in Artica for a few years, studying. Jon also wrote that he would do everything to keep her protected. What the boy did is serious, and I doubt his brother will take it lightly, no matter how safe and full of innovative goods this kingdom beyond the wall is. Everyone will think horrible things about the girl. It's not the first girl the wildlings have taken beyond the wall this summer. Gior commented, already aware of the letter's contents. There was the case of the Umber's daughter, and the North is sensitive about this. Everyone thought something terrible would happen to Arya, being taken to that cold desert. I don't like any of this, I swear by the gods, but Jon would never let harm come to Arya, she'll be fine. But Ned might not have much control over the situation. I know the boy will take care of her. Did you see all those armored giants? However, for the nobles and kingdoms in the south, Jon Snow has committed a terrible crime in kidnapping the Stark girl. Many are talking about it. Gior reasoned, and Benyon just sighed, hoping the situation wouldn't get too out of control and that his brother wasn't too enraged with Jon. In the following days, the news also reached Winterfell, even making Lord Stark want to hit Jon with that letter. But at least he knew his daughter was alive. They had spent weeks searching for Arya's disappearance. He had spent days without sleep, and the entire family was fragmented. Catelyn said that Jon had kidnapped her, but Jon was far away while Arya still remained in the castle. When she disappeared, they began searching without success. When they were about to head north, a storm caught them in the middle of summer, forcing Ned to stay in the castle and pray to the old gods that his daughter would be protected and well. It seems she managed to find Jon, but what he expected from Jon was to leave her with some noble. But now with this letter from Jon, he knew the boy had decided to take her to Artica beyond the wall. This infuriated him like never before, and his wife was even more furious. Ned Stark was in his chambers in Winterfell, his thoughts murky and heavy, when the shrill screams of his wife echoed through the corridor outside the chambers. Catelyn was furious, and her words were like sharp blades cutting through the silence of the night and his thoughts. This boy, this bastard, he stole our area. Jon Snow deserves to have his head ripped off his neck for this. Catelyn yelled, her voice trembling with rage and despair. He took our daughter, Ned. How can you defend this bastard now after all he's done? Ned felt a pang of pain in his heart. The situation was delicate and complex. He knew that, despite his love for Jon, he couldn't ignore Catelyn's words, though he believed Jon would never harm Arya. Catelyn, he said calmly but firmly, I understand your pain and anger. But we must be prudent in our accusations. Jon is my blood too, and I don't believe he would harm Arya. Catelyn, with eyes inflamed with tears and fury, stared at Ned. How can you be so blind, Ned? This boy has always been a threat, and now he's gone, taking our daughter with him to wild lands like their inhabitants. Can you imagine what will happen to our daughter there? You can say that Jon stole our daughter and many things, even call him a bastard. I won't get angry over your pain, but Jon would never let that happen to Arya. Such things never happened to Arya. But Ned, our daughter. She began to cry, and little Rickon, still a baby, had been crying in a corner of their parents' room since the beginning of the shouting. Ned rose and approached his wife, placing his hands on her shoulders. We will find Arya, I promise. But we must keep a cool head. Jon has always been loyal to this family. Loyal? Catelyn sobbed, pulling away from him. Loyalty doesn't take a child away from her home, Ned. I can't accept this. Ned knew that arguing at that moment would be futile. He could at least contact Jon through the Raven and write to him, asking to send Arya immediately back to Winterfell. Elsewhere, a few days later, news of Arya being taken beyond the wall spread like wildfire. Even Catelyn encouraged it to ruin Jon's reputation in the north, turning a small hero into a kidnapper of noble girls. I was really worried when I heard the boy sent a shipment of 400,000 gold dragons to the Starks, but taking the Stark daughter seems to have displeased the family. I don't understand why they're so upset. If I had a daughter, I wouldn't think twice before handing her over to anyone who offered half of that. A lone man, known as Roose Bolton, was in his solar, watching the news with some amusement. No matter, I will make the Boltons assume leadership of the north and 400,000 dragons from the Starks will make me richer in the end. He said in a somber tone. POV Varys. As chaos began in the north, a few weeks later, news of the visit started arriving in King's Landing. Varys decided to gather as much information as possible before passing it to the king and council. There was no point in simply passing it fragmented, as it would be useless to contact the north before the boy left. At that moment, it was still a few moons before Jon reached Artica. 2 years without any news, and today he would finally provide some information about the boy, however astonishing it might be this time, he had outdone himself, even with his history. Varys was in the council room, with all the characters that always filled the table. So Varys, anything else we need to know? Jonaran, the Hand, asked from one side of the table. The bastard of Lord Stark, my Lord Hand, he has reappeared from the north of the wall. This caught the room's attention, but the king was not present this time, as even with the news that Varys would bring information from the north, he was so hungover that he couldn't leave his room. More fantasy from the north, Varys? Baelish asked mockingly. If you mean about an 11-year-old boy appearing in front of the wall with 2,500 men, a kind of race made up only of small men, ironically called dwarfs, and giant men over 3 meters tall, which you might know as giants, all soldiers armored in this Elden metal, and in the group, there are 500 of those giants, then yes, more fantasy, he said solemnly. Everyone choked. What the hell are you talking about? One of them exclaimed, and all agreed with that thought. I'm talking about what all the Night's Watch Rangers saw, and you know, when everyone says they saw it, there's some truth to it, am I wrong? Varys asked ironically. You're saying that that boy from 2 years ago, somehow came back from the north of the wall with 500 giants and another 2,000 soldiers armored in Elden metal, that metal the king received from Lord Stark when he visited Winterfell. Stannis Baratheon commented with a furrowed brow. This can't be real. Jaime Lannister commented mockingly. My brother speaks the truth. Cersei said mockingly as well. But all the men of the Night's Watch say they saw this army of medium, small, and large men. Jonaran asked, analyzing, and Varys nodded. Did he attack the wall? Jonaran asked again, wanting to understand why the boy would come with such a group to the wall if it was real. No, Lord Hand, he more helped than harmed with supplies brought from beyond the wall, although he created chaos when he arrived at the wall, Varys said. The boy donated resources from beyond the wall to the Night's Watch. Renly commented, stunned. Hard to believe, but the boy somehow managed to produce clothing, strange drinks, swords, and food for the Night's Watch, delivering a large amount divided into wagons. Even Varys had his doubts. The north already has a scarcity of food, and beyond the wall it is much worse with its climate, as its lands are much harsher. However, this child, whom everyone said was foolish for going beyond the wall, returns with so many resources and an army that no one in this room yet believes in, but all of Varys' little birds sing the same song. To say that the boy not only made resources but also distributed them to the wall, who would believe that? Stannis said severely, treating it as a joke. Yes, my prince, according to my little birds, among the shipments he brought were many innovative products. There was a new alcoholic drink that warms the body in the cold, much appreciated by the people of the wall, and there were strange products called cigars, small scrolls wrapped up that you light on one end and let burn. They calm the nerves and relax you when you inhale the smoke. No one has ever seen anything like these products before, but you can send a raven to any member of the Night's Watch to find out if my little birds are lying. Varys challenged everyone. He had his bit of skepticism, but when all the birds write the same thing, there was no refuting it. Are there other lands beyond the wall then? This bastard somehow managed to create trade in the wild lands. Cersei asked curiously. No one has knowledge about this. No one knows where the boy is, and he didn't even tell his family the location when he visited Winterfell. So he visited Winterfell? The Hand asked with raised eyebrows. Yes, he visited, and it was a very peculiar visit, with many unique events. To start, the boy arrived at Winterfell alone, mounted on a wolf larger than any other recorded. He ignored Lady Stark, the eldest brother and heir to Winterfell, along with the eldest sister, and only greeted his father, Arya Stark, and Bran Stark. Rickon Stark was not allowed by his mother to leave the castle to receive Jon Snow. The Stark family is always united. James mocked, he always held a bit of anger towards Ned Stark and wouldn't miss the opportunity to mock him and his. Not just that, Sir James. This caused discontent with Lady Stark, leading the boy to mock and be called a foolish fish in front of the entire family and castle members present. And how was this handled? Jon asked, raising an eyebrow at the bastard's audacity. There was initial confusion, but Lord Stark took his son to his solar for a talk and said he could leave soon after. Varys spoke and continued, but things happened a little differently than expected. Jon Snow not only stayed in Winterfell after the talk, but he and his father also went to the crypts of the ancient Starks and took the ancient crown of winter hidden for thousands of years. Now that sounds like an interesting story, a bastard with a crown, that would make a fine song. Prince Renly commented with a smile. Varys continued after the comment, Jon Snow stayed in Winterfell for 2 weeks, and during that time a lot happened. To start, it was discovered that Jon Snow has in his possession the sword of Visenya Targaryen. This raised many eyebrows. Dark sister. The boy has that sword, are you sure? The commander of the King's Guard, Barry Stan Selmy, was quite surprised. Yes, Lord Commander. The sword was real and the Maester of Winterfell could confirm that. Varys spoke. The boy has a Valyrian steel sword? It should belong to the crown, not a bastard. Cersei commented, and even her brother looked at her like the others, thinking it was a very blatant extortion. Continuing the story, the boy not only showed possession of a legendary sword but also how to wield it. No one had ever seen such talent in a boy before, taking all the soldiers and recruits in Winterfell by surprise. Varys spoke. You're saying that a boy who lived 2 years beyond the wall returned American Samoa some kind of fighter? James commented, a bit incredulous. The boy also had some disputes and broke the arm of the Greyjoy heir in one of the trainings. I hope the bastard paid for that. Maester Pycelle commented. On the contrary, he was quite comfortable during his stay, even without speaking to half of his siblings. Lord Stark kept Catelyn away from him during this stay. I wondered why, but the answer came when giants appeared in Winterfell with wagons carrying a donation from the boy directly from the lands of the wall. Varys gave a small smile. We've seen that the boy has become arrogant. Did he give more products to the Stark family? Prince Renly asked, ignoring the rest. Gold, gentlemen, the boy donated gold coins valued at 400,000 dragons. The coins were of the same shape as ours. Everyone was astonished. Let me see if I understand. The boy first donates products to the wall, and now you're saying he produced our currency beyond the wall, in those lands known as frozen deserts, and donated a quantity of 400,000 coins as if it were ice. Jon asked, a bit shocked, but everyone looked at Varys with greed after that. It seems there might be some wealth in the north beyond what they expected. Yes, don't ask me how. I don't have little birds beyond the wall, and I'll try to send some as soon as I can, for sure. But until then, I have no idea how the boy managed such wealth in that place. Varys spoke sadly. Didn't we have a decree for the wild bastard to come to King's Landing? He didn't respond. I remember the Lord Commander of that ice wall was supposed to have informed him about this order. Cersei commented. He did receive it, my queen. Varys said hesitantly. And Jon wanted to hear the rest, but seeing Varys hesitate, it couldn't be good news. He told the Lord Commander to write to the king to shove the royal decree up his own ass. Varys revealed. Everyone didn't know how to react upon hearing this. He really said that? Baelish looked in disbelief. Yes, moreover, Arya Stark disappeared and it seems the boy took her and is taking her beyond the wall. Maester Aemon was freed from his vows and was released from the Night's Watch. Despite claims that he was killed, he went beyond the wall with this group. Varys looked at everyone before giving the last and most shocking news to everyone. The boy, known as Jon Snow, now calls himself the King of Ardica, the name of the land he is cultivating beyond the wall, building a city and a kingdom as he says, and it seems to be very successful. Varys spoke and the room fell into silence. King of Ardica. Baelish murmured. From a bastard to a king. James commented. You can't be serious. Pycelle spoke sternly. The king beyond the wall now is an 11 days boy. Renly wanted to laugh. We must attack him for the disrespect. Cersei immediately growled, her eyes shining, since she had something to gain from the boy's resources. As if traveling beyond the wall was easy, my queen, Jon Arryn said analytically. But if they have riches, it could be a worthwhile campaign. The boy calls himself a king, isn't that an affront to the Seven Kingdoms and the Iron Throne? Baelish said greedily. Lands beyond the wall do not belong to the domain of the Seven Kingdoms. We can blame the boy for many things, but for him declaring himself king of those lands doesn't seem fair. Even so, it's outrageous. Pycelle also supported military intervention. We're getting indebted. A war with the lands beyond the wall could be harmful, it will be much worse than a war against Dorne. Stannis argued. They are savages, they should not be hard to defeat, Pycelle insisted. How could we make the armies of the Seven Kingdoms travel beyond the wall for an 11 days boy who refused the king's invitation? Renly mocked. They are our subjects, after all. Cersei said, but no one agreed with her. I will inform my father about this, Cersei planned, thinking it would still be a good deal to try and seize the boy's gold, products, and giants. Thus the meeting in King's Landing ended, and another was taking place with only a few days' difference in the reach. Queen of Thorns POV. Grandmother, are you okay? A voice asked, pulling Olenna Tyrell from her thoughts. Am I so lost in my thoughts? She asked, looking at her granddaughter. Yes, grandmother. Willis and I have been trying to call you, but ever since you picked up that scroll, you've done nothing but stare at it. Said little Marjorie. What's in that scroll, grandmother? Willis asked curiously. I just received strange news from the north and a very peculiar bastard, she said, with a smile. A bastard, grandmother? Marjorie asked, curious. Yes, Jon Snow, son of Eddard Stark. He left beyond the wall years ago and returned with an army of 2,500 soldiers with troops that I still can't believe. Very unbelievable for a boy of just 11 days who lived 2 years beyond the wall, Olenna commented. Jon Snow? The one from the ballad of Little John that bards sing about the boy from the north. Marjorie asked excitedly, having heard that song a lot in the city since she arrived in the kingdom. That same one, and I'm starting to believe the stories, she said, handing the letter to Willis. Is he a threat to us as you say of others, grandmother? Marjorie asked innocently. I highly doubt it. He offended the king by denying a summons to the capital, but I doubt that a few thousand wildlings can threaten the 7 kingdoms, she replied, mockingly. While her grandchildren looked at the paper with the news, Olenna looked out the window. He's just a child, not a player of thrones, she said to herself. Elsewhere, in a large city in a desert land of dunes and yellow sands. Oberyn Martell POV. Brother. You called me just when I'm in my moments with my lover in the brothel. Oberyn protested. I need to talk to you, Oberyn. News has arrived here, and there are rumors from the north reaching all of Westeros, said his brother, Doran Martell, also in charge of Dorne. The north? What have the wildlings done now? Spread more fanciful stories of a witch child. Oberyn mocked, having heard those news a few years ago, and after that, he never heard about the north again. It's about that same child I'm talking about. The witch child donated gold to the Starks valued at 400,000 dragons, Oberyn. He claims to have founded a kingdom beyond the wall. If you have a chance to go there, I would like you to see this kingdom in that frozen desert and see if the news is real. Oberyn raised an eyebrow, frowning. A kid founding a kingdom, you must be joking, right? He asked incredulously. Everything indicates it, as unbelievable as it may be, Doran spoke. Well, if this happens, I'll be going to the north. Who knows, I might start my revenge against the Starks. Don't look at me like that, I will take my revenge like the snake we are. And where is our niece? Since I'm here, I want to see her. She's training in Valyrian, Doran said, sighing. Then I'll see her, she reminds me a lot of her mother. Oberyn had a smile as he left the room. In the west, Lord Lannister received a letter from his daughter in King's Landing. Tywin Lannister POV. He looked at the scroll from his daughter and put it aside, alongside another he had received many days before. The information was the same, but in his daughter's and the Queen's, she was trying to persuade him to attack beyond the wall, mentioning Valyrian steel swords, elden metal, gold, and even giants that they could tame to fight alongside them. She's a fool, Tywin murmured. Attacking beyond the wall would require many resources against an unknown enemy we have no information about. Only a fool would form a campaign like this. What will we do, Tywin? Kevin asked by his side. We will do nothing. Not until we know more about this Jon Snow, Tywin replied in a neutral tone. The information about the bastard intrigued him greatly, but he knew nothing more and would not deal with the unknown recklessly. Chapter 66 Epilogue of Volume 2. Arya Stark POV. Arctican Realm, Lands Beyond the Wall, 295 AC, 3 years later. 3 years had brought significant changes to the Arctic, a thought that lingered in the minds of most of the population who were here at that time. Arya was one of those people. When she caught sight of the kingdom from a distance with its city under construction and a great weirwood more beautiful and larger than any she had seen before, displaying its red leaves, strengthened trunk, and practically covering half of the city with its 70-meter shadow, she could hardly believe what she was seeing. Looking beyond the city, things did not stop enchanting her. She saw a large field used for the kingdom's cultivation, with a vast space with all kinds of things planted and ready to be harvested while people looked like ants working in these fields. There were colors there she had never seen in a fruit or vegetable from afar. Then there were the great forests where Jon said she was within the kingdom for a reason, housing thousands of animals like the giant wolves, common wolves, bears, and shadow cats, each with its territory with some prey animals breeding in them for the residents to have food. As they approached the city with their group while people were coming out to greet them, it seemed like a big party, and a man in armor on a horse appeared in front of Jon, wearing armor like in Sansa's stories. Arya knew this was Duncan, one of Jon's first friends he brought from the northern realm below the wall. After they talked for a bit, Jon instructed the people who came up to him to relocate all the new population and get them acquainted with the kingdom. They began to conduct, and many more people came to greet Jon. They seemed quite happy at that moment. I never imagined such a place could exist. Arya heard Ygritte speaking beside her. Let me introduce my sisters later, they will be shocked I came on this trip hidden. I hope they weren't too worried about my disappearance. Wynn spoke on the other side excitedly. By the gods, look at the little men. I was getting used to seeing 500 of them, but here there are thousands. Tormund shouted, pointing to the dwarfs. There were a bunch of them laughing and shouting in the distance, at least about 5,000 of them. It was a scene that even Arya was quite stunned by. The boy really knows how to surprise. Old Nan commented in the cart next to her grandson. Hotter. He built a great kingdom, in a place where no one else could. This boy is truly blessed by the gods. Maester Aemon commented while stroking Aragon in his lap, looking admiringly at the kingdom. Now closer to the city, behind the crowd that came to greet them, Arya noticed the houses under construction of a very different type than she knew. To start with is that the common people of the Arctic had houses made of stones, something that only nobles and very rich people could have in the kingdom to the south of the wall, with large houses and their castles. Moreover, the constructions were so beautiful that they would make anyone envious, and she knew this was a talent of the dwarves. Jon had mentioned that in the beginning, the houses were made of wood when they were a settlement, but with a discovery, he developed a greyish adhesive land, called cement, much more reinforced than they used in Westeros to create their castles, making everyone in the Arctic have their mini castles. Jon did not limit himself to this, as much as the Arctic was a green land in the midst of ice. Some days were too cold, even at the volcano, and in winter this would only worsen. So, together with the dwarves, they created a metal line that would run from a volcano in the region and go to all the houses without affecting the rivers that ran through the city, providing constructions of hot springs in some places and heating all the houses. After Jon had made his preparations, he called Arya to accompany him in private along with Maester Aemon, since both would be living with him in the Great Weirwood. Arya was finally entering as an Arctican citizen into the kingdom. 3 years had passed since that day, and Arya still had many things in her memory. She looked down at the streets of the Arctic below her after the sacred grove where the children of the forest lived. Those spacious streets were always crowded with giants, dwarfs, humans, children of the forest, and animals freely circulating the place coexisting in harmony. Her brother was truly a king whom everyone recognized as the founder of this magical place. The food here was much better than anything she had eaten in Winterfell, always with a variety of recipes and foods that Jon created with his magical powers, which she still struggled to understand. The people here had a habit of smoking these cigars and drinking these beverages called vodka, whiskey, beer, mead, and a wine that was said to be very good as well. Jon had never let Arya try them when there were big parties in the kingdom's main square during these years. But Arya had fun anyway. She had the Harvest Festival in Winterfell and Wintertown, but it was just a shadow of what the Arctic would do while thousands of people gathered to drink and sing all night with some entertaining attractions, like a theatre and singers putting on a show. Arya did not hesitate to say that Winterfell seemed like a basement compared to this place. Arya's mother always said that Jon was a threat to take Winterfell from Robb, and he planned to do such a thing, but this place was worth at least 100 Winterfells in the girl's opinion. It wasn't just the people, the culture in development with its artisans and teachers. Jon had all his vaults filled with gold, but gold had no value here, no one cared about it. Jon was storing gold taken from the mines of miners and putting it into forms to be identified as dragons for use in the future of his plans. People looked at Arya as if she were stupid when she said that Jon let her jump and swim in piles and piles of gold in his largest vault. One thing that Arya had known since her first day in the kingdom and was introduced to her when they arrived at Jon's house was meeting Serena. Initially, when Jon said he would introduce her to the giant he had known for years, Arya thought she would meet a woman 3 meters tall, but reality was quite deceptive. What appeared to her was a girl of 1.6 meters, she had dark hair, bright blue eyes with a quite fierce expression, but in front of Jon, she seemed like a girl in love, looking at him with anticipation. Arya saw the most beautiful girl she had ever seen, even much more beautiful than her sister, Sansa. However, the girl jumped on Jon, hugging him as if he were something precious, and Arya, for the first time, saw Jon in a moment of weakness as he practically begged the girl to stop crushing him. In these 3 years, they finally got married, but Jon didn't just marry her, Ygritte became his wife too. Arya found herself calling the girls stupid over the last few years as they ran after Jon. Many women and single girls did this in the kingdom, but Jon had more contact with Serena, whom no one could stop her force when she wanted to get to Jon, and Ygritte, who was quite agile to get past guards, and before Jon could react, she was already by his side, though he always knew with his war guys, he always pretended to be a bit surprised. Arya knew that Jon liked the girl too. Stupid. This was the word Arya defined the girl's pursuit during this time while seeing such situations recurrently. On her first day here, 3 years ago, Arya still remembers how they visited a distant relative of Aemon Targaryen. It was a surprise to see a man bonded to the roots of the world's largest tree, but Arya was already accepting that she had a very limited view of the world. After Jon had made his preparations, he summoned Arya to join him privately along with Maester Aemon, as both would be living with him in the Great Weirwood. Arya was finally entering as an Arctican citizen into the kingdom. 3 years had passed since that day, and Arya still had many memories. She looked down at the streets of the Arctic below her after the sacred grove where the children of the forest lived. Those spacious streets were always crowded with giants, dwarfs, humans, children of the forest, and animals freely moving about the place, coexisting in harmony. Her brother was truly a king whom everyone recognized as the founder of this magical place. The food here was much better than anything she had eaten in Winterfell, always featuring a variety of recipes and foods that Jon created with his magical powers, which she still struggled to understand. The people here were accustomed to smoking these cigars and drinking beverages called vodka, whiskey, beer, mead, and a wine that was said to be very good as well. Jon had never let Arya try them when there were big parties in the kingdom's main square during these years. But Arya enjoyed herself nonetheless. She had experienced the Harvest Festival in Winterfell and Wintertown, but it was merely a shadow of what the Arctic would do as thousands of people gathered to drink and sing all night with entertaining attractions like theater and singers putting on a show. Arya did not hesitate to say that Winterfell seemed like a basement compared to this place. Arya's mother always said that Jon was a threat to take Winterfell from Robb, and he planned to do such a thing, but this place was worth at least 100 Winterfells in the girl's opinion. It wasn't just the people and the developing culture with its artisans and teachers. Jon had all his vaults filled with gold, but gold had no value here, no one cared about it. Jon was storing gold taken from miners and shaping it into forms to be identified as dragons for use in the future of his plans. People looked at Arya as if she were foolish when she said that Jon let her jump and swim in piles and piles of gold in his largest vault. One thing that Arya had known since her first day in the kingdom and was introduced to her when they arrived at Jon's house was meeting Serena. Initially, when Jon said he would introduce her to the giant he had known for years, Arya thought she would meet a woman 3 meters tall, but reality was quite deceptive. What appeared to her was a girl of 1.6 meters, with dark hair, bright blue eyes with a quite fierce expression, but in front of Jon, she seemed like a girl in love, looking at him with anticipation. Arya saw the most beautiful girl she had ever seen, even much more beautiful than her sister, Sansa. However, the girl jumped on Jon, hugging him as if he were something precious, and Arya, for the first time, saw Jon in a moment of weakness as he practically begged the girl to stop crushing him. In these 3 years, they finally got married, but Jon didn't just marry her, Ygritte became his wife too. Arya found herself calling the girls stupid over the last few years as they ran after Jon. Many women and single girls did this in the kingdom, but Jon had more contact with Serena, whom no one could stop her force when she wanted to get to Jon, and Ygritte, who was quite agile to get past guards, and before Jon could react, she was already by his side, though he always knew with his war guys, he always pretended to be a bit surprised. Arya knew that Jon liked the girl too. Stupid. This was the word Arya defined the girl's pursuit during this time while seeing such situations recurrently. On her first day here, 3 years ago, Arya still remembers how they visited a distant relative of Aemon Targaryen. It was a surprise to see a man bonded to the roots of the world's largest tree, but Arya was already accepting that she had a very limited view of the world. Arya reflected on her time in this kingdom. She loved her family in Winterfell and missed them, but the Arctic was a magical place for the girl, and having her brother by her side gave her the warmth of family she needed. Her achievements in the Arctic were noteworthy. She trained as a warg with her brother. Over these 3 years, she bonded with 12 giant wolves that Jon gifted some while she ended up bonding with them during her escapades to Wolf Kingdom, the forest where the giant wolves stayed. However, Jon did not neglect Arya's education. He had her learn embroidery, which would leave Sansa and even Septa Mordane looking mediocre. Arya finally enjoyed the practice while doing it with Ygritte and Serena. There was no September nagging her, nor her sister and her friends calling her horseface. She realized it was more about the people around her that made her dislike the practice than the art itself. Arya didn't just learn embroidery. Jon gave her private lessons along with the other girls. By the end of the 3 years, Arya had learned the royal etiquette of a princess, mastered languages beyond the common tongue, such as High Valyrian, the Old Tongue, the Uti language, and even Dothraki. Beyond communication, Arya also mastered mathematics, arithmetic, economics, geography, history, navigation, astrology, agriculture, alchemy, and anatomy with medicine, to learn the healing arts when needed. She didn't limit herself to the academic field. To her satisfaction, Jon had her learn to fight with daggers, swords, and shields. She learned to wield a bow with skill through practice, and Jon made her command a small squadron to sharpen her leadership skills while the Arctican army conducted field simulations. It was odd to have a child shouting commands to a group of 50 men, but she got the hang of it as the moons passed. Over the years, She had her friend Wind, with whom she always went out in the city to cause mischief. Now with name days past, she tried to drink alcohol for the first time and compete against a dwarf in a drinking contest, but lost miserably. It was her first time drinking alcohol, and she spent the rest of the day sick, vomiting. Jon was angry with her when Arya went to the tavern secretly to drink. However, she ended up becoming an apprentice to the dwarf who won the alcohol contest to learn his forging skills. Arya began trying to become a smith since then. In addition to all these changes, Jon had her take a kind of daily potion since she arrived in the kingdom. This changed her a lot over the years. Not only did she become healthier, immune to diseases that were only tales to her, and stronger like an adult, something Jon had done before her, she became more beautiful. Her skin glowed, her hair shined, her grey eyes became more striking, and her face took on a new shape as she entered the final stage of childhood. She even acknowledged she was more beautiful than Sansa, someone who, along with her foolish friends, used to mock her appearance with derisive nicknames. Many said she would be one of the most beautiful women in the world in the future, but Arya had slightly different thoughts. First, she wanted to have scars to stand out as a fierce warrior. There were many spear wives who entered the Arctic after many battles, and Arya had gained many idols. She wanted to have their scars. However, the funniest thing was, of all the women, Serena was the strongest in the Arctic. She might have been 1.6 meters tall, but she continued to have the strength of a giant, defeating all the large men with just punches. Besides her giant genetics, Jon provided her with daily potions even before Arya's arrival in the kingdom. Ygritte took the potions with Arya. Jon always kept her close, and it was no surprise that they got married after a few years. Ygritte grew in beauty and strength as well, like a true Arctican. Arya reflected on her journey in this place over so many years and concluded that she loved the Arctic. Within the city, there was one place she frequented beyond the classes that Jon made me attend every day. It was the arena in the middle of the city, a closed place that Jon built for thousands of people to watch performances and fights. All the kingdom's citizens attended the place every day to see who were the strongest in the kingdom or to prove their worth. Jon, unsurprisingly, the king was the greatest warrior even among the giants now with his 15 name days, having gained an explosive strength that only lost to Serena in terms of force, but he beat her in a weapon battle. In this place, there were no fatalities. It was always fun when going to the arena to watch. There were competitions every day. The dwarfs designed the place to fit 100,000 people inside, and there were events on some days of the year that the entire population would attend, so there were always the excited shouts with thousands of people, an experience Arya never thought she would live in her life. Besides the marriage of Serena and Ygritte with Jon, which happened a few fights ago, Serena was pregnant with Jon's first child. Another novelty was the real size of Aragon after 3 years. Arya now encountered an Aragon the size of a house flying over the skies of the Arctic. The dwarfs did not like the dragon, saying he was a fire-breathing monster and always asked Jon to take care of that flying creature. Now the Arctic would enter a new stage of its development. Jon, after 3 years teaching the first batch of teachers, started the education of the common people, where each teacher took a class of new future teachers in the most recent building constructed that Jon called the university. His brother said he still had to set up the great library that the dwarfs started construction next to the university, but still, the Arctic had a scarcity of books and Jon planned to make the biggest library in the world there. Arya knew he planned to change that soon, as the ships in the harbour were now in the hundreds built and Jon had declared that he would start his maritime journeys all over the world. Arya would accompany him and this made her even more excited to know the world and learn about travels and trades, as Jon said she would. Jon Arctic, 15 name days. Serena Arctic, 21 name days. Ygritte Arctic, 16 name days. Arya Stark, 11 name days. End Volume 2. Next volume, I will start with the events in these 3 years, 1 chapter per year or more, with a different viewpoint and delve into the things mentioned by Arya and in this chapter. Chapter 67, Time Skip 3 years, 1 to 3. Jon Arctic POV. Jon changed his name from Snow to Arctic. Obviously, the people on the other side of the wall still treat him as Jon Snow, but now he declares himself as Jon Arctic. Arctican Realm, lands beyond the wall, 293 AC, during the first year of the 3-year time skip. A few moons after Arya arrived with the new refugees. Jon was atop the tree, looking down at his enormous city with his entire kingdom around it. The city was in constant motion and developing in every way. New buildings were emerging, and houses for the new inhabitants were under constant renovation. Arya was by his side, gazing down from a height of 70 meters. The tree is growing an additional 20 meters per year, and Jon does not know its limit, but he would like to see it much larger. Beautiful, isn't it? I asked my little sister of almost 9 name days. I would say magical, Jon. I never imagined seeing a place like this. It's 1,000 times bigger than Winterfell and much more beautiful. I would not want to leave, ever. She said happily, her eyes shining with the view in front of her. I don't think father will like this, let alone your mother. Your mother already wants my head for bringing you here. Jon said, laughing. Lord Stark sent a message with the raven that went to Winterfell a moon after they arrived, demanding why Arya was taken and that he wanted her to return to Winterfell. Her mother demanded that she leave this barbaric place and that Jon be taken for the crimes of kidnapping a noble girl. My time is running out, isn't it? She asked timidly. We had a deal, she said she would like to stay here for 1 year before answering to her father, since the raven returned to Winterfell only to say that Arya is well and safe here while studying with him and being prepared for a world and not with the quite poor education of the 7 kingdoms for nobles. He emphasized to her father that she would learn what really mattered. Jon also did not lie when he also said that he would take Arya to the south, as soon as he could, but the journey is long and dangerous to Winterfell. There was no way to take her now with the current development of Arctic, so when the raven returned, making the same demands and how Jon was reckless in taking Arya, Lord Stark never had an answer again. Jon knew this was natural after his daughter being taken, but Jon thinks of Arya's well-being more than anything, and it would be good for her to get out of the Septa's education and learn to be an independent and intelligent woman. You will answer to your father for the first time, and you will do it within the next 3 moons. Jon demanded of her, at least she had the decency to nod her head. Jon. A voice interrupted our conversation, and when he turned to see the source of the sound, Jon shivered as he automatically shrunk into a crushing hug. Serena ran up to him as was her habit and hugged him tightly, but unlike before, she tries to kiss him now. Jon always tries to dodge her lips, not that he doesn't appreciate it, but he feels it's bad before marriage to do these things. He was entering puberty and starting to feel things seeing Serena. The woman could have been a giant before, but she was so attractive that sometimes he had to fight against his instincts to take his future wife to bed, and being forcefully kissed is not something attractive to him now. Arya rolled her eyes at their interaction, making gestures like she was about to vomit. Stop it, Serena. Why are you here? Jon asked after he managed to get out of her hug and attempts at pecks. A group of people arrived on the western side of the territory. This one is much larger than the last ones, with almost 4,000 free folk and 34 giants. She said as soon as she let him breathe. Let's see. Jon said using his eyes and saw through caraxes flying in the sky. The group stopped by a few hundred Artican soldiers who acted quickly as soon as the warg sentinels warned of the approach. This is really big, let's welcome them. Jon said after his brief warg. Looking at Arya, wondering if she wanted to join us. Obviously she joined us. Leaving the castle, Jon mounted a giant wolf that was not Ghost but one of its brothers, from the litter of Shadow and Black Carrow. He was grey and stood 2.4 meters tall, which the Arctic King commonly used to travel through the city. Arya mounted her she-wolf of the same size, and Serena her shadow cat, one that Jon had given her, even though she was not a warg. Luckily for the animal, Serena had decreased in size as well as in weight. They quickly traversed the city via a military avenue to avoid passing through the crowds, followed by a few more Artican knights who had sworn to protect the royal family of Arctic. They left the city through the gate and headed west, passing through the farms of the kingdom. Upon reaching the location in the west of the Arctic region, Jon approached his men, stopping the group now in the thousands, since if it were a conflict, they would already be preparing in case of a hostile movement from another party. The Artican army was quick to act in any emergency. With the White Walkers as a daily threat, Jon had established a system with thousands of wargs patrolling the borders at all times, so mobilization is so swift that by the time the news reached Jon, his soldiers had already resolved the situation and maintained control. With the soldiers making way for him, Jon went to the front of the Artican soldiers to meet the group. Tormund, who had proven to be a potential commander, approached to give the report on the group. They had not been hostile and waited for him to meet them, also mentioning that the group was led by an old lady whom the free folk call the Mole's Mother. She was a forest witch, a type of weirwood priestess. There were a few in Arctic already, usually staying with the children of the forest under the great weirwood in the sacred grove praying to the old gods. Jon stepped forward to speak with his possible new Artican members. A lady at the front of that group, being helped by another member, looked at him from the crowd of humans and giants. "It is you," she said, seeming excited, and I raised an eyebrow. More than 3 years ago. I saw you crossing the wall to become the king beyond the wall, and I was right, you created a space for us to survive against the cold darkness. She said excitedly while moving closer to Neil. Please, accept us, king of this land. I gathered all those who believe in my words over the last few years as we moved from the lands further north in search of shelter, all are willing to follow you. She was about to kneel, but Jon stopped her with the palm of his hand. There's no need to kneel, the Artican people do not kneel to anyone. There's a saying in this place that a king does not need to wear a crown all the time or have his people kneel to him. I only need your respect for me, this land, and our laws. Jon spoke for the first time and looked at the crowd that was watching them. All were wearing furs as clothes, typical of the peoples who still remain outside the Artican domains. Many were looking at him with hope, since Jon imagined how this woman must have preached about him and what she saw years ago. Now they could say the forest witch was not lying. Jon sighed before raising his voice to these people. You may enter Arctic. As long as you follow our rules, we do not live like most tribes outside this place, we do not need to worry about food or cold. We live peacefully and harmoniously with 4 different races. If you want to enter here and disturb the peace of my people, you will be treated according to the punishment in our written laws for the type of crime committed, but if you want to live a better life and follow our laws, you will have your place in Arctic. He gave his speech that he usually gave to large crowds approaching the kingdom. His voice of 12 name days surprised everyone, reaching nearly 4,000 people. Jon could use his magic to amplify his voice, and everyone quickly nodded in agreement. Tormund, organize a temporary place outside the city, and start settling them as soon as all the houses are available, but provide food and clothes to everyone, Jon told the man he had appointed responsible for border protection and surveillance and also responsible for organizing and delivering the new members to Iman, whom Jon had placed the old Targaryen in charge of organizing and being responsible for the civilians in the city during this phase. May I see the giant weirwood? I never imagined that would be possible, even in the vision I had years ago, I didn't believe it. But now I'm seeing a colossal tree of 90 meters. The lady who introduced herself as Mother Mole, spoke excitedly while looking at the tree kilometers away. Of course, you can, no man should be forbidden from praying to their gods, Jon said, remembering the large number of tens of thousands of people who join the Grand Weirwood to pray every week. Obviously, Arctic had a sect in this place with this colossal tree and a forest full of weirwoods at the feet of the Great Weirwood with children of the forest running and singing among the trees every day. The religion in this kingdom was to a point that Jon could say even radical. But I must warn, we have children of the forest, harming any of them is the most abominable crime in Arctic. Jon did not fail to warn. They still did not know about the 4 races that the king spoke of before, but they would eventually find out, already warning about the children. They did no harm, only wanting to spend their day with nature and caring for their new children, which Jon had helped increase the birth rate so they would no longer be a millennia-old race facing extinction. Upon hearing about the children, many looked in disbelief while Mother Mole had eyes shining at that moment. After settling things and leaving the group with Tormund now, Jon returned to the city accompanied by the 2 girls. We passed through the walls where thousands of dwarves were working and giants carrying stones with mammoths, the construction he had initiated finally to organize the structure. After passing by the working people, Arya addressed her brother, Jon, it's still morning, why don't we go to the arena, it's empty at this hour and Ygritte told me yesterday she would be fighting at this time. She commented, making Jon look at her and then at Serena on her shadow cat. Are you free? Don't you have training with the giant's army? He asked his fiancée. He really didn't know everything about Arctic, he may be the founding king of the place, but always prioritized its self-functioning so that the kingdom would have autonomy and not rely exclusively on a single power, although one depends on the other. No Jon, they are busy with the constructions today. I can accompany you, she said, and the trio headed to the kingdom's arena, looking at the colossal structure that was still underway. It could already accommodate nearly 40,000 of the 100,000 people planned for this place at the end of construction. However, as the canal was being made to the sea, there wasn't as much labor to finish its construction every day, so on the days when there are no workers finishing the work, the people used these days to hold events with the public in a fight as a sport without fatalities in the arena. Arriving at the place, there were only a few thousand Artican people watching, who had decided to start their day seeing some entertainment. The field was 200 square meters in size, and there were various fights happening at that moment. The Artican warriors trained here to exhibit themselves to the people when they were not training in the army's space. They found a 12 name days old Ygritte in a fight with another adult Artican woman. After several exchanges of blows, Ygritte yielded. She was a great archer, but still lacked many things as a warrior in her blade. Even with the potions Jon was providing her, she couldn't beat an adult. These potions he provided were very limited, as he was the only one who could make them, hence he chose a select group of people to benefit from them. Ygritte spoke with the woman after her defeat, gaining some tips, and joined them soon after she saw Jon, Serena, and Arya in the royal box. She nearly sat in Jon's lap as she greeted them, to Serene's jealousy. Jon had gotten used to this. In the last moons, the girls threw themselves at him whenever they could. Arya was the only one disgusted, finding all their behavior too clingy. Jon usually, at this time every day, either stayed with Brynden continuing his training along with kings and great thinkers and warriors of the past, or stayed in his personal greenhouse for alchemy that he never stopped producing. In terms of alchemy, for Jon, unfortunately, it was quite limited, as he didn't have a glasshouse to organize my experiments and had to keep plants he used outdoors. Some he had to isolate, as they were toxic and could harm nearby living beings, but he was still working on big projects. One of them was trying to free Brynden from the roots of the Great Weirwood, attempting to create something his healing magic was not capable of. After watching more events in the area with the girls, while two of them still competed for his attention, Jon said goodbye to them as they went to do their afternoon chores. Jon went straight to the Great Weirwood. In the center, there was a chamber almost underground, with large roots and torches attached to them without catching fire. This place was created by the tree itself, after I started to energize it with my magic. Every day he comes here to provide new energy supplies. This was the heart of the tree and shone with magic and the tree's vitality. Placing his hand in the center of the roots, a new glow was emitted throughout the room with a soft green. The tree did not grow visibly, but each year, it increased its height significantly. Jon hoped it would reach at least 300 meters. He always envisioned Arctic as a giant city beneath a sacred tree, as the most magical city and kingdom in the world. After this, Jon returned to the surface and saw his sister taking her sewing lessons with old Nan, Arctican women, dwarfs, and even children of the forest in the sacred grove. All had great talent, unlike what Jon had imagined when he gave Arya an ultimatum that she should learn to sew while in Arctic. Despite her protests and dissatisfaction, she ended up enjoying her time learning to embroider with the other women, unlike in Winterfell. Their conversation topics in the sewing circle varied and were of her interest, and she showed a surprising talent in sewing, to the Arctican king's surprise. After greeting Arya and everyone else, Jon went to one of the highest places in the Great Weirwood, with a large opening to the city he had seen before with Arya. There was a large animal, white with green spots, sleeping curled up in the center of the place, basking in the morning's first rays. This animal was Aragon, who now had the size of a horse. Jon didn't approach him in his sleep. First, he looked out over the city, but while he was observing the place, Aragon had already sensed his presence and Jon got a nudge from behind and a protest from his dragon and son, clearly unhappy about being ignored. Jon laughed and began to pet him. "You're getting bigger, buddy," Jon said while I ran my hand over his scales, with the sound of his happy purring at his father's touch. "It won't be long before you can fly on him," said a voice, and Jon, looking up, saw Maester Aemon looking at him with eyes full of affection for him and the dragon. The dragon, moving away from the boy, went to Aemon to ask for his affection too, with a cat-like purr. "Traitor!" Jon muttered when Aragon switched, but kept a playful smile on his lips. "Perhaps this old man has spoiled him too much," Aemon said with a gentle voice and laughing at his own joke while petting the dragon. I smiled at them. It was good to have so many people like this by my side. Like Arya, I had the same strange feeling of being near family with Aemon, but I thought that was because the old maester had been so kind since he met him. "How did things go with the new members of the kingdom?" I asked, knowing that Aemon must have already dealt with the new group in the morning while Jon was in the arena. "The dwarves are preparing new houses in the eastern area of the city. It won't take long to have them move in there, we have half of the place completed already. Should I ask Thor to redistribute the workforce from the canal to expedite the construction of the houses?" he asked, stopping petting the young dragon for a moment. "No, they can stay in tents until we finish the place. They are safe here now, we won't interfere with the canal construction at this moment, it is the priority, and then comes the wall of 1,000 kilometers in length and 25 in height around Arctic. Our security and mobility must be our priorities," Jon said. "We will have to dismantle about 4 mountains in the region for so many stones, we are taking sand from the sea to make the cement. I believe we can finish in a few years if we manage to reallocate all the workforce to this and nothing arises in that time, said Iman, despite not being in charge of that sector. He and Thor, along with Jon and the council, had discussed quite a bit about its planning and priorities on which path the kingdom should follow. Yes, but for now, let's focus on the canal, he said, sighing, thinking about the future. Well, I guess our free time is over now, let's go down for our lessons, Jon said, changing the subject. Of course, Professor. Iman said with a smile, as he said goodbye to the dragon. Jon had so much accumulated knowledge that even Iman had to consider the young man in front of him a mind with more knowledge than him, so it was natural to call him Professor. The rest of the afternoon, Jon taught Iman, Arya and another 100 people with everything he learned from the gods and the green site. Much knowledge learned was from the lands of Yeti, where they are much more advanced than the maesters of Westeros. After the class, Jon went to the weirwood forest to see how Leaf, Wind and the other children of the forest were doing. After that, he ended the day by returning to the arena to watch the fighting events with the girls again. At dusk, Jon went to his laboratory to make potions that were missing in stock for the rest of the night, thus, another common day for the king in Arctic, sleeping with Aragon and a handful of wolves in a space in the Great Weirwood. Raccoon here, the wall is 250 meters, the southern wall is 500 meters. What do you think of this proportion in the image below? Tell me, is it exaggerated to make a wall in the shape of a square, 250 kilometers in length on each side, and 10 of the 25 in height in 2 years with 60,000 human, dwarf, and giant workers? The Great Wall of China is 2,300 kilometers long and was built by 1 million people over 2,000 years. If we divide 1 million by 2,000 years, that would be 500 workers per year, but that alone is not enough, as people worked more than just 1 year, even with a 25% death rate of the builders. Humans would have the same time frame as a Chinese in construction. Dwarves are 25 times faster, I am making this up. With giants, it would increase the time 200 times with their strength in transporting stones and support. Chapter 68, Time Skip 3 years, 2 to 3. Dukan POV. Arctican Realm, lands beyond the wall, 294 AC, during the second year of the 3-year time skip. 1 year later. In an Arctic location, where the drills were being conducted, Dukan ordered raise the shields. And saw 25,000 human soldiers obey the command exactly as he had given it. Dukan looked on proudly at how they acted as a single unit, knowing how such an army would be feared by the whole world. He was disciplining a people who, until a few years ago, were very individualistic and disorganized, despite being the most fearsome warriors he had ever seen in one-on-one battles. Against groups and armies, they were very poor, 1,000 knights from the north could easily defeat 10,000 of them. But this began to change over the years, the group of stubborn individuals, who were even worse than the northerners from the other side of the wall, began to improve every day and became more disciplined. Initially, Dukan did not want to train them, did not want to command them, he lived and grew up knowing the terror of these people from the south of the wall, felt anger just by looking at them, but Jon asked him to give them a chance, that not all were wild savages, that perhaps their customs would change if their needs were not so desperate in this frozen desert that is the north of the wall, that while the people of the 7 kingdoms have the south to buy food and survive the winter, they free folks have to fend for themselves between life and death here, that most of their children don't even survive before the first 2 years after birth, they even have a culture where children are only named after this time. Over time, Dukan came to understand them, aside from some wildlings with brutal cultures, the majority wanted to live a peaceful life away from hunger and cold. Everyone who followed the laws of the Arctic is living in peace here. Jon really created a nation just as he said many years ago, although Dukan was very skeptical at the time and could not imagine in the slightest of his fantasies, what Arctic would be compared to the nation that is living now with 4 different races with everything it shelters. Here, Dukan has to admit he lives a much better life than a great southern noble, food is fresher and much better than the lords of the houses can eat, common people have the most beautiful houses than most of the castles in the south. Even though magically Arctic is much warmer than the lands outside of it, they still have a system of boiling water through piping that Jon and dwarves designed with waters that pass through the volcano and connect to all the houses, the entire population has. Besides hot water, cold water to fill their bathtub with the city's own water, there are also things like showers and toilets with a sewage system, inventions that Jon saw in the lands of the Far East with Brynden. Hygiene was on another level and sanitary diseases were non-existent here. In Arctic, there are also hot springs in some public places, where they can relax with their friends with a pleasant conversation. Duncan knows how dangerous it is to have a volcano in the middle of the city as the stories of what happened in Valyria, but Jon assured that thanks to the great weirwood, its deep roots would take care of the balance to never let the dormant volcano reactivate and be dangerous for the inhabitants. His goal was always to create the largest city in the world, a city so large that it could even be called an entire country, the first magical nation in the world since the Valyrian kingdom, and Arctic will be much larger than the ancient land of the Dragon Lords. Duncan was absolutely sure about that. And who is Duncan in all of this? Duncan Frost, the name that represents his house in Artica with its own coat of arms. He is the general of the human army and supreme commander after the king, in the military force of this country. He knew he had never imagined leading tens of thousands of swords and shields and being responsible for thousands of lives. But Jon gave him this burden and made Duncan study military strategy with the king. Although he did not participate in the other classes, this theme was addressed by Jon, creating for Duncan and all the military leaders to learn everything about war strategies and various scenarios against enemies and how to overcome disadvantages on battlefields. Duncan started as the king's royal guard, but sometime after founding Artica, the king himself mentioned the importance of training the army and how he was already training the giants, so, from that day, Duncan has been leading a large number of men and women free folks directly. Despite being hard-headed at first, over time they learned to execute his commands and everything he learned from Jon. He also took care of the giants for a while, but soon one of their own species took responsibility for the race, and took the lead of the colossal force. As for the dwarves, well, dwarves were difficult to deal with, even more when you want to command them in a military group. They are too proud and Duncan never had a chance. Thor, the former king of the dwarves and now leader of the race in the Artican kingdom, commanded the little men. Besides that, the army is becoming more powerful every day, whether it's humans, dwarves, and giants. Jon and the dwarves are producing large quantities of Elden metal armors and weapons, and the army is not fully armed because the dwarves and all the other human blacksmiths are working on the wall. The canal is finally ready, a colossal excavation, and Duncan had to move much of the army to end hostile attacks outside of Artica. As soon as they finished, the water from the rivers that cut through the city would finish the job, and since then they began to make their main defense, a wall that would be surreal to the rest of the world with 1,000 kilometers in length. Duncan snapped out of his thoughts while looking at all the raised shields of the army. He resumed to the army and shouted, "Lower shields." It's humanly impossible for one man to speak to all those people. Only Jon could do something like that with his magic. However, in this army of 25,000 men, there were 50 Artyrians to command 500 soldiers in their platoons, and all had one characteristic in common: they were wargs, with their animals flying over Duncan. Everyone understood his commands and passed the order to their men. They obeyed, and almost in perfect sync, the shields were lowered. As soon as he saw the army execute the command, Duncan didn't stop there. Formation. Duncan's voice thunders through the field, clear and powerful, cutting through the air with the precision of a sharp blade. Receiving further instructions, the human soldiers move as a single organism, lining up in perfectly ordered ranks. Shields forward. Follows the next command, and with a unison crash, hundreds of shields are raised, creating an impenetrable wall of metal. Spears at the ready. Duncan continues, and the spears rise into the air, pointing to the quickly darkening sky, a forest of sharp tips ready to repel any threat. The sound of feet adjusting on the earth echoes, as each soldier finds their exact position. Advance. With this order, the mass of soldiers begins to move forward, steps synchronized, each beat an echo of the warrior heart that pulses within each one. They advance a few meters, the demonstration of discipline and power, not needing a real enemy to prove its effectiveness. Halt! Duncan's final word resonates, an abrupt command that freezes the moving army. An almost tangible silence falls over the field, the only sound the collective panting of breath, the sign of a training day pushed to the limit. Great! You are dismissed. With a gesture from Duncan, the army breaks formation, the soldiers beginning to disperse back to camp and stow their gear. Thus, everyone headed to the city after finishing their things there. He stored his equipment and was going to his family. That was until he felt a rumble on the ground behind him. He looked at the new guest, a giant white eagle. It was Caraxes, that bird which was the size of an adult eagle when he met. Now it's so big that people can fly on it, although the bird only lets one person do that. Jon said he wants to create birds of this size for people to travel when more cities are made in the north beyond the wall and the kingdom is expanded after the threat of the White Walkers is destroyed. Arctica already has 30 giant eagles. Jon said he changed their genetic structure so all their descendants would be as big as the current ones. creating an environment where they could easily reproduce without lacking anything they need. Now it's just to let them multiply with their nests under the main tree, the great weirwood, where they seem to grow much faster. Did you come to see me, buddy? He said to the beautiful eagle, whose beauty never went away even with that size. He ended up getting attached to the bird since he met it, and it seemed to have the intelligence to recognize friends. Crow-see! Crow-see! The beautiful eagle exclaimed, and he smiled at that. He stroked it until another eagle landed in the same manner as Caraxes. He saw the other great eagle, but this one was red and had feminine traits. It was the bird he had met in Frostroar and practically responsible for creating the situation why he met Jon for the first time and his life changed drastically. Looks like your woman has arrived, Caraxes. I'll be going because mine is also waiting for me at home and I don't like to make her moody. He said smiling. Crow-see! It responded, taking flight with its companion. Heading back to the city, many people greeted him. He was famous for being the first guard of the king and turning into the general of the human race, and a few more titles he earned during these years, and one of them for being a great warrior. Jon's potions also helped, but the inhabitants of Arctica had great respect for him as a skilled commander and one of the greatest warriors of the kingdom. Finally, he arrived home, a gigantic house like a small castle with a yard just for him. Jon said that this style of house is called a mansion, something he never dreamed of having while he was in the north. His wife came out as soon as she noticed him arriving. They met in the army. It was ironic he ended up sleeping and marrying a woman from a people he hated, but he ended up falling in love with her beauty and ferocity. Finished your work, Duckin? I thought you had forgotten your wife and your son. She said, teasing him with a seductive smile. Karsai, you know it would take hundreds of White Walkers to stop me from coming back to my family. He said, smiling as he approached the woman, who had a voluminous belly. The city healers and even Jon stated that their son who was missing a few moons to be born. He kissed his wife's belly and finished with a kiss on her, before they entered the house, and the first thing he did was take a shower and eat. Eating the delicious food his wife prepared, he began to tell about his day and they talked about many other things. Are you going to the university during the afternoon tomorrow? She asked him as soon as she finished. Exactly, the king is going to give a session on tactics with me and other leaders. He said. I see. I heard some interesting things today. I heard that the king will marry next year with 2 wives. She commented. Knowing the king, I bet he won't just limit himself to 2, after all, Jon always said he wanted to have a few dozen children. He laughed loudly at his statement. Jon never hid the desire to have a large family. Lucky him, because just so you know, I don't want to have more than 3 children. She began to protest, and he nodded, not thinking about being the father to multiple children like Jon. A few to continue his lineage was fine. Brynden Rivers was looking at the city below with a large central lake, something that wasn't there a few years ago. He was walking in an opening in the great weirwood, finally able to escape those roots that bound him. Jon made potions that helped with vitality, so he no longer needed the root to stay alive. However, it wasn't just the potions. As Jon strengthened the tree, the energy it drew also strengthened him. He wasn't immortal now, but he had time to continue living. It was great for Brynden to walk after decades. He would now be more useful to this kingdom. He still remembers that after losing his green sight to see the present and the future, he had once lost hope in this world. When he saw the change of the future he had foreseen decades ago, he thought humanity might be lost. However, somehow the gods interfered with Jon's birth. If he had foreseen something about him, it was erased from his memory. The first time he thought about it, a shiver ran through his entire spine. Because for someone who always knew of events and practically had control of destiny, the uncertainty of the future became frightening. Not just the future. Since Jon's birth, he could no longer look at the kingdoms and his warg was limited only to one region. Unfortunately, it seems not just him, nor can Jon do it without spending months with his birds going south and coming back to Arctica with information. The wall blocked the connection, and even though Jon being the greatest warg that ever existed, the boy could only see memories of birds arriving in Arctica. Many years ago, when he saw the child for the first time, he was scared. Even his powers where he could use, were blocked by the gods. A year before seeing the child, he couldn't see through the ravens, and he knew it was related to the child that had arrived. Yet, even with the uncertainty of the boy or the future, he ended up seeing some hope in the child's journey and saw how they transformed this land into the largest city under construction in the current world. A future that was gloomy even with a small chance of victory against the dead, turned into a light for the people north of the wall with various races. The children of the forest are managing to reproduce again now and coexisting with people for the first time. Giants interact more in their own way and walk through the city enjoying what it can offer without any problem with their size, as long as they don't try to enter any inappropriate places, but there were exclusive buildings for them. They had their own set of giant houses on one side of the city with shops and taverns made for them, with all the other races feeling quite small when they entered that district. Dwarves, a race he didn't imagine existed or see in his vision, as they were older than the children of the forest, had been hidden in mountains for thousands of years and the king managed to locate them through the gods and unite them in Arctica as one people. Their citizens respect and know each other, have some problem here and there, but nothing they can't handle quickly. Their military power is now on par with a kingdom, and soon will be surpassing any kingdom of Westeros, and in less than a decade will have more soldiers than the rest of Westeros combined. A military power that is concentrated in just one place. No one in the world can boast of this besides Arctica. Bryden still had difficulty believing in his memories of how a boy of 9 name days started creating all this many years ago. Who would believe this? He thought, laughing. Oh, Brynden? I see you're looking at the kingdom, said a gentle voice behind him with a person approaching quietly. Maester Aemon. It's good to see you here, Brynden responded to the lord in front of him after turning around. It's a beautiful sight, and the height increases every year, doesn't it? Aemon said with a gentle laugh. I don't know how tall the king wants to leave this sacred tree, but it will certainly be magical to have a tree covering the largest city in the world, Brynden said. You're right, the largest city in the world, he, Aemon said more to himself. The construction on the wall is reallocating all the kingdom's labor force, isn't it? Aemon asked. Before, Brynden took care of the city part, but Jon gave him the task of managing the population due to his experience on the small council in Westeros many decades ago. Aemon, now, is responsible for the education of the first batches of people to learn to write and read in several languages. That's right, Maester Aemon, we are prioritizing everyone with the safety of the wall, and it is surprisingly going fast. We might have half the height of the wall we initially projected within a year. Even though the wall doesn't seem like much now, the giants have managed to extract materials from 2 mountains and a lot of earth taken from the excavation of the canal. We have a lot of materials a few dozen kilometers from here, and after placing all the material on Arctican lands, the speed of construction will greatly increase, Brynden said, knowing the information he had with Thor, responsible for the dwarves and civil engineering, allocation of builders, and projects. I see, I will talk to him if he can give me 10 dwarves for the construction of a larger area in my classes for the children who we are finalizing their learning. They are larger in numbers than the adults I teach now, he said laughing. Aemon always liked children and was teaching the first batches of people from this kingdom with the goal of making a literate population. I'm sure that. Brynden was confirming with him when a white flash passed through the opening of the entrance of the tree where they were looking at the city. They could hear the scream of a girl in the middle of Bryden's sentence. Ha ha ha. That was. Brynden laughed and went to the entrance to look up. He's grown quite a bit, hasn't he, and young Arya is already enjoying her flights, said Aemon laughing, joining Brynden. Aragon, the first dragon after almost 2 centuries to come to life. It was good to see the legacy of his family alive again, even Brynden being a Targaryen bastard, he still felt happy about it, and it was the first dragon he had seen in his long life. Aemon is also a very joyful man with the dragon, his expectation of flying with it was great, although the dragon grew a lot, from the size of a horse to the size of 10 meters, compared to half a house. It's very dangerous for Aemon to fly on him now, he will have to wait a few more moons or next year. It's ironic to see that, the first to ride a dragon after more than 180 years, are 2 Starks, Brynden said with irony. We've discussed all this, a half Stark among them, Brynden, said Aemon with a discerning look. I know you firmly believe he is our blood, but let's tell him when he turns 17 or 18 name days as we agreed. We don't want to make our king worry about his true parentage in the middle of building the kingdom of Arctica. We don't know how he might react to it, and we already have a powerful enough enemy to start a war in the south for the throne. If he wants to restore what was his family's, it could be bad when we have White Walkers and their army of the dead knocking on our gates. Our strength must increase first. Brynden, deep down, feels that Jon is a Targaryen, even without proving it through the green sight. He can feel his dragon blood, not by the powers he received through the gods, that he is immune to fire or that he can awaken and control a dragon with warg. Although it amplified everything he already had before receiving his gifts, there was never a record of any Targaryen swimming in a pool of lava or mentally commanding his dragon, but all his instincts screamed that Jon was a member of his family and obviously, the son of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen. Anyway, let's hope everything goes well when he knows the truth. I'm sure he'll be furious when he finds out we've been hiding our suspicions from him for years, he said, and could only sigh thinking about his reaction while watching Jon and his sister or cousin, flying over the city on Aragon, a beautiful white dragon painting the Arctic sky. That's it, we'll suffer his wrath, and it's quite possible he'll want to kill us. But if it means strengthening Arctica and the end of the White Walkers, I'll die gladly, Brynden spoke with conviction. Chapter 69, Time skip 3 years, 3-3. Aemon Targaryen POV. Arctican Realm, lands beyond the Wall, 295 AC, during the third year of the 3-year time skip. 1 year later. Oh ow! Aemon screamed with his weak voice as they flew on top of Aragon at an altitude of 200 m. The great tree was below them, 130 m tall, covering the entire city with its shadow, but as they were a bit away from it, they could see many things about the city. Now, he and Jon were doing what their ancestors hadn't done in hundreds of years, riding dragons. They could see the entire Arctican region on the long horizon, the first meters of the wall being built. Aemon had to hold on tight to his saddle while contemplating the landscape. His great-nephew liked to do daring maneuvers with Aragon when flying alone or trying something with his sister Arya, but with him, he always made a smooth flight for the old lord to enjoy something suitable for his age. Aragon was growing a lot and had doubled in size last year. The saddle Jon designed made them comfortable on the dragon. Even Aemon with his advanced age, was not bothered at all and ended up enjoying this moment with water running down his eyes. Despite the potions, Jon did not make Aemon immortal. He is still old and suffers in various areas even with more revitalized energy. But his vitality has increased a lot since he started treatment with Jon. He could indeed live up to about 130 years. If Jon gave such treatment to someone younger, that person would have a chance to reach 180 years. Jon was excited that day. Aemon could also feel the happiness and anticipation of his nephew in the saddle in front of him, and the dragon manifested the feeling of its rider through their connections. Aemon could even feel the dragon warmer than it normally is. And on this day, the warmth was also quite pleasant. The happiness of these two companions was due to Jon's wedding in a week. A few moons before, Jon reported that Arctic would have its first queens, the giantess in human form who changed with the miracle of the old gods and the free folk Ygritte. It was a combination that had no opposition for the people. Even though Jon was by far the king with more loyalty from his subjects alive, he would have some complaint if it were a wife from the south. The boy turned 15 years old and was ready to marry and still managed to get 2 beauties that represented 2 of the 4 races. The girls were also famous for their strength and inspired many other women in the country. The king could not have chosen better. He was always young people who showed themselves in love with each other over the years. Jon is doing something that since Jaehaerys, the conciliator, no king could do after him, have the union of love and duty at the same time, instead of having to choose between the two, or Aemon could say, since Aegon, the Conqueror, a king with 2 wives at the same time. There was Maegor, but his union was not something common to mention. In the end of all this, Aemon was happy for Jon. Sometimes these days, Aemon dared to make a joke with Jon, saying that he should now choose a dwarf and a forest daughter for the union too. But Jon always said he was only attracted to females in normal human forms. Besides the wedding in this last fight, Aemon finally finished his first literate class of 100 teachers and 1,000 children up to 10 years old in the Common, Old, and High Valyrian languages, since he started, over the last 2 years. Although they didn't have books in Arctic to reach a wider audience and pass knowledge to more people, they still had a lot of material that Jon brought from Castle Black in the north. Finally, Arctic was evolving civilly, and Aemon hoped that Jon's plan to do something bigger than the Citadel, something that would make Old Town look poor, would succeed with the university under construction. Aemon wondered if he would like to see the face of those Grand Maesters when they knew that in this country, the great minds taught the common people to be as thoughtful as the Maesters for free, or that there was a teenage boy there, with so much knowledge that everything in the Citadel was very outdated, and that he could teach old people like him and Brynden things they never imagined possible and new theories about things never thought of in this world. Ygritte POV. In the mirror, a girl on her 15th name day, she was stunning with a face that would make any girl from the 7 Kingdoms quite envious. She had warm-colored red hair and bright blue eyes, while wearing another dress with metal plates in Elden metal, a fashion from Arctic for brides on their wedding days. But Ygritte was feeling like a southerner now, even though Jon said that not even southerners wore dresses as extravagant, and all the girls from the 7 Kingdoms would envy her at this moment. She had heard many times, especially from those who came from the south, that in Arctic the dresses and clothes, both male and female of the Arctic population and produced by dwarves and women of the free people, were better than what the great noble houses of the south wore. Jon had captured ice spiders and started mass production of the creatures for fabric production on one of the farms. Ygritte, in particular, found it strange to see 1,000 giant spiders in one place. But the dress itself was not a surprise to the girl, already knowing the skill of the dwarves and other women who liked and had a talent for sewing. Serena and even Arya were good at it, but Ygritte was a total disaster. She preferred spending her time in the arena or with Jon with his potion nuisances. Even his classes that he forced them to attend were a better time spent for the fire-kissed haired archer. But at least, from the sewing sessions, she could escape. She tried to do the same with Jon's classes, well, that until he gave her an ultimatum. Flashback, start. Ygritte. Come here now. Jon's voice was heard while he was hunting in the bear forest. The bears weren't a threat to her thanks to Jon, and since she only harmed the elks and other animals that lived there, they didn't mind her in the gigantic forest. As a hunter, it was a great hobby to come here once a week, and when she was running away from something, like Jon's classes. Ygritte returned to Jon, approaching beside 2 giant bears that accompanied him as he entered the area. Jon. You found me as always, you damned warg. She said with a teasing voice, having done this many times and always being found by the man she loved and admired in recent years. She saw him roll his eyes, as if it wasn't easy to find out everything that happens in Arctic through his thousands of eyes, since there are animals of his spread throughout the nation and it would only take him a few seconds to have their vision as he became stronger as a warg, which was still hard to believe how he could get even stronger. Ygritte, thinking of making up an excuse as she always did, even though Jon always got a certain anger, he just forced her back to classes and she would do it again when she didn't want to attend those things that made her mind hurt just by trying to solve those mathematical problems Jon gave to everyone. But when she saw Jon's serious face, she frowned. Ygritte, why when I went to give a class today for Iman, Brynden, Arya, Serena and another 100 people whom I trust for great positions for Arctic in the future, you were not present? He said, not leaving his serious tone. She continued looking at him cautiously, but finally spoke. It's boring, those classes. I don't need to learn these strange things about numbers, languages, and why day and night have 24 hours or why we're always stuck to the ground with this thing called gravity, that you named. She said with frustration, preferring to fight and hunt than learn these things. He sighed and looked at her, but not with the joyful eyes he usually shows when he sees her. You know that you and a handful of other people are the only ones in the entire world who have this opportunity. You should learn the junction of various knowledge. It will be necessary for you. For me? Why? I find it useless. I'll be a hunter and a warrior of Arctic, she exclaimed, and your lover in the future. She thought quietly, not having hopes to marry the man, but wanted to have his children. Arctic will not have a dumb queen, Ygritte. Even if she is recognized and strong, I will not have someone who is not smart enough to help me govern and raise my children. He said with a voice as cold as the lands north of Arctic. Ygritte fell silent, she was stunned by Jon's words, and it wasn't his coldness that made her eyes widen. What do you mean by queen? Me, Queen of Arctic? She said, pointing to herself, quite surprised and a bit nervous. It was no lie to anyone that she loved Jon, from the moment she saw him 2 years ago, saw the ideal man she wished to be stolen by and no one could compare, but she thought that as he was a southerner, he wouldn't put more women besides Serena in a marriage, thinking she would have a place as a lover. That's right, Ygritte. I love you as much as Serena. I wish for you to stand by me and Serena, guiding our people and giving me a large family. He said melancholically, different from his previous tone. This kind of sincerity did not match the virile Jon she knew. Jon at 14 was muscular, tall, and very handsome, had a quite firm voice, and knew how to command and act like a king without authority questioned. She saw him now with a dreamy look, but she didn't find it bad at all with these words. She knew he loved her too. This made her believe that while he was married to Serena, she would share his bed too, but now hearing about being a queen was something that left her quite surprised, seeing that Jon truly would have a polygamous marriage. Truly, you wish for me to be a queen, Queen of Arctic like Serena is going to be? She almost shouted, trying to still understand Jon's words. Yes, in 1 year and a few moons I intend to perform the ceremony. You are the same age as me and we will be 15 years old, a common age to marry. Moreover, your vitality is already greater than the peak of a 20-year-old woman. He said, and she didn't wait any longer, throwing her bow aside and ran to kiss him for the first time. Great! I will attend all the classes. I won't miss any of them. I will be a strong, loyal, and smart queen. She said, kissing him several times, even seeming quite novice at it. I'm counting on you, my future wife. He said, smiling while enjoying her kisses. Flashback, end. After so much time, 1 year and a few moons, the day finally arrived. Arctic seemed a totally different place at this moment. Most of the streets were empty, as the ceremony gathered all the people in the kingdom in the great square, and it would take place on a high altar prepared by the dwarves, since there was the entire population to watch. Usually, it would be in front of the weirwoods, but there was a 130-meter tree in front and it would be conducted by Leaf, the chief of the children of the forest. This was already valid in the eyes of all the old gods. My queen, we should go, your husband must be waiting. A woman who was analyzing her measurements commented, looking at her with pride. Although Ygritte did not like dressing like this, finding the dress too tight if she had to fight someone, she looked at the woman and nodded, even not liking also how she called her. It was a very new thing for the girl. She was led outside to where there was an ornate carriage. Serena was inside it with a dress of another shade, but the same style. Are you nervous? Serena asked with a playful smile. Quite, and you? Ygritte admitted. A bit, but finally marrying Jon. She said excitedly. There was no one driving the carriage, but the deer started moving on their own. They were a species that Jon modified and were a beautiful exotic animal. They had a much stronger structure and larger muscles. Moreover, their special touch was in the blue horns they had, which gave a magical appearance. The carriage began to be led through the empty streets of Arctic with soldiers performing a sort of presentation march as they approached the square. When they arrived, there was already an open line for them in the middle of tens of thousands of spectators, sparing them from walking through the entire population. People were drinking and celebrating in their own way, dwarves drinking and singing, humans clapping, giants calling Serena's name, and children of the forest dancing and laughing near the great weirwood. Now that the carriage stopped in front of the altar stairs, they stepped out. This type of ceremony always required them to be led by their parents, but as Ygritte and Serena were orphans, Tormund took Ygritte to her future husband, and Serena was assisted by a giant known to Jon before crossing the wall when she was 8 days old, Wallach. Serena POV. Serena and Ygritte, under the watchful eyes of all present, solemnly advanced through the clearing to reach the sacred site where Jon, surrounded by the majestic aura of the weirwood and the godswood of the old gods, awaited them. The air was filled with a mystical gravity, accentuated by the murmur of the leaves and the reverent silence of those who had gathered to witness the event. The imposing presence of Serena and the untamed beauty of Ygritte captured the essence of Arctic's wild and free nature, reflecting perfect harmony with the setting chosen for their marriage. Jon, upon seeing them, felt a wave of emotion. The affection and desire in his gaze left no doubt about the deep love he felt for both, his future wives, adorned so beautifully that even the heart most hardened by battles and the cold of the north would warm. He received them with a smile that mixed pride and admiration, knowing that moment would seal their fates forever. Leaf, as the apostle of the old gods, of small stature, began the ceremony with a voice that, although soft, carried the weight of ages. We are gathered here, under the gaze of the old gods, to unite these souls in matrimony. After that, the people accompanying the bride stepped away from them, leaving only Jon facing the two, side by side. Who stands before the old gods? Leaf continued. Serena. Ygritte. Jon Arctic. All three facing each other, spoke. Say your vows, Leaf spoke again. Before the eyes of the old gods, I, Jon Arctic, take you, Serena and Ygritte, to be my wives. I swear to protect you, respect you, and love you, in health and in sickness, in wealth and in poverty, on sunny days and in storms, until death do us part. Jon spoke with his desire in the tone. Before the witnesses of the trees and under the gaze of the old gods, I, Serena, take you, Jon Arctic, to be my husband. I swear to support you, respect you, and love you, on all the days of our life, in the light of day and in the darkness of night, until we become part of the earth again. Serena, with a voice that resonated like an echo from the mountains, declared with eyes set on Jon's greens and greys. Ygritte, with fire and passion in her voice, affirmed. Before the witnesses of the trees and under the gaze of the old gods, I, Ygritte, take you, Jon Arctic, to be my husband. I swear to support you, respect you, and love you, on all the days of our life, in the light of day and in the darkness of night, until we become part of the earth again. Jon, holding the hands of both, led them to kneel before the sacred tree. This act, performed in unison, symbolized submission and reverence to the superior power of the old gods, a millennia-old tradition that transcended time. After a moment of silence, where the internal prayer of each mixed with the whispering of the weirwood leaf, with precise gestures, guided Jon in the exchange of cloaks. By the power granted to me by the old gods, I unite you, declared Leaf, correcting any previous hesitation with the authority of her faith. May this cloak symbolize the protection and the new path you now embark on together. Jon, following Leaf's instructions, carefully removed the cloaks of singleness from Serena and Ygritte and wrapped them with the marriage cloak. This act symbolized not only the change in their marital status but also the protection and care he promised as a husband. Upon concluding the ceremony, Jon lifted Serena and Ygritte, an expression of strength and tenderness etched on his face. Leaf, watching with a satisfied smile, confirmed the union with a final blessing, under the stars, the moon, and the vastness of the forest, may the old gods bless this union. May you grow strong like the great weirwood, resilient as the mountains, and free as the north wind. With Leaf's words echoing through the gods' wood, the ceremony came to an end. After the ceremony, Jon, with his known strength, lifted Ygritte and Serena in each hand, carrying them down the altar steps as everyone in the nation clapped for the Arctic King's wedding. Then they were taken to the festivity unfolding in the arena, where the entire population followed. Serena and Ygritte were seated at the grand central table, under everyone's watchful eyes. The scene was complemented by the presence of Ghost, the giant wolves, and Aragon, who delighted in fresh meat at the foot of the arena. Serena radiated happiness, showing affection for Jon the entire time, fulfilled by finally uniting with the person she had longed for years. Being of giant lineage, her children promised to be formidable leaders, heirs to an incomparable strength that would distinguish them in the future. The same could be seen in Ygritte, who had married the man she most desired. At a certain point, while the arena was packed with people celebrating, Jon stood up from his chair and raised a cup up, waiting to capture the attention of more than 100,000 around him, who became silent a few minutes after he made this gesture, indicating that their king wanted to speak. Such was the power of the Arctic King. Seeing it was the moment, Jon concentrated his magic in his throat, amplifying his voice throughout the arena with ease. People of Arctic, today is a day I celebrate with great happiness, a day I can finally say that I have become a man and will start my responsibility with my new family. He said in a way that drew thousands of laughs, especially from the dwarves. Arya, who had snuck into the main table, looked at Jon with admiration, marveling at how easily her brother could lead thousands of people. He once told her that he trained a lot with ancient kings, observing their reigns through green sight with help from the man in the tree, which made him quite skilled as he trained. Jon continued. I had something that few kings had the chance, I had the opportunity to choose duty and love at the same time. Yes, I love these girls, and they are fit to help me lead my people, our people, like no one else. Our children will be the future of this nation, as well as their children and those who come after them, and so on. Just like all your children and your children's children, who will be the future of Arctic. When we leave this world, we will leave a powerful legacy on this land, powerful enough to last an era without bowing to anyone. So tell me, inhabitants of this kingdom, who are we? He didn't even need to shout for his voice to reach every living being present. We are Arctic. The most powerful nation in the world. Nearly 100,000 people roared in the stands, all their drunkenness replaced by ecstasy. Pleased with the response, then continue celebrating, for we are on the path to progress. After that, they continued the party for a few more hours, laughing and playing, until Jon finally would take them to their current home, the Great Weirwood. There was no southern ceremony of clothes where men would take the bride and women would take the groom. Jon said that this custom was abolished in Arctic for those who knew him. No man wants to see his wife touched by other men's hands. He brought Ghost to the table and picked up Ygritte and Serena, making the wolf run to their dwelling through the arena's entrance at the end, which was more his style. Finally, they would have their first night together. Raccoon here. I believe the wedding ceremony with the old gods might be incorrect, but I found it best described this way, so sorry if I'm wrong. I rewrote it 3 or 4 times. Chapter 71, Kingdom 01. Jon Arctic POV. Arctican Realm, Lands Beyond the Wall, 295 AC. Some moons after. Jon spent his next moons getting involved with his wives, particularly enjoying married life, to the point where even Arya complained about how he lives in his room now. However, he also focused on Arctica. The city had grown larger after 3 years, with colossal buildings being developed and schools installed for the first batch of teachers after Jon created his own. It was being run, and some of them would move on to teach new teachers and so on to create a cycle that continued until all people could have access to a minimum education. He approached one of the giant entrances in the Grand Weirwood alongside Aragon. He looked out over the city satisfied, and saw Aragon, who was in a bad mood. "Almost 4 years and you've gotten so big, Aragon." Jon couldn't help but think how his son had grown huge. The sacred tree had also somehow helped with this growth during that time. Aragon turned his head towards his owner and gave a cold puff, making Jon have to clean his clothes. "You're more rebellious now. You used to be quite cute when you fit in my lap, now." Jon couldn't help but complain to the dragon with a tone of humor as he brushed off some of the ice the dragon had thrown at him. The dragon looked at him indexing with his sapphire eyes before turning his face and snorting. "Great, you're getting grumpy." Jon commented softly. He approached the dragon's neck and touched its white scales with blue spots. The dragon was sitting like a cat with its 4 legs folded while looking out over Arctica. My son, how about we fly a bit?" Jon commented while caressing the animal. Jon had shared some plans with Aragon and this had left him quite in a bad mood, since the animal would not be able to accompany his father next year. Jon tried to cheer Aragon up. He didn't want the dragon to be sad, but unfortunately, he couldn't take him on his next trips. Aragon looked at him a bit, showing his bad mood, but in the end, he began to get up. If he wouldn't see his father for several months, then he had to enjoy his last moments with him more. Jon saw this and began to climb a wing that Aragon left for him to climb. There was a saddle and even Jon was building armor for the dragon, but it was taking time, since this amount of Elden metal would take a while to be ready. However, most of the time Aragon didn't like wearing his saddle, only on some occasions and Jon could ride him without it. So he climbed onto the dragon's back and adjusted himself. Seeing his father comfortable, he bent his legs as well as his wings and jumped through the wing opening, crossing it and turning his body to comply with gravity. Jon felt the thrill he always had when flying above Aragon. He saw the sacred grove approaching as the dragon dove to the ground in a dive. The sacred grove approached until Aragon steadied his wings, opening them and tilting his body to glide. These movements created a wind in the weirwoods below. "Aragon, you scared the children of the forest with that," Jon complained in Valyrian to his dragon, and the latter snorted and seemed to laugh with that. Jon just sighed as Aragon began to gain height and rising before approaching the city outside the sacred grove. The dwarves were coming out with their tools from one of the shops while chatting, but this was interrupted when a shadow passed over them, making them even stumble as Aragon flew over them. "That damned dragon!" said a dwarf in a bad mood looking at Aragon in the sky. "Will he ever stop growing? The city in about 10 years won't be able to accommodate that creature." The other spoke approaching his companion and helping him to get up to return to another day of work. Jon felt the wind against him, and he saw people like ants pointing at him from various places in the city as Aragon continued to fly over the place. He looked at the city and its expanse and had a glint of pride in the air. The university, one of the first constructions, was almost finished. Jon turned Aragon towards the structure, knowing it would fit thousands of people. Some students were already on campus with books and notebooks that Jon had designed to be created from his wood, placing humans to work on the teaching materials. The dragon passed by the place and headed towards another structure, the Great Library. Unfortunately, it didn't have even 0.1% of the books it could support, as it could fit books in the millions. However, Arctica would solve this on future trips, at least in part. Jon dreamed of making it the worst library in the world there, and before he left this world, he would achieve something like that, perhaps even much sooner. He liked what the dwarves had built. He ended up creating a blueprint of UTI architectures, extensive and spanning hundreds of meters across the city. Jon continued flying while Aragon flapped his wings to gain even more altitude. He loved flying and loved having his father with him. Together, they flew connected, as if one could feel the other's emotion. Jon saw other colossal structures under construction across the city, things he planned for the future while the most important for the city's operation were prioritized. In the northern part of the city was a colossal rounded structure, the Senate, built especially for debating laws in Arctica. Jon had the council, but there was a group of people who discussed some laws and what would be good for the kingdom, as Jon did not want to leave all the power centralized in one place only. He did not want dictator descendants who would end his kingdom and legacy in the future. He would raise all his children not to be like that, but he would not be here for the next generations. Arctica was built to be a kingdom that values its people's freedom, as long as they did not harm others' lives, and it would remain so. On the north side, there was also his own house under construction, a castle made directly to house the royal family, but it was still under construction, and Jon would have to wait a few years to finish it. However, he was proud of how he had designed his own house. Near the site were two enormous event arenas that would gather the entire kingdom, one could fit 100,000 people, and the other was 5 times larger but still under construction. They were colossal structures that made Jon smile just looking at them. Jon turned Aragon and went to the south side, where all sides of creation were concentrated. Forges, greenhouses, lumber mills, and many constructions that Jon wanted to create in the future were reserved here, spanning hundreds of meters now under construction for personal use. He would use this to further develop the kingdom. Unique plants were being created there, a large quantity of Elden metal, and he was even studying Valyrian steel. He knew the recipe but had to wait for Aragon to grow a bit more since a dragon was crucial for its creation, hoping Aragon could start helping him in about a year. Even his project to illuminate Arctica with glowing crystals made from plants was in its first prototype there. Jon turned his attention to the east side now, where there was the large lake stretching for kilometers. The port was supposed to accommodate thousands of boats, yet there were only 200 of them ready in the last years since the labor had gone into constructing the wall surrounding the kingdom. Most of the rivers passing through the city ended there, which was the water line connecting the kingdom and the sea. Jon and the dwarves had designed countermeasures against sea changes and waves caused by storms at sea. IMG. Jon descended, tilting Aragon, and the dragon approached the lake. He was insignificant compared to the entire expanse of water. "Do you like this, Aragon?" Jon spoke as the dragon flew over the lake, creating an effect against the water, even dipping its claws in it. Roar! Aragon roared, beginning to flap his wings and rise high, tilting his head downwards. "Dracarys!" Jon said as his dragon awaited his command. He could have just thought the command, but where was the fun in that at the moment? Aragon emitted his element from his throat and blew a white light onto the water, his breath of wind instantly freezing the water below him as he continued to move across the large lake. Some boats doing some exercises from afar, learning navigation and having the next mission in the kingdom, Jon had created a group to quickly learn how to handle them. "Hey, look at that!" A young man on the boat shouted to the other sailors as he pointed to the middle of the lake. There was Aragon flying at high speed while spitting his white breath, freezing everything and even creating spikes as he made a line in the middle of the water. "It's the king's dragon. He must be flying on him too, because this only happens when our king asks the dragon to do," the captain said to the novices. Jon felt the cold wind, but it didn't bother him. He told Aragon that was enough. The dragon stopped but began to flap its wings and rise. "Hey, what are you planning?" Jon asked on its back, seeing the dragon act on its own and seem quite excited. The dragon climbed 1 kilometer from the lake and tilted its head down, performing a kind of somersault as it began to descend again. "You're going to do this now?" Jon complained, but it was already too late. The dragon descended at high speed and began to spit its breath again on its own, but instead of ice, it was intense red flames. The flames descended, and Aragon quickly began to cut through them while not stopping to spit fire. He did this to take a hot flame bath while descending in the air, a kind of therapy for the dragon itself, and he found it pleasurable. However, Jon was with him this time. The fire didn't burn him, but that couldn't be said for his clothes, which were being incinerated at that moment. Jon couldn't see anything with his own eyes, since everything in front of him were intense lights from the flames, which also didn't bother him. Everything that could harm him from the fire had no effect on him. The birds nearby were startled, even Caraxes, who was flying with his mate, looked at the flaming meteor leaving a trail of fire, screamed displeased and even with some jealousy of Jon, not that Jon didn't fly with him from time to time. The line of fire finally ceased, and Aragon emerged from it with Jon. Asterisk Aragon roared with emotion so loud that his sound was heard throughout the east side of the city that morning. "You seem satisfied, and now I'm naked." Jon looked in a bad mood at his son. He wasn't wearing armor, so this little prank from his dragon left him in that state, and he would have to stay like that until returning to the Grand Weirwood. The dragon seemed to have enjoyed doing that and seemed to laugh at Jon. Jon sighing, "Let's follow the canal now." Jon gave the order and led the dragon, opening its wings to glide and follow to the east side of the kingdom, where the canal went towards the sea. There were the farms, kilometers and kilometers of fields full of harvest with another field of trees used for the construction of ships and city structures. He wanted to make a ship of Elden metal, but he hadn't had the chance yet, as he gave priority to arming the Artican soldiers. IMG. The fields were always the part Jon appreciated the most. The smell of the field that morning did not disappoint him either. It was here that supplied all the families of Arctica, and Jon had designed and modified the land so that the people north of the wall would never know what it was to go hungry. Thousands of people worked that morning as Jon flew over the fields. His attention turned even more to the east, even small from that distance, since this was one of the largest regions of the kingdom. He could see the statue that the dwarves were building, a titan at the entrance of the Canal of Artican lands as a gate. The wall being built next to it was nothing compared to the size of that titan. Jon continued flying and began to see the structure more clearly. Initially, it was supposed to be a titan representing the Artican people, but the dwarves played a trick on him. Instead of the titan, Thor and the others ended up creating a statue with the image of Jon himself in an older version. Jon didn't realize it until he started to see similarities with himself in the structure under construction. When he asked what it was, the dwarves came clean and laughed at him. He even tried not to do it, but the dwarves blackmailed him. Their agreement was that they had the freedom to make their own creations. With no other choice, Jon had to settle with the giant that would be an image of him in time, which made him a bit embarrassed, but he had to accept it. In the end, it made sense. After all, he is the founding king, and it would be very difficult for someone greater than him to appear in this kingdom in the next millennia. He approached the statue that would be 400 meters tall in the end, its feet on each side of the 100-meter wide canal. It was like a huge gate, something that would make Braves and their titan ashamed. IMG. Making a maneuver and startling some dwarves below, Aragorn circled the statue and went to the south and east side, where there were the forests of animals with open fields for people to ride out of the woods. There were the 3 great forests and some special ones where Jon was creating new species of animals that he genetically modified to appear magical and could reproduce in a natural habitat. No one could enter these forests, but many beginner wargs could try to create a bond with the great forests. Of the 3, one was focused on giant wolves, which was forbidden since the giant wolves only accepted Stark blood. Arya was proof of this when she got her first giant wolves. Meanwhile, bears, normal wolves, and shadow cats could create bonds. Jon had numerous of them in the forests but could not dominate all the thousands of them now, leaving many for the new wargs of Arctica. In these regions, there were also the mountains and volcanoes. The dwarves received the mountains that were demanded when Jon made the agreement, and they transformed them into a work of art by placing many structures on them while fetching lava from the volcanoes. The volcanoes were used to supply the city with their heat, as he had planned. Houses and public bath areas were heated, used as forges by some brave dwarves, but only Jon could really reach the volcano and mine dragon glass for the next war his people would fight. IMG. His attention then turned back to the north side of the kingdom outside the city, where there were the training fields, large structures to house the arsenal of weapons and equipment, places to execute fights, training, and even domestication and formation of warg squads with their large animals like bears and shadow cats. He could see that morning that Dukan was already summoning the human army for another war simulation. Arctica might have a large part of it focused on the country's construction, but there were always men training for the kingdom's protection should a crisis arise. IMG. Satisfied with his morning flight, Jon returned to his dragon. We've circled Arctica, let's go back now. I need to put on my clothes, since I'm naked thanks to you. Jon said somewhat dissatisfied. Even though he was amused by his father's situation, Aragorn obeyed and returned towards the Grand Weirwood. Meanwhile, Jon seemed satisfied with the kingdom. His next plan was to open the borders of his country and start negotiating with other kingdoms and places. He thought about this while looking at the lake on the east side and its small ships, but 200 military and commercial ships that would be his first bridge to the world, a bridge that would truly start introducing this kingdom to everyone. Chapter 72, Kingdom 02. This chapter is exclusively about the kingdom, hierarchy, system, internal affairs, statistics, population, and resources. Jon Arctic POV. Arctican Realm, lands beyond the wall, 295 AC. A week after. Jon approached a stream quietly, where a woman was seated, dipping her feet in the water while contemplating the nature of the place. She seemed thoughtful as he approached, sitting down beside her. She turned to him with a smile. Jon. She murmured. How are you, Serena? He asked, and his gaze went to her belly. I'm fine, just contemplating the first rays of the morning. She said calmly and moved Jon's hand to her belly. Do you feel it, Jon? Our son is growing inside me. She spoke with a certain emotion. Are you asking me that? Jon smiled, sealing their lips with a kiss. What do they call you again? Druid. She said, rolling her eyes. But then she smiled again. So, Mr. Druid. Our first child is a boy, isn't he? She looked at him expectantly. You're right, how do you know? Jon could feel the life inside Serena growing every day. Don't doubt a mother's intuition. She laughed at the comment. Jon just gave a small smile, still looking at her while keeping his hand on her belly. Do you want to make the journey? He asked. I will make it, don't worry about me, I can handle it. She said with determination, and Jon nodded. He spent some time with his wife, talking about the child. Jon seemed less excited than Serena, who spoke joyfully about the child, but that did not make him feel any less love for the child. He just had a more serious demeanor after managing a kingdom and its upbringing for 5 years, almost 6 years. After a while, duty called him with a meeting that the council wanted to have in the Senate. He bid farewell to Serena with a kiss on her lips and another on her belly, before asking Wind, with 2 babies, theirs, who was passing by to keep Serena company. Jon mounted Aragon, who descended from the sky next to the sacred grove, and flew to the north side of the city, landing at a dragon landing site, like the dragon pit in King's Landing, but in Arctica there were at least 8 of them, some under construction, not to imprison dragons like the Targaryens did, but as a place for Aragon to land and rest when he could. Maybe if he could bring more dragons into the world, Arctica could have a sky with more than 1 dragon, making the kingdom even more magical. He got off Aragon while being greeted by some people who admired the place and went down to ride his wolf to the Senate. He entered, and almost everyone was already present. The place was quite large, but they occupied a small area, as there were few people at that moment, besides the council, being composed of Jon, as king, Aemon, as the educational minister of the kingdom, Brynden, as the civil minister, Thor as the minister of construction, Duncan, minister of war. There were other ministers that Jon had appointed over the years, which are Minister of Finance and Treasury, Gavrin. He was an elder of a tribe of the free folk before arriving in Arctica with his group. In charge of the kingdom's finances, Jon had taught him about managing the wealth of the kingdom over these years after seeing potential and honesty in him. The 50-year-old man learned about the value of money and how important it is for Arctica in relation to the outside world, since the people of Arctica still do not care much for gold. Minister of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Heron, a giant. Jon had seen the young teenager's interest in the subject and decided to teach him. With his talent and ideas, Jon decided to assign him to the position. He became in charge of managing the agricultural lands, forests, and natural resources of the kingdom, ensuring sustainability and food security. Heron became a respected farmer with a deep knowledge of natural cycles and agriculture learned from Jon, combined with administrative and financial knowledge with mathematics. He was prospering quite a bit in his area in the next year. Minister of Magic and Arcane Affairs such as wargs and other matters, Seraphine. She was a child of the forest, responsible for regulating the use of magic within the kingdom, training new wargs, and dealing with magical threats like the White Walkers. Seraphine was not limited to just learning magic from the north. Jon explained how magic worked in various places around the world, some quite intriguing, others quite repulsive. Minister of Justice and Law, Kiera, a tough woman, but responsible for maintaining order and justice in the kingdom, overseeing courts, the guard within the kingdom, and the enforcement of laws. Kiera could be a former spear wife who became a respected judge, with a strong sense of justice and equity after Jon saw her intelligence for this area. There was a person responsible for the kingdom's religion, which was Leaf herself. However, Jon separated the kingdom's administrative part from the faith, even though they continued to be intertwined, and they even prayed before starting any discussion about the kingdom, seeking divine guidance for better decisions. Jon always wanted 2 fundamental concepts in Arctica, faith in their gods and freedom and prosperity with the kingdom. Combined, they would build the strength of Arctica. Jon turned his attention to 2 other people, his Minister of Foreign Affairs, Darius, and Minister of Trade, Junli. With Arctica now opening its borders, Darius would be in charge of diplomacy with other kingdoms, organizations, and cities from the continents, negotiating treaties, and representing the image of this kingdom, which Jon made clear would not only be for maintaining peace since he would bring war when needed. Darius might be an inexperienced diplomat, but Jon trusted he would learn and become a suitable man for the position. Junli was responsible for trade, and he would accompany him on the next journey as would Darius. He was a middle-aged man whom Jon saw great potential as an entrepreneur. He would be responsible for managing a plot called the Arctican Trading Company, which would be a group with several people responsible for the kingdom's trade outside of it. There was also the matter of creating a spy network outside the kingdom. He wanted to do this with his merchant ships since this was the fastest way to acquire information from south of the wall, but Jon did not know if Junli could handle the kingdom's espionage, or he would have to make a new minister. Jon's role as king of Arctica was to manage this group. He did not know if he should create a position like Hand of the King because he did not want to concentrate so much power of the kingdom in one person, so his role was just to see how these 10 people were doing their job correctly, and the people also had a voice in their decisions in the Senate, where 10 members from each race were chosen by the people themselves in a vote to review the laws, and any bad decision could be overturned by them in the Senate. Jon created the Arctican kingdom differently from anything in the world, hoping it would bring prosperity for all ages, that this place would enter and that it would be self-governing without intervention from future kings, just taking care that the kingdom continues to prosper. The meeting began with 51 people, 1 king, 10 ministers, and 40 representatives from all races. The debate started with the new plans. As you know, Jon began, his voice echoing through the giant oval hall, we are starting a new phase, and in the next moon, I will go out to visit some parts of the world, Jon declared. I still think it's bad for our king to go out on his own. I'm still against it, a dwarf complained. I understand your concern, but I must represent this kingdom at first, besides, I have knowledge, but I need to teach others who will do this after me, Jon spoke. Can Arctica remain safe without your presence? A woman known from the free folk who represented them asked. Yes, we have security measures for any attack. The wall is complete in part, we have no news of workers being attacked in the light. We are partially safe, and the Arctican forces are ready for any threat with the command of Bryndon, Wallach, and Thor. Do not underestimate the Arctican forces, and I would be away for 1 year with my first journey, returning as soon as I have settled with the kingdoms south of the wall, Jon declared. The meeting continued with more discussions on the subject, but Jon was firm in his decisions, and everyone agreed. Other matters were discussed about how Arctica would be managed with the king away. He left everything as adequate as possible. He had weapons, armies, and resources, hardly they would be conquered by any force in the world here. He was satisfied. Jon finished the meeting in the Senate and accompanied Aemon to the University on Aragon. I hope to take a new step for the education of the people with this journey. Jon commented as they walked through the richly decorated place. I'm sure you'll do your best and surprise us as you always do, Aemon said with pride. I hope so, uncle. Anyway, I'll bring back many books, and I hope that with them, we can prosper in education, he said. I understand your goal, Jon. But we still have too few teachers, Aemon pointed out. Even though Arctica had a population of 200,000 in these 3 years, they hadn't managed to cover even 2% of that with literate individuals with all the teachers. I know, but I have a plan for that. My journey might be successful in this regard. Jon had a few things in mind for the trip. He left Aemon and returned to the Grand Weirwood. He had to prepare for the commercial journey he planned for the next moon. Now with the canal completed that stretched to the sea, Jon would make his first journey along with his realms. Entering a kind of solar with books and some sheets on a table, Jon went over to them. He picked up and examined the information contained on them. The kingdom had developed like never before in the last 2 years, with the construction of the canal drawing much attention from people outside the territory. There had been attacks, but the dwarves showed they were powerful enough to deal with most of the free folk who tried to attack the short men. When ready, the canal also served as a road for the kingdom that until then was hidden, since this place was not much visited and was surrounded by icy mountains. The free folk who dared to follow the river into the region were confronted with a magical land, without the snow of the north, seeing shades of green they didn't know existed. Those who encountered the city and the wall under construction practically begged to stay, seeing it as a way to shelter from the cold, hunger, and death that haunted them outside of Arctica. Jon would never deny these people, after all, this was the desire of his gods. And even though there were people who seemed not to respect the Arctican laws, they were treated according to their crimes, some were killed, others expelled. But this was a temporary measure. Jon wanted to make a prison, as his plans were to extend Arctica's domain over all the lands beyond the wall, so there would be no way to expel them again from their own lands. 2 years ago, he allocated all resources to build the wall. Giants for logistics, carrying the massive stones taken from the mountains they dismantled, and worked to assist the dwarves. Where more strength was required, humans were designated for creating cement and molds, while the main builders, the dwarves, did the work and finishing itself. The wall was completely filled, thanks to the effort of thousands of people and races over these 2 years. With 1,000 kilometers in length and 10 meters in height, Arctica no longer had to worry about surprise attacks. But it was still not ready. It needed to be fortified to 25 meters, which would be completed in the coming years. Now he would also focus on the expansion of the kingdom, reallocating dwarves and other races to naval construction. He noticed there had been a drop in the production of crafts and textiles in the kingdom, even though the population was increasing with the arrival of new people and even giants following the canal. But this did not disappoint him, as he well knew what was happening with the explosion of children filling the kingdom. The women took care of these jobs, but due to the number of children being born, they ended up taking care of their children. The free folk always had difficulty having children, many dying before the age of 2, but now, without the cold and hunger to haunt them and take the lives of the babies, children began to be born every year. There were many couples in Arctica with 7 or 8 children since he founded the kingdom, and the expectation was to further increase the population. The current birth rate was 4.2 children per human woman, 2 per dwarf, 1.5 per giant, and 10 per child of the forest. Looking at the report on that paper, the Arctican population and resources were currently as follows. Dwarves, 24,000, 10,000 children. Humans, 168,500, 80,000 children. Giants, 6,900, 2,000 children. Children of the forest, 550, 500 children. Dire wolves, 1,000. Normal wolves, 4,500. Bears, 1,400. Shadow cats, 1,300. Mammoths, 500. Birds, 10,000. Horses, 600. Military power, army currently comprised of dwarves, 8,000. Humans, 30,000, 1,500 wargs, all have birds and are mounted on shadow cats or bears. Giants, 3,000. Kingdom's resources /military /commercial. Ships, 200. Dragon glass arrows, 5 million. Jon sighed with satisfaction at the information there, but not everything was summarized there. The Arctican king had his own wealth and strength, and Arctica was even richer than any other noble house beyond the borders of this place, since Jon had intensified many workers in gold mining in recent years. He had his personal force. Jon was a warg of 600 dire wolves, 2,000 normal wolves, 700 bears, 600 shadow cats, 10 mammoths he had received from the giants, and more than 1,000 birds to be his eyes in the kingdom. Jon was an army of one, his powers terrifying to anyone who knew of them, as this young teenager had a strength that no one should have in the mortal world, though he only made his kingdom prosper and had never been involved in a war before. "What are you doing?" A new voice appeared in the place, and Jon looked up to see a beautiful woman approaching him with a look of love. "Ygritte, how are you?" he asked, a bit concerned. "The nausea is horrible, I admit. But I'll survive it," she said, approaching and sitting on Jon's lap with a calm pace while looking at the papers. "You live here now?" she complained a bit. "I'm the king of this place, I must prioritize its development. The wargs can always bring me more precise information on the people count, which is very useful. It would be very bad for my husband to be counting each person living in these lands. He wouldn't have time for me, would he?" Ygritte said, giving Jon a kiss and smiling. "Very unlikely, your husband would always find time for his wives," Jon laughed at the joke. "That's what I like about him," she said, giving him another kiss while in his lap. Jon smiled at her and looked at her belly. "How are you? You know you don't have to go on this journey," Jon murmured. "And miss all the adventure, never leaving the north, but I promise I'll return if I get sick." "I must think of our daughter," she commented, and Jon nodded. Ygritte was also pregnant. "Daughter? You and Serena are quite assertive," Jon laughed, seeing that Ygritte had correctly guessed the sex of her child, and she had said something similar to Serena. "Well, I'm done here, it's time for me to switch from being a king to being a husband, what do you think?" Jon gave a small smile and spoke in a seductive tone. "I would love that," she commented, looking into his green eyes. Jon carried Ygritte to the bedroom, and Serena also seemed to be waiting for her husband and sister-wife, with Jon spending the rest of the day with them. Chapter 73, Kingdom 03. Jon Arctic POV. Arctican Realm, lands beyond the wall, 295 AC. A week after the day finally arrived, Jon left his dwelling armed with his Elden metal armor, exiting that place to meet up with his wives, also properly dressed for the journey. Finally, Jon. Arya complained by his side, eager to depart. "Don't be so hasty, Arya, let's go," Jon said and led the women. There was only her here, and the farewell would be at the port. Exiting the sacred woods, they each took a mount. Jon rode Ghost, almost 3 meters tall, while Arya had another wolf of 2 meters, and Ygritte rode a shadow cat that Jon had given her, as he did with Serena, and Serena had the same mount for the occasion. They joined a group of royal guards, all armored with the finest designs from Artica, giving an appearance that would even make the golden cloaks blush. After they started moving, they finally headed to the port. The Artican populace, knowing their king would depart, formed a crowd to watch the procession while Jon and his queens were surrounded by royal guards. Unlike the Seven Kingdoms, the Artican royal guard system was made up of 50 members, none of whom were deprived of starting families. However, there was an oath in front of the Grand Weirwood, that they would never harm those they swore to protect unless it led to the destruction of the kingdom, an oath that would echo through the ages, preserving the kingdom even before the royal family. In their armors, besides being beautiful, there were inscriptions that were the foundation of them all: their gods, their land, and the royal family, in order of importance. These 50 people were chosen in detail, raising history and potential. Jon had made potions available that changed them, making even more powerful warriors. This group was also made up of 40 humans, 10 dwarfs, and 10 giants. Besides the royal guard, there was also the protection guard, where the number was larger and the races were more balanced. Arya seemed the most excited. She waved to the crowd joyfully, and many shouted at the girl they had known for her pranks over the last years. The route continued until they reached the port on the east side of the kingdom as they passed through a central avenue. Arriving at the port, 200 ships were almost ready to depart as the men made the final preparations. After clearing the way, Jon dismounted from the armor of phantoms and went to speak with the dwarf responsible for logistics by Thor's side. "How are things?" Jon questioned. "My king!" the dwarf exclaimed and bowed his head down as a salute, as did Thor, but no one kneeled. "Almost everything is ready, we just need to fill the stock of your main ship with gold," he said while pointing to the men loading carts with gold ingots. Jon didn't turn them into golden dragons precisely because he had to put Artican resources into other areas, and he hadn't yet formulated his entire plan for the Bank of Artica while the economy didn't become something common in Artica. "I see." Jon was satisfied seeing the amount of gold being loaded. The mines never stopped providing resources. The true north had never been explored before, but the geological structure here was quite special. Artica, located to the north of the continent, is characterized by its varied topography, with ancient mountains, deep valleys, and a subsurface rich in quartz and feldspar. This composition is the result of volcanic and tectonic activities that occurred millions of years before the current era, shaping the landscape and the mineral substrate of the true north. The deposits of gold, silver, and copper in Artica are associated with hydrothermal veins, processes in which hot water and mineralized solutions rise through cracks in the Earth's crust, cooling, and depositing metals along geological faults. These processes are common in areas with a history of volcanic activity even in the midst of a frozen desert, where the heat from magma can warm underground fluids that dissolve minerals from surrounding rocks, transporting them to places where mineral veins form. On the other hand, the formation of significant iron deposits typically requires different geological conditions, often associated with sedimentary basins where iron can be deposited in large quantities over millions of years through the accumulation of iron-rich sediments in aquatic or coastal environments. In Artica, the conditions for the formation of such sedimentary basins were limited due to the predominance of volcanic activity and tectonic movements that favored the formation of metallic minerals but did not create the necessary environment for large iron deposits. Furthermore, the presence of quartz and feldspar in the soil of Artica indicates a more acidic geological environment, which is not conducive to the preservation of iron in large quantities, as the acidity can lead to the dissolution and dispersion of iron ions, preventing the formation of concentrated deposits. But this was not a problem. Although iron was still scarce, they could open various mines, and Jon managed to arm a large part of the army, although Elden metal was still being produced. Jon managed to open more than 250 extraction points throughout the region with my powers that could easily sense resources from the soil. Jon gave a small smile seeing the ingots shining under the mid-morning light. I always wondered how the Lannisters would react if they knew that an individual can find gold in the soil in any region, since they boast about owning the most lucrative mines in Westeros. Over these years, we extracted a lot of gold and other metals, even though most of our attention was on the wall. The mines and forges never stopped operating and arming our soldiers, he murmured internally. Hey, Jon! What are you pondering over there? Arya approached him at that moment. Just thinking about how we can use the gold to buy other scarce resources in the kingdom. Jon commented. But 80% of the army has armor, and 15% of that is made of Elden metal. Arya commented, and Jon smiled at her. You really know how to memorize any military information. You should use that memory of yours for other areas too. Jon ruffled her hair while she pouted. Other subjects are stupid. She murmured. Anyway, yes, we have a large amount of armor, and with our population, even though small, it is composed of warriors, and we can face any kingdom in a fight now, but it's not enough. My dream is to make an imposing kingdom, with all its soldiers armed with my magic armor, he said with a dreamy tone. The people beyond the wall had a very large percentage of people who could fight, due to their hard life in this place, so Artika, even being minuscule compared to the southern kingdoms that have millions of inhabitants, could still have as many men for war as these kingdoms that range from 20, 60 to 100,000 soldiers. Can't the dwarves do that? She asked regarding the Elden metal armors. They can after I build the forges with magical glyphs that are energized by the grand weirwood. I hope they make a large production of the metal while we are on our journey. But we still need more metal, hence our trade journey. Besides better equipping our army with iron and steel, these miners are also very used for the construction of the kingdom. Jon finished his logic. He had been very busy lately and had organized the forges on the west side of Artika just for the construction of his metal, but it still wasn't enough as he wanted, since he was quite busy with the wedding and with his pregnant wives. I think I understand. But we also need other things, right? We need horses. You always talk about how important horses are in a battle. She said excitedly, and Jon smiled at the girl. Indeed, horses were important for the next step in Artika. Jon was trying to create new horse species, but still, he needed to buy a large quantity of them and of many different breeds. In Artika, their number was only 600, with most being foals or young, with Jon increasing their breeding in the Artican fields next to the forests. There were also the servants Jon modified, those with blue lights in their horns and much stronger and faster, beating any horse in the world, but their numbers were so low that only a few members of the royal guard could afford the luxury of riding them, hoping he could increase their numbers in the coming years. Yes, you're right, but besides miners that we will get from the valley or the Westerlands, horses in the Reach, there are other things we must buy that are scarce in our kingdom, like sand from Dorne, books from Old Town, Jon commented. Husband. The ship is ready. Ygritte approached Jon and Arya. That's good, let's go. Jon led them towards the prow of the ship they would use, his gaze returning to Ygritte. Remember, if you feel sick during this journey, I will take you back. I don't want complications with our child, he said in a serious tone. Yes, my husband and a concerned father, I will do exactly that, she spoke with a sweet smile, placing her hand on her belly. Jon wasn't worried about Serena, she was naturally powerful, even before the potions, but Ygritte was another story, as he saw she was more affected by the pregnancy, despite not even a moon passing since their child began to grow inside her. Their ship was gigantic, larger than the rest of the fleet. Jon, thanks to the knowledge of the gods with the vision of various ships in several eras through green sight, built something that had never before been seen in the world. He wanted to build a ship of Elden metal, since his metal was lighter than common wood. However, the amount of steel was a problem while the army wasn't even equipped with it, so his current project was made of wood. But even though his ship was the largest, that doesn't mean the other 200 would be small. After all, they housed even giants. He boarded the ship, which was a type of carrack designed for combat and logistics. There were 20 cabins for giants, harpoons that the giants manned from all sides. Jon had a unique naval combat system in the world, and his potential enemies and other hostile ships were shocked while being decimated by his system, since his harpoons, besides having a unique range, manned by giants, they were embedded with wildfire at the tip of them with a fuse that set fire to explode a bit after locking them onto enemy ships. It was revolutionary. Looking satisfied at the huge defense systems on the deck of the ship, Jon continued walking to the other side, where his other ships were in the water, waiting for the main one to lead them. As mentioned before, everyone in Artika had inexperience in navigation, but Jon tried to teach the basics with theory by watching great navigators, one of them in particular was Corlys Velaryon, considered the greatest navigator in the world, a title that Jon plans to surpass in his trade journeys. Despite the inexperience, Jon managed to teach a large number of captains who began to do simulations going from the Arctic port to the icy waters of the sea and back to the kingdom. Despite some attacks along the way by other tribes in the region, they were successful. Jon just hoped that everything would go well on his first journey to the southern seas. So many ships, they are really beautiful. Serena approached her husband while looking at the hundreds of boats. Yes, these two types of ships are quite suitable to be the revolution of Artica. The southerners will be filled with envy seeing our maritime fleet. Jon commented, looking at the boats. There were two types of ships he developed with the dwarves, carracks and galleys. Carracks are commercial ships with a large body for storing their products and moving the resources he wants to acquire on the journey. Their speed always depends on sails and wind. Galleys, on the other hand, are a type of military ship for carrying soldiers. They are faster, and their body is more rectangular like an arrow. Their speed surpasses that of carracks, as they use, in addition to the wind and sails, warriors often rowing in them. Thinking about the basic model, Jon modified them, changing their sail structure and shape to cut through the water more easily. Moreover, their wood, unique in the world and produced in the Arctic fields, is much lighter and more resistant. Even so, I think my husband still doesn't seem satisfied with his ships. Serena laughed sweetly at Jon's face. It's not that I'm unsatisfied. The ships are perfect, however, we only have 200, this port should support 5,000 of them, so it seems so empty, Jon commented. As always, ambitious. But I like it, Serena commented with a smile. I said I would make Artica the most powerful kingdom in this world, and I will do it without even needing to conquer other lands. After all, we have the world's worst enemy to face, we are humanity's spearhead, Jon commented, referring to the White Walkers. They had been very quiet after their battles, but Jon knew they were planning something big. He just wanted to be prepared for it at this moment and make his people come out victorious from this fight. I bet in 4 or 5 years, we'll have that. She commented. You're not wrong, maybe we should even build new ports around the region when that time comes, Jon commented, imagining all that water infested with Arctic ships. He was already planning to expand the kingdom and have a port both on the west side behind the Fist of the First Men and build the world's largest commercial port in Hardhome as a bridge so Artica would not be so accessible to visitors. These were plans that had been in his mind since he planned Artica. Jon took his attention away from the ships in front of him, turned back to his crew. It's time to depart. Sound the trumpets. Jon gave the order to his captain. You heard the king. Let's depart. The man spoke, and a giant went to a gigantic trumpet, blowing it with force. The sound was powerful, reaching not just the port but the east side of the city. The people celebrated, while the ship left the port. Jon looked at them satisfied, he had finally made this kingdom self-sustainable. It had been 6 years, but Artica was functioning very well now. His armies were ready to protect them, the wall already provided great protection even though it hadn't reached the 25 meters they planned to finish. The kingdom's ministers were admiring everything for him, except those who were on his ship to open trade and diplomacy. Jon had confidence that Artica would be fine. Aemon was doing a good job managing education because now there were thousands of children learning the basics every day along with many adults who would be for administrative professions and even new teachers. Jon waved at his ministers at the port with satisfaction, Ghost by his side, since he didn't need to put him with the animals. Roar. The sound cut through the celebration as Aragon bid farewell to his father, despite wanting to go along, but Jon couldn't take him, unfortunately. Aragon circled his boat as it moved ahead of the others, towards the sea. The boat took the lead as it passed through the Arctic fields followed by 150 carracks and 50 galleys right behind in the channel. He began his first journey as the Arctic Trading Company, and the world would finally know this isolated kingdom in the desert lands north of the wall. Raccoon here. I think I finally managed to explain the kingdom. Did I leave anything out after these last 3 chapters trying to give as much information about Artica, its structure, politics, plans, geography? Chapter 74, Arctic Trade in Westeros 01. Jon Arctic POV. Arctican Realm, lands beyond the wall, 295 AC, at the same moment. As Artica's fleet advances through the channel, passing by the farms of Artica, led by the flagship, they head toward the vast gate with a huge statue under construction, which serves as the entrance and exit to the kingdom. As they pass through the gate, the fleet enters a territory outside the walls. They continued in a long line of ships. The sailors along the canal's banks noticed small tribes and clans of the free people watching the fleet's passage. Some react with admiration, others with caution, but no one tried to stop them, just observing from afar. Jon, standing on the deck of his ship, observes these tribes with a somewhat thoughtful look. "Jon, you can't save everyone," Ygritte commented by his side. "I know, but I still don't understand why these people won't go to Artica, and I know most of them are not bad people," Jon commented with a sigh. "Unfortunately, many believe that the kingdom you built is a southern kingdom, against their beliefs of the free people, but I'm sure most of them will come to Artica once they realize the danger," she said calmly. "I hope so, there are still many people who can be saved from the slaughter that is happening," Jon murmured. As the fleet continues its journey, the surrounding environment begins to change. The canal widens, and the frozen banks give way to vast expanses of open water as they approach the salty and frozen water. The air becomes colder and the sea breeze more intense, carrying with it the icy breath of the Arctic itself. "Incredible, this is the sea beyond the wall." Arya approached Jon looking at the fleet entering the sea for the first time. Now they were wearing warmer clothes, although Jon and even Arya had some natural resistance to the below-zero cold of the place. "Prepare sails, we have to get through the sea, stay alert at the helm," shouted the man responsible for steering the large ship as he directed the ship's men to prepare, for in this sea there were large icebergs and ice floes in the middle of the route to the south. Leaving the canal behind and entering the vast and relentless sea of ice, Jon's ship continued leading and cutting through the icy waters with its reinforced hulls. Jon breathes that air with satisfaction, knowing that navigating those waters was quite dangerous, as there were violent storms, sea monsters from the legends of the north, and, of course, ice that can trap and crush an unprepared ship. However, he had designed his ships and prepared his men for all these possible events more than 2 years ago. After the first ship left, the fleet followed its leader to sea, the Artican flags fluttering in the wind, boasting the emblem of Artica, the blue snowflake. It didn't take long for the 200 ships to be at sea and everything around to turn into a labyrinth of ice, with large icebergs witnessing the passage of the fleet. "Turn to this board." The captain shouted for the flagship to avoid a large iceberg in front. "Look at that ice. It looks like a mountain," Arya exclaimed. "Captain, the sea is frozen ahead," said a warg with his crow in the sky analyzing the route. There were many birds in the sky, as all the ships were analyzing the route and following the leader. On Jon's ship there were many birds on the sails and next to the ship, since this was the way to keep communication with all the ships and they all followed the main one while choosing the best route. "Our hulls can cut through that ice," spoke the captain after entering his own northern owl. After all, he had to be a warg too. They continued through the ice-infested sea, dodging large ice stones and cutting through the ice with the tip of the ship a few times. The sailors of the other ships, although trained, had no experience, even working with all their efforts to adjust sails and changing routes, trying to predict the unpredictable movement of icebergs and floating ice masses. Some ships encountered some difficulties. Like the case of a galleon, the most agile and fast model of ship, veering too late from a submerged iceberg and scraping its side against the ice, tearing wood chips from the hull with a screeching sound, but still able to continue the journey. The Artican warriors were already working on the repairs. Another ship, a carrack loaded with supplies, underestimates the strength of the cold currents and collides with a larger piece of ice. The impact is strong enough to shake everyone on board and leave a visible mark on the reinforced hull. Quickly, the crew mobilizes to check the integrity of the ship, ensuring that it can continue the journey. Jon observes these incidents from the deck of his ship. He orders the more agile ships in the fleet and those with maintenance materials to approach the damaged ones to offer assistance. After that moment, the fleet no longer has major incidents in this ice maze and continues the journey. Finally, Serena commented next to Jon, it was 4 hours as they passed through the icy sea and finally emerged into open water with less ice, which means they were heading south. "We are heading south," Arya shouted the obvious joyfully. "Yes, maybe we should leave you at Winterfell," Jon joked. "What? Not yet," Arya shouted, pouting. "I know, but we still have an agreement," Jon said, and she averted her eyes. Jon knew that his father must be so angry that it wouldn't be good for Jon to enter Winterfell at this moment. He had stopped sending letters a long time ago, since the only messages from his father were demanding Arya return to Winterfell, but Jon does not regret it. He knew that this version of Arya after spending 3 years in Artica was much better than anything her version during that time in Winterfell could be. However, he wanted her to return home, always saying that even though she liked Artica and showed no interest in returning to Winterfell, she should still visit her parents and talk. Jon knew how shocked her father and mother would be as soon as Arya set foot again in her old home. Jon looked at Arya. Now, with 11 name days complete, Jon's sister was blossoming into a young woman of unparalleled beauty, promising to become, most likely, the most beautiful woman in the world in the future. Her grey eyes, so lively and curious, reflected the shine of the icy waters they sailed. She was beyond beauty a future great warrior and a woman who would be much smarter than Luwin, more prepared for command than her own father while at the same time sharper as a lady than her mother or brother could be. Arya was already strong, smart and beautiful at this age. Jon should take her to Winterfell at this moment, but ended up delaying it even more for the next few years, seeing that she still had a chance to learn and grow. Beyond what she already learned her basics, Jon planned for her to learn not only about the art of navigation, the subtle art of negotiation, and the complexity of diplomatic relations they would face on this journey, but also about herself and the place she wished to occupy in the world. At this moment, Arya was not just the younger sister of the King of Artica, she was an explorer, a warrior in training, and, above all, a Stark who would get to know the world on her own terms and not simply have her fate outlined through a marriage contract for an alliance between two houses like most ladies of Westeros. Jon, you should have built more galleys, we would impress the South more with a large army. Arya changed the subject. Perhaps, but we are using this journey to negotiate. Our carracks are full of Arctic products and gold ingots. I intend to clear all the ship's holds to not only place our products in Westeros but bring back all kinds of things that we still need for the kingdom. Be they material products or animals as we can bring, Jon said, looking towards the icy horizon. After that, Jon ended up going to his cabin as the day ended. They had already left a dangerous zone to navigate, with much less ice to continue during the night, and even so, wargs with owls would always be watching the sea. After spending a night with his wives, Jon entered the special kitchen for him and his family on his ship to have breakfast with products from his land. As soon as he finished the first meal, he put on a cloak and went outside, greeting a giant walking on the deck, and went to the edge of the ship where two eagles were watching him attentively. "How are you?" Jon touched the heads of the eagles, and they did not seem averse to his touch. The two eagles shook their bodies in a form of protest, making Jon laugh. "You are much more accustomed to our warmer lands, but you are naturally resistant to the cold, more so than your parents, so you will survive if you get used to it," Jon teased with a smile to the birds. The names of these particular birds were Phoenix and Bluefire, offspring of Caraxes and his mate. These eagles are a few years old, as Jon has been caring for them since their birth, but unlike the other offspring Caraxes sired, these were intentionally kept to the size of a common eagle for greater utility, in addition to being beautiful and exotic birds with the colorations of their parents, serving as agile and durable scouts for Jon in the sky. "Come, you will stay with me today," Jon said, and the birds obeyed, landing on his shoulders quickly, which they usually did when not on a mission from their master, their attentive gazes and vibrant colors making them a constant and comforting presence beside the king. Besides these birds, Jon only brought his nearly 3-meter wolf, Ghost, as his official animals. Although Jon did not have many, he controlled many animals but could not give attention to all, unfortunately. The days continued with the fleet speeding south. Jon maintained a routine of taking care of his wives, spending time with the animals, talking to the ship's captain and his men, solving problems and commanding the fleet as his command was requested, and even training with Arya on the ship's deck. A week of sailing brought the fleet in sight of Hardhome, where, Jon already knew as he inspected the north beyond the wall with his animals, a large camp still maintained its place there, while his eyes also flew over the area at that moment, even after 3 years. Jon had heard of Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, in his years, but had never met him. He knew his camp was much further north but never really took an interest in looking for him in those lands, as it would be futile as he could not leave Artica in formation in the last years. The continuous presence of the campers at Hardhome suggested they did not believe Jon's words many years ago. To Jon, every person's life was precious, and the idea of saving those who could live under the laws of Artica, instead of letting them perish at the hands of the White Walkers, was something he always sought, but he could not save everyone and now did not have the time. Beside him, Tormund, a man who left behind the wild life to become a key piece in Artica, commented in his unique way. "I don't miss that place, nor the life I had before Artica," he said, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon of Hardhome. Tormund, besides a strange friendship he built with Jon, had unwavering loyalty, had remarkably adapted to the new lifestyle. Jon had brought him into his inner circle, entrusting him with command positions and making him a valuable friend. Tormund had found satisfaction in Artika, saying he lived better than any kneeler. As an Artican, he could fight, drink, and most importantly, take care of his daughters in peace and safety. On the other side, as Artika's fleet advanced through the sea, the presence of 200 ships became visible against the vast blue emptiness of the northern sea. Jon knew the free folk lurking along the coast could easily discern such a congregation of sails and masts on the horizon and did not need to have eyes flying in the sky to see the large number of ants forming on the beach at that moment. In the sky, he saw people from the beach exclaiming and pointing at the ships, many wondering where those ships came from and what those flags meant, with most believing they were southerners trying to attack the north, but many still old in that camp knew very well what that flag symbol meant, as they still tell stories about how an 11-year-old boy came to them and killed a grown man easily while commanding giants and riding a wolf larger than they had ever seen armored in strange metal. "My king!" The captain approached Jon at that moment while he and Tormund were still looking towards Hardhome. After bowing his head in greeting, he continued, "If we are at Hardhome, it means we are close to the wall. Should we follow the plan?" He asked about leading the fleet as his king had already outlined. "Yes, our presence in the north at this moment could lead to political implications and complicate our stay in the south, so let's avoid the Night's Watch starting to send letters throughout the kingdom about a large number of ships with unknown flags coming from the north of the wall without knowing their intentions." Jon spoke, although Artika was not an unknown symbol, Gior would have to do his job as Lord Commander of the Wall, and Jon wanted to avoid that. "Then we'll cut through the eastern side of Skagos as we agreed." The man nodded and left to give orders. "I still think we shouldn't fear the southerners," Tormund murmured. "We don't fear them, Tormund, but before an enemy, it's better a friend," Jon spoke and continued. "And remember, Artika has no enemies." Jon smiled. "It's not that Artika has no enemies, it's that Artika eliminates all of them." Tormund murmured about the meaning of Jon's words. "You learn quickly, my good friend." Jon laughed. The fleet began to cut to the southeast, avoiding the coast of the wall. Then even the imposing wall was not seen on the horizon, which made them miss a great view, but Jon would leave that for the way back. The mighty island of Skagos finally appeared a few days later, and they followed. "Damn north, this island is a dream." Jon could not help commenting. Of all the places in the north, this island was the most beautiful, as he saw its vegetation and mountains with volcanoes and other plains. "What is that?" Jon felt something at that moment while looking at the island's mountains. "Jon, are you okay?" Arya asked beside him, seeing Jon acting strangely and murmuring something softly. "It's nothing. I think." Jon commented. He had a brief vision as soon as he felt his mind being pulled towards those mountains, but he did not know which one. His vision suddenly darkened, and green flames began to emerge from the same darkness. An emerald and malevolent eye seemed to be staring at him at that moment, questioning his presence there. "You think you can dominate me, human?" The creature spoke these words inside Jon's mind as a challenge, its voice ancient and distorted. Jon took a deep breath, pondering what that thing was, ignoring Arya, but he knew very well what it was. On that island, there was a dragon, and it was one that Jon could not handle. He would have to return to Artika and see in the green vision who that dragon was, which seemed to have been sleeping on the island for a long time. As the fleet spent their next days, they ended up approaching the coast, alerting much of the Skagosi people, who seemed quite primitive, like the mountain clans in the north. The dragon was not the only thing Jon encountered in that sea. Another connection called him to the west. He saw something he never imagined. Even in the green vision he had never encountered one, as he would have to know the exact time and place, leading the Arctic king to believe they were just legends. It was at least 20 meters long, and its tentacles made it double in size, an ancient kraken, which left Jon shocked as he could see it in his mind. He did not know what called his mind to the creature, but he saw the ancient creature become curious about him, allowing him to easily form a connection between them. Jon saw its life trajectory, and this kraken was at least 130 years old. It came from the same sea, the Shivering Sea, further north, and had been traveling for years. Jon seemed to be conversing with the kraken, not with words, but with intentions. The kraken eventually submitted to Jon, giving him an idea. Thus, while sailing, Jon shouted to Arya, always the most enthusiastic of the group. "Arya, do you want to see something cool?" he asked while he was a bit away. "What is it, Jon?" She approached as his wives also came closer, curious. "Pay attention. I have a new animal, and this one is quite useful on this journey," Jon said and pointed his finger toward the clear sea, as there was no more ice in this part. Suddenly, tentacles began to emerge from the sea, leaving Arya and the others open-mouthed. By the old gods! What is that? Tormund shouted, startled from a distance. This is my kraken, it will accompany us on this journey. I will call it Serum. Jon declared, excited about the new possibility. He brought the kraken close to the main ship and made it touch its tentacles with Arya, always wanting to try everything, no matter how dangerous or scary it might be for her. After a few days, they passed Skagos and continued south, eventually passing the north and heading as their first stop to the extreme southern tip of Westeros, Dorne. Thus 200 ships followed, cutting through the sea along with a kraken accompanying the main ship submerged below it like a guard dog. Chapter 75, Arctic Trade in Westeros 02. Jon Arctic POV. Northern Ocean, 295 AC. The Arctic fleet continued heading south, the routine remained the same, now with them limited. Jon continued spending his time training, with his family, and studying. What are you doing? Serena entered the room looking at her husband on top of a desk with a pen and ink in hand. I'm drawing a maritime route. Jon said, still writing without taking his eyes off the paper. Serena approached and looked a bit surprised at the very detailed drawing. Are you seeing through that kraken of yours? She asked quite admirably. Yes, Serum is helping me, I'm looking for gaps in the sea that indicate currents, this will serve to move the ships in the future when we have our own trade routes. Jon said calmly. Can I stay with you for a while? She asked in a sweet tone. Of course, find a place to sit. Jon said, still scribbling his lines. Okay. She said with a mischievous smile as she jumped into his lap, causing Jon to startle, but catch his wife and look at her with a questioning gaze. What's wrong? Don't you like your wife's ass? She teased him, moving her hips in his lap. I do, and I can enjoy it more later, but you will stay like this until I finish. Jon commented with a small smile and returning to the drawing. While Serena pouted, Jon continued making the map. He wasn't using Serum's real vision, but his memories to see what he was finding at the bottom of the sea as the fleet moved south. At one point, Jon finally finished and looked up at Serena. You really like to tease me, don't you? He said calmly. What, didn't you like it? She joked. In the last 20 minutes, Serena was gyrating occasionally on Jon, trying to distract him, but he was focused on the drawing and wasn't affected by his wife and her mischief. He put down the paper and picked up Serena by the waist. It's time for me to take care of my wife then. He said, taking her to the bed, while taking off her dress and showering her with kisses while Serena did not stay behind while leaving Jon naked and kissing his intimate parts to give pleasure to her husband. Jon spent his next hours making love to his wife while the room filled with moans. Not far from that place, a merchant ship was in the middle of the sea. Come on, the wind is good and must be taken advantage of, said the captain. Dad, aren't we too close to Whiteport, are we? A boy asked next to his father watching the captain lead the sailors of the ship. No son. We are already in the northern waters, and soon, we will be meeting your mother. He said with a smile. Did we make a lot of money, didn't we? The son asked excitedly. Yes, son, the business we did with Braavos went very well, we are coming back with a lot of gold. He spoke. But the moment of the merchant father with his son was interrupted by someone shouting from the mast. Captain! There are ships ahead. His voice seemed alarmed. Ships ahead? How many are there? The captain looked at him. I don't know. I can't count from here, but there are many. All heading south, said the sailor quite scared. Many? What is this now? The captain murmured. Are we in danger, Dad? The 13-year-old boy asked quite scared. I don't know, son, but let's pray to the old gods that nothing bad happens to us. The merchant spoke. It wasn't long before the ships appeared on the horizon, 10, 20, 30 shadows, and they kept appearing one after the other. This. Even the captain lost his calm seeing that. What are we going to do, Captain? There are at least 100 of those ships heading south. The merchant asked worriedly. Chief, they don't seem very concerned with us, it's better to reduce our speed to not get too close and wait for them to pass without noticing us. The captain spoke, and his boss nodded. As long as we're not caught by those strange ships, it's fine. You heard him, sailor? "Lower the sail, let's slow down!" shouted the captain. The sailors obeyed, making the ship lose speed, but still moving forward. When the entire fleet was closer, they could see 200 ships moving south as a closed unit. "Who are they?" said a sailor. "I don't know, I don't recognize that flag, but their ships are gigantic. At least 3 times larger than ours." Another spoke. "May the gods protect us," spoke a third. "It seems they didn't even bother with us," said the captain with some sigh as the fleet passed with the last ships on the horizon and headed south. "If they are to attack someone, at least it's not us," said the merchant. "Let's continue our journey, hoist the sails again." The captain gave the order, and they headed for the northern port. "Just a merchant ship, don't bother with it," said the captain after seeing through his birds as it landed on the ship that had slowed down not to approach them. "The southerners surely told tales of our great fleet," said another articulated next to the captain. "Let them tell, we'll surprise those cunts." Tormund joined them but soon felt a pain in his heel. "Ah!" he cried out in pain and turned to whoever had kicked him. "I've told you, don't say those words when I'm nearby, you idiot!" Arya declared before walking away with her wolf beside her on the deck. Tormund stood there scratching his head. "Ha ha 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 ha! You always manage to get the king's sister's wrath with your statements, Tormund," said a royal guard mocking the red-haired man. "Tisk, I have to be careful with that girl, she's not afraid to kick and hit others," Tormund murmured as the others laughed at him. The journey continued, taking advantage of favorable ocean currents found by Serum, and with ships being lighter models and in a shape that cut through the sea better, the fleet quickly reached the line of the valley. "My king, wouldn't it be more useful to start with the valley?" The trade minister requested an audience, and Jon agreed. "I understand your doubt, but I want to start with Dorne. The people of the valley are quite religious with the Seven, so I want to start with a more open-minded land. This will give us a reputation in the Seven Kingdoms with our products and will help us to facilitate our entry into these lands. Moreover, we will go to the Reach after Dorne and the West. Let's leave the valley for when we return to the Arctic." Jon commented. He did not need to have a sequence in his stops and wanted to start with Dorne just to start his first business. The fleet continued, and its imposing presence at sea did not go unnoticed. Merchant ships that were returning from Essos and going to major ports on the continent, like Gulltown in the Vale Kingdom, and ended up sharing the same waters with Jon's fleet, slowed down with their crew watching with a mix of admiration and fear the fleet heading south. Questions about who belonged to those ships and what they were planning going south, questions about whether a war had started were raised and what that flag meant. Those ships, like that from the north, arrived at the port of their lands and spread that a huge fleet was traveling the sea, alarming many people, mainly nobles who had their city and received ravens from other places confirming that the fleet was seen in the north while descending to the south. This happened in several cities on the east coast of Westeros while the Arctic fleet continued to Dorne. Even some ships tried to follow the fleet, however, they were left behind when they saw the superior speed of those 200 ships. "My king, there are pirates a few kilometers from here, but I doubt they try anything with the number of our fleet," the captain spoke with a spyglass, even though he had already put his birds out to see 4 ships and saw that they were pirates making raids in these waters. "They don't intend to attack us, but that doesn't mean we'll let them continue with their illicit activities. We don't need to move the whole fleet, send 2 galleys that way and destroy all of them," Jon commanded, and 2 warships left the fleet heading towards the 4 pirate ships. Meanwhile, on the pirate ships, they had already spotted the Arctic fleet. "Captain, what should we do?" said a pirate. "Nothing, we can't fight against that fleet, which is a shame with such a large number of ships. How many goods we could have stolen from there," he lamented. "Why are there some birds here, that's odd," another man said, looking at a crow watching them. In fact, there were at least about 12 of them circling the ship. "I have a bad feeling about this," another man spoke. "No matter, let's turn around and wait for some commercial ship to appear," the captain spoke, but another man interrupted him. "Captain, there are 2 ships coming in our direction," the man above the mast said. "2 ships? Do they want to confront us?" the captain murmured and turned back to his crew. "If it's 2 ships, let's take them and flee before the fleet tries to capture us," the man spoke disdainfully. As the ship approached, they saw that there was something strange. They had never seen a ship so fast as it approached. "I've never seen a faster ship, but get ready to destroy them. Let's take those ships," the captain shouted, and they prepared for the encounter. "Captain!" There are giant men on those ships. The frightened man on top of the mast said again. What do you mean by giant men? Are you drunk? The captain said, raising an eyebrow. It's true, I'm seeing him handle a type of weapon at the front of the ship. The pirate continued shouting. On the Artican galleys, the giants were preparing the harpoons, ha 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 ha. Let's bet how many minutes they last. A dwarf on the side of the ship shouted. I bet 5 minutes. And I bet my best beer it's 2 minutes. They shouted at each other, watching the giant preparing the weapon, placing a kind of spear with a cylinder of wildfire. Hey, JKTY! Let me light the fuse! Shouted an excited dwarf. JKTY just sighed and agreed as the dwarf struggled to climb the weapon and take his cigar, before lighting the fuse of the cylinder. The fuse caught and began to burn. The dwarf quickly jumped from there to join the other ships. JKTY prepared the machine and aimed at the ship hundreds of meters away. This modern machine created in Arctica worked with balls and pressure, making a giant launch this weapon almost 1 kilometer depending on the projectile. The harpoon exploded towards the pirate ships, just like a second on the other galley next to that ship. The 2 harpoons rose in the sky and even the pirates heard the explosion wondering what it was, but when they realized something was coming in their direction, they felt the ship rock as harpoons hit 2 of those 4. What was that? One of the pirates shouted. They managed to hit us from that distance. Another shouted scared. They quickly went to see what hit them. What is this? Why is it catching fire with a blue liquid? I don't know, but it seems like the fire is already reaching the liquid. A pirate murmured as the fire reached the liquid. The next moment, the man was startled, but without time to react when an explosion happened the next moment. The explosion happened covering the whole area immediately, and expanding while the pirates turned into ashes as their bodies were instantly incinerated. The entire ship exploded while all the other ships that were left were also affected. In the fleet, Jon and the others could see the explosion from far away at sea. The pirates didn't stand a chance and the giants of the Artican galleys didn't stop there, quickly placing another harpoon and lighting its fuse. Launching at the other ships that were still left. The pirates didn't have time to process what was happening while their other ships joined the explosions to reap the lives of those who were left. 2 minutes. I won. The dwarf celebrated atop his fellows. The 2 galleys after finishing here, they turned around and returned to the fleet not leaving any pirate alive to tell the story of the harpoon attack. Jon smiled satisfied with that and they continued heading south. One day a storm launched against the fleet. Giant waves cut through the sea while lightning and rains with winds came from the sky, but the fleet continued firmly, despite some ships hitting one another. At the end of the next day, they finally emerged with no losses, a result of the more unstable ship models for eventualities. It had been 2 moons since they left Arctica, and they finally reached the southernmost part of the continent, approaching Stepstone. Stepstones is an infamous archipelago known for being a melting pot of pirates, smugglers, and all sorts of maritime danger, but Jon wasn't too worried about that. They were already prepared to face anything. Their ships were swift, durable, and... We are approaching the islands, my king, said the captain. Well, we can't enter with the whole fleet, so let's stick to the plan of entering in smaller groups, each group with an adequate number of galleys, and let's do this during the night, Jon said. To avoid attracting attention, he didn't want to start a war before stopping at the first port as a trading company. So they started to separate the groups at the first hour of the wolf, where there was no moon in the sky, giving them more invisibility as they began to pass. Jon instructed Serum to protect any ship in the area, and he remained at the bottom of the sea in the middle of the way. The fleet managed to pass through the most dangerous area undetected, but that couldn't be said of other areas, but where pirate activity was less active. The island inhabitants and ships sailing through the waters finally saw the huge fleet now reunited again as it headed south. This is a good place to conquer, we could command trade. Arya said, approaching Jon with a map of the area. I know, but that would require time and many soldiers to control the region, something we don't have the luxury of, not at this moment. Jon commented, it wouldn't be bad to control this area or set up Arctic bases, but nobody outside of piracy had managed before, and Jon still wondered if he could do it one day. You're not afraid of Westeros, are you? Arya teased him, and Jon shook his head. Of course not, but we must do one thing at a time. Jon commented and continued. Speaking of the continent, soon King's Landing will know about our fleet, since many of the ships we passed are heading to its port. How will they react to our news? Jon murmured. As the Arctic fleet skillfully zigzagged through the waters around Stepstone, inquisitive glances from sailors, pirates, and traders were often directed at the Arctic ships, whose sails bore a mysterious symbol, signaling a new variable in the world, a kingdom unknown to all and now emerging on this first voyage. So a week later, they finally left the archipelago and entered the open bar next to the coast of Westeros. Their goal was almost being reached as they approached the desert lands of Dorne. Jon still wondered what impacts they would have on the world just by stopping at the first ports. He could not know the future, but he certainly thought very positively about this trip. He could never imagine meeting a ghost that he didn't even know how he would have a deep connection with this person, more than any other. Raccoon here. As you know, Rhaenys Targaryen survived the rebellion. Some women who did not become wives of Jon. There won't be Sansa for obvious reasons. There won't be Marjorie Tyrell, too greedy, doesn't match this Jon. There won't be Daenerys, she needs to be in character for the final arcs of the story. Chapter 76, Artican Trade in Westeros 03, Dorne 01. Oberyn Martell POV. Dorne, 295 AC. Are you awake, my love? A female voice spoke, and a man woke up in his bed, making him turn his face towards the woman with a small smile. I am always awake, my love. The man commented. This man was not just anyone, but the Prince of Dorne, Oberyn Martell. Oberyn Martell, known by many as the Red Viper, is a figure whose reputation precedes him in every corner of Westeros and even many places in Essos. Born in the proud and fiery Dorne, Oberyn is a man of intense passions, exceptional combat skills, and a sharp intellect that makes him as dangerous in a court as on a battlefield. That's good, I hope you are happy to have spent this last year in Dorne, without all those travels in Essos. The woman commented while pushing a body off the bed to get closer to the man. Ellaria, you know I am happy, despite my brother being quite demanding, I like being here. Especially when I can take care of my niece. He commented while giving her a kiss. Even if she doesn't like your lifestyle? Ellaria asked, returning the kiss. She knows that her uncle still loves her very much, just as he loved her mother. He said with a smile. In the bed where they were at that moment there were at least 4 other bodies of men and women in a brothel. Oberyn's life was summed up in fucking, fighting, and traveling in recent years, but after a short trip to the brothels of Lys a year ago, he decided to return to Dorne, spending a whole year up until now. Since then, he has been taking care of his daughters and his precious Nyra Sand, who survived a tragedy that befell the Martell family. His presence in Dorne consisted of sleeping in brothels with as many men and women as he could, training his daughters, and advising his brother whenever he was called upon. Although Doran almost never liked Oberyn's reckless advice, he still listened to him most of the time asking for his opinion. That's good. How about we start fucking before the day begins? She commented without any shame. After all, her life with Oberyn was all about that, pleasure always comes first. We should wake some more of them up. He smiled and slapped the butt of a still sleeping prostitute, who woke up with a scream, making Oberyn laugh. However, they were quickly interrupted before they could start anything. The door then was suddenly knocked on. Oh, heavens! Who is bothering the Prince of Dorne so early at such a precious moment for him? Oberyn immediately shouted. Prince Oberyn, your brother demands your presence in his hall, immediately. Said the man on the other side, a guard messenger. Seriously, Doran? Oberyn spoke in frustration. Is it that urgent? Can't he wait? Oberyn looked at the men and women on the bed and then back at the guard. A couple of hours. He said, still frustrated. Sorry, my prince, Prince Doran gave me orders to drag you if necessary. The guard spoke. Ha 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 ha. Oberyn laughed humorously, seems it's urgent, let's see what my brother wants. He said, getting out of bed and putting on some clothes. Ellaria did the same, and they left through the door following the guard back to Sun's Pair. It didn't take long for them to enter the imposing fortress of the Martells. Doran was sitting in his chair as ruler of the Southern Kingdom. He waited until the guards announced the presence of his brother, who entered alone leaving his lover outside to see his daughters and how they were. Brother. Oberyn announced with a smile as he approached his brother, now with only one guard in this hall. Oberyn still wondered what was so urgent that his brother needed his opinion. He always found his advice reckless and kept saying that the Red Viper of Dorne was a hot-blooded and vengeful man for most matters. Oberyn. Doran murmured, waiting for his brother to approach, knowing that this man preferred to be in bed with his lover than to come here to discuss some matters. but the situation was too complicated to ignore and he needed to talk to Oberyn. "So, brother. What do you need to call me here this morning?" Oberyn gave a mocking smile. "Read this," Dorne said and handed a scroll to the guard he trusted most, who then brought it to Oberyn below the platform where he was seated. Oberyn calmly took the scroll from the guard, unrolled it, and began to read. He looked back at Oberyn, a bit surprised. "Is this really true?" he asked with a tone of seriousness. "Yes, 200 ships were seen flying the same flag by Stepstone," Dorne commented. The news had spread quickly about the sighting of that fleet. After all, this number was almost a declaration of war wherever it passed. "How can ships like these be here without anyone having seen them before, and where are they from? I don't recognize this flag," Oberyn commented, looking at the flag drawn in dark ink on the parchment. "That's the problem. No one knows. Some northern ports must surely know about them, but it seems they are quite fast and arrived even before the rumors," Dorne commented. "And here I thought you would call me here to listen to someone complaining about raising sheep in the deserts or the lack of rain and drought. But this is quite interesting. Have they attacked anyone on their journey?" Oberyn smiled. "This is no joke, Oberyn. And we don't know, the pirates are afraid of the fleet and are avoiding attacking such a large number," Dorne said. "Can't I get excited that there is something interesting happening after all my boredom?" Oberyn laughed, but before Dorne could respond, a guard demanded to deliver some quite urgent news. The man entered wearing the distinctive clothes of Dorne's military, and with a spear, he bowed. "My princes! 15 ships larger than any we have ever seen and an even larger one leading the other 14 are coming to the port. Their flags bear an unknown blue symbol with a white sail," the man reported quickly. "So they came here. It seems they are merchant ships, since they sent only 15. Dorne pondered. "Should I go, brother?" Oberyn asked with a smile. "Yes, go see who these people are and their intentions. I want you to bring them here. I'm curious to know who owns such a large fleet, while no one in Westeros has that number of ships," Dorne said. "The Ironmen might have a larger number, but that was a collective of all the houses." Dorne wanted to see who had 200 ships under just one flag. Dorne continued. "But be careful, Oberyn. We don't know what they want or where they come from. Find out everything you can, but try to be friendly at least," Dorne warned with a serious tone. "Don't worry, brother. I'll handle this with the subtlety and charm Dorne expects from its Red Viper," Oberyn responded with a smile forming on his lip. As soon as he left Doran's presence, Oberyn headed to the castle courtyard, where his lover was training with their daughters that morning. "Hello my dears. We need your help," he smiled as he approached while Obara, Nymeria and Tyene were training with each other. "Father!" they announced their presence. "You returned quickly." Ellaria noticed. "It's true, it seems something interesting is approaching the port. How about we go there?" he said, and the girls nodded. Oberyn went to the master-at-arms and asked for about 20 guards to accompany him to the location. "Let's go to the port," Oberyn said, addressing his guards first. "I want to see these ships with my own eyes and assess our visitors. Stay alert and ready for any eventuality." "What's happening?" Ellaria asked. "An unknown fleet is arriving at our port. We're going to receive them and find out their intentions and bring them to my brother," he said and led the way to the port of Sun's Pair, the desert wind blowing through their robes as they walked. Upon arriving at the port, Oberyn instructed his guards to blend in with the crowd, watching discreetly as he and his daughters approached the dock where the huge ships were nearing. The unknown flag fluttered in the wind, a blue symbol on a white background that none of them recognized as the guard had mentioned. "What giant ships?" Tyene commented, looking surprised. "Why such a big ship? Are you telling me there will be giants inside it?" Nymeria commented, and all three looked at each other before starting to laugh, unaware that they would soon regret their words. The ship began to slow, leaving Oberyn amazed at the ship's maneuvering efficiency. They saw a small man appearing at the edge of the ship as it approached the harbor. "Hold the brake!" the man shouted. "What is this?" "A dwarf in armor." Obara looked stunned at the sight. "What is this?" Even Oberyn was surprised, watching the dwarf guide the ship to a stop at the harbor. As soon as the largest ship had stopped at the harbor, all the other 15 ships stopped at various docks. They couldn't see the deck of the ship due to its size, but a man came out as soon as the gangway was lowered. Oberyn couldn't help but be surprised by the size of that plank, wondering what it was used for. The man walked with some guards by his side, all wearing artistically crafted armor that Oberyn had never seen before, making even the armors of Dorne look quite poor in comparison. The man who approached seemed to be about 30 years old. He wasn't wearing armor, but rather a very expensive noble outfit, making the Prince of Dorne wonder where these ships came from since he was unfamiliar with that style of clothing or the strange and shiny metal of the armors. With the confidence and charisma that were characteristic of him, Oberyn stepped forward, ready to greet the newcomers, still surprised by them. "Hello, strange visitors, welcome to Dorne. I am Prince Oberyn Martell," Oberyn said, taking a step forward and leaving his daughters and soldiers behind, as the harbour had already attracted a large crowd to see the giant and strange ships. "Hello, Prince Oberyn, it is an honor to meet you as soon as we arrive in your lands. I am Darius Cutter, Diplomatic Minister of Artica. We are here to open trade and we are starting with Dorne," Darius announced courteously. Despite being a man born beyond the wall and having lived his entire life as a free people before joining Artica, Jon saw potential in his charisma and invited him to train. Years shaping his current personality for this role, he became a very charismatic man, even among the people of the South. He had studied everything he could about the Seven Kingdoms before this trip, so he was well prepared to meet powerful figures and start a conversation. "Darius Cutter? I'm not familiar with your house, you'll have to forgive me, as I am also unfamiliar with this Artica. Can you tell me more about this place?" Oberyn asked calmly, noticing that the guards beside this minister were calm about the situation. "I don't blame you for not knowing my house, after all, it was founded in Artica a few years ago. Yes, we are from a kingdom beyond the wall and are traveling south in search of trade agreements," he said with a smile like a negotiator. "Beyond the wall?" Oberyn was surprised to his core by this, looking at the guards, the man, and the ships, where many men were looking at them from the edge with the same armors. He could hardly believe it. He had heard of this place years ago and thought it was completely absurd. "Are you surprised, my prince?" Darius commented with a smile, maintaining Oberyn's title as a sign of respect. After all, they were in his lands, as long as he didn't need to kneel like anyone in the Artican people. "What you say is hard to swallow, my lord." Oberyn spoke with a forced smile. "It is completely understandable, that is why our king decided to make this journey. We have commercial products that Dorne will be quite interested in once you see them." "May I call my king?" Darius commented, and Oberyn raised an eyebrow. "Your king? He is on the ship?" Oberyn asked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course, after all, this journey is important for him to meet influential people in the world. I am here just for commercial contact," he said with a small smile. "Of course, I would like to see this, your king," Oberyn commented, and Darius didn't even need to call before a young man approached the gangway, wearing armor even shinier than the other soldiers, a man in his mid-20s with an athletic body and beauty and eyes more stunning than any woman present had ever seen, stepped off the ship with a firm posture towards them. 4 even more imposing guards were behind this young man, following him disciplinedly. They were his royal guards. Jon Arctic approached Oberyn with a steady gaze, seeing the Red Viper for the first time, coming to the side of his minister. His voice was firm. "Prince of Dorne. Oberyn Martell." He merely commented those words, leaving Oberyn a bit disconcerted. This youth was not just anyone he had seen in his life, not with that stance and eyes. For Oberyn, he was surprised when this youth bore the appearance of a Stark, so everything he had heard years ago, thinking it was just nonsense from the Northerners, was correct. Was this young man before him Ned Stark's bastard? The boy they sang to be a legend in those northern lands and thought were made up of a bunch of nonsense. Seeing him in front of him made him think he was wrong, and this young man looked exactly like the bards sang. But the Prince of Dorne was also a venomous viper. Quickly recovering, he opened a smile. After all, he did not like the Starks, considering them guilty too because of what happened to Elia in King's Landing. "You are Jon Snow," he said with a slight smile. "You might consider that, but I am Jon Arctic now." Jon spoke in the same firm tone without being shaken by the provocation. "But a bastard is always a bastard." He said those words, and it made the Arctic men grab their weapons at the insult. Even the Dorne soldiers, a bit surprised by Oberyn's hostility, still prepared for a confrontation. "That's strange, heard from someone who has all bastard offspring. You seem to consider your births low as well?" Jon asked in the same tone. He was holding back not to punch this man, already imagining how the Prince of Dorne could not dodge his punch from that distance and he would easily break his jaw, removing half of his teeth causing a cranial trauma, while his skull cracked with the impact of his punch. which would be at least a ton in impact. A MMA fighter can punch more than 100 kilos, so Jon must have strength in tons. Ha 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 ha. Oberyn laughed, oblivious to being in a situation so close to death. He continued. Of course not, after all in Dorne, bastards are treated differently from the rest of the kingdoms. He commented with some humor. But this does not apply to a Stark bastard, does it? If so, we are leaving. I do not intend to step on a place where I seem not to be welcomed. He said, knowing this man was already hostile to his blood and that he could kill this man in the next minutes, and that would be very bad for his trade opening. He could destroy half of this city with his fleet, but as the first place he is opening trade, the image of Arctic would be destroyed when he has no reference before they devastate Dorne. Jon did not wait for Oberyn to respond, he simply returned to his men. Let's go back to the ships, we have nothing more to do with Dorne and we will continue our journey. His firm voice resonated, leaving Oberyn surprised by that. Wait. Oberyn finally understood the situation and knew that it would infuriate his brother, Stark or not. He wanted to talk to this Jon Snow. We have nothing more to negotiate, Prince Oberyn. We are leaving and we will no longer have business with Dorne. Jon spoke in a firm tone while walking away, just turning his face. And what if I don't want to let you go? He spoke again with a dark tone, appealing to a threat. Jon stopped for a second, he turned to the man and the crowd already tense with everything they were hearing. He grabbed his Valyrian steel sword from his waist and removed it from the sheath. Jon could have endured the insults, but being threatened? Then he would throw all his reputation away and would devastate this city after that. He pointed the sword at Prince Oberyn, who did not know whether to be more surprised by that sword or by the boldness of the young man looking at him fiercely. You want to stop us? Then you better prepare for the consequences. Jon spoke firmly and all his men removed their weapons, just as the men of Dorne quickly pointed their spears and swords at Jon and his group. Prepare for battle! Shouted a dwarf inside the ship, and Oberyn, as surprised as his daughters, were shocked when a giant in full armor went to the side of the ship and jumped off it, landing on the port. Boom. His impact left the people of Dorne terrified by what they were seeing, never imagining they would see a giant in their lifetime, let alone one armed, as he wielded a shield and drew a huge sword from his back, ready to fight behind Jon, who had not even moved from his position with his sword pointed at Oberyn while the giant prepared to fight behind his king. Oberyn had to swallow hard as more and more giants emerged from that ship, all armed like the first. Boom. 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 6 giants were in the port, while the men of Dorne looked on in horror, wondering if they would really face those things. Do you think you can stop us, Prince of Dorne? Just as we begin, this will turn into a massacre. Jon spoke with a somber tone to the now frightened Oberyn. Jon was a step away from giving the order, already warning the other ships at sea to come here immediately, for they would fight against this city. However, something happened at that moment. Wait! A female voice came from the crowd, looking alarmed at Jon, asking him to stop. She was cautious of the huge men behind Jon. Jon would not care for someone shouting for him to stop, with his total focus on the Prince of Dorne to initiate his attack, but something in that voice caught his attention, a strange feeling filled him, and his face turned in that direction. His grey eyes with green circles met the amethyst eyes of that person. Jon felt attracted to those eyes more than he had ever been attracted to someone before. It disconcerted him for the first time, wondering what he was feeling while looking at that girl. Nyra Sand was also as surprised as Jon, feeling a strange connection between them, drawing one to the other. She came running when she heard of the confusion her uncle was causing at the port, and her guards had difficulty keeping up with her as she ran. She was already coming here at Duran's request to see if Oberyn wouldn't do anything rash, but it was almost too late. However, as soon as she saw Jon, she got lost in his gaze, not caring that there were 4-meter-tall men who would cleave a man in half with one swing. All she had in her head was, who was that man and why did she feel so attracted to him? Chapter 77, Artican Trade in Westeros 04, Dorne 02. Third-person POV. Dorne, 295 AC. Silence enveloped the atmosphere of the place for a while. Jon and Nyra Sand stared at each other in a unique way, as if everything around them had vanished, leaving only the two of them, yet neither of them uttered a single word, just 2 pairs of eyes, one grey with a green circle and the other purple, locked onto each other here. Naira was the first to break the silence amidst the hostility of the locale. Hello, my name is Naira Sand. I apologize for my uncle. He did not mean to offend, and if he did, on behalf of House Martell, we humbly ask for forgiveness. Naira spoke in a non-political tone. Jon still stared at her, wondering who she was and why she seemed so different from any woman he had ever seen. I want to leave, your uncle wants to provoke us, we came for business, but it seems he is not receptive, so we are leaving. This was until your uncle wanted to threaten us. Jon, despite feeling odd about the girl, still maintained a firm voice, wanting to leave Dorne. The girl wanted to punch her uncle at that moment, but she kept her calm and spoke with the intention of not letting them leave without speaking to her adoptive father. Please. We apologize for the misunderstanding, my father is very interested in speaking with you, we will compensate you for the misunderstanding, just give a chance to meet the protector of the South, I promise you won't regret it. She said, not wanting Jon to leave. Jon just stared at her for a while, his men were ready to act at any moment behind him, so they waited for their king to decide, while Jon looked at her, thinking for a brief moment, he no longer planned to stay, but this girl caught his attention. Then with a sigh, she spoke again. As long as you arrange our stay, I think we can meet your father. Jon commented, making the Dornish men relax a bit seeing the giants lowering their huge weapons. The girl gave a small smile before looking at those giants for the first time and even felt a shiver thinking about the kind of chaos they could cause if Oberyn had entered into conflict. Naira went back to her uncle, who seemed a bit cautious still, imagining he must have been quite surprised since those giants got off the ship and he was about to face such creatures head-on. Uncle, I hope I can take it from here. Naira approached and spoke to him, finally snapping him out of his daze to look at his niece. Yes. I'll let you take over. He said reluctantly, but not being able to do much about the situation. Naira nodded and turned her attention back to the man from the north. May I know your name? I wasn't here when you announced it. He asked calmly. I am Jon Artika, responsible for the fleet and a newly formed kingdom a few years ago. Jon spoke calmly. It's a pleasure, Jon Artika, I am a Sand, I hope this won't bother you while I'm leading you through Dorne. He commented, hoping his response wouldn't be negative. No, it doesn't bother me, your uncle seems to have hostilities against the Starks, their blood runs through my veins, I hope you and your father won't have issues with that like your uncle did. Jon commented, looking into her eyes. Naira couldn't say she wasn't a bit bothered by that, but she kept calm and still wanted to know more about this man. No. I don't mind and my father certainly won't mind either, as I mentioned before, we will compensate you for the troubles caused by my uncle. She commented and asked her guards to make way through the crowd and turned back to Jon. Should I call you King Artika or Lord Jon? She comments before proceeding. Call me Jon, titles need not be held in a realm outside of my own, but as long as you don't insult me, my family or my kingdom and my men. Jon shrugged, as long as he was not disrespected like before, he didn't care how people called him here. All right, but I will call you Lord Jon then, since calling you king might be an insult to Robert Baratheon, she said, and Jon felt a certain hatred in her tone. You may bring a limited number of soldiers, as we could not house more giants if you had more of them on the other ships, she comments, looking at the large men, and Jon nods. Gather only a small group, I want my sister and my wives with me, Jon comments to one of the royal guards, who immediately leaves, and Naira feels a bit disappointed when she hears him mention wives, in her heart, but she remained diplomatic on the outside. Jon gathered a group to go to Sun's Pair, bringing some carts with their goods and provisions to spend a few days away from the ships if needed. I hope you don't mind us bringing some dire wolves. Jon turns to Naira next to his uncle, who now remained silent. Well, if you ensure they won't wreak havoc, it's fine, since we have giants coming off the ship. She comments, no longer very surprised, dire wolves were easier to believe in the existence of than giants. It didn't take long for Arya to come out on her wolf alongside Ghost at the prow. Serena and Ygritte came out with their mounts shortly after. Jon. It's really hot here. Ygritte complained, wearing a thinner dress than she was accustomed to, but still not liking the heat. The heat is really bad. But you're not going to melt because of it, are you? Serena teased next to her. Arya rolled her eyes and continued on her way without caring about Jon's wives. Everything ready. He waited for Ghost to approach before mounting him and looked at his men already off the ship. Yes, my king. The royal guard affirmed, and Jon nodded, turning his attention to Nyra with the Dornish people. "Can you lead the way?" Jon asked. "Yes, my lord, let's go," she said and continued on her way with her uncle and cousins following her. He followed through the streets of Dorne while the soldiers cleared the way to the city's largest structure. The Dornish people could not be more surprised, first Jon leading atop a giant white wolf, something they never expected to see in their lifetime, while there were other dangerous and large animals walking and looking at the crowd for any sign of danger. The children pointed with fear and admiration toward Ghost's red eyes. Then the adults of Dorne, in turn, became more afraid as the ground trembled with a group of giants passing through the streets, looking with a certain admiration at the armors and giant swords with shields. There were at least 20 of them in the group, marching with discipline, ready to face any eventuality, while looking around trying to understand how people lived in such a hot place. The men of the north also did not stay behind, as their complaints could be equal to Ygritte's. They looked at the crowd with curiosity, while maintaining their march in their armors. The dwarfs did not limit themselves to making comments while looking at those people. The people of Dorne were quite shocked with a group made entirely of dwarfs, carrying large shields and hammers without seeming to care about the weight, wondering if what they were seeing was something real. Jon sighed looking at his group as he turned his head. If one day he was in a war in this kind of terrain, they would be at a disadvantage. After all, his people are accustomed to low temperatures. "Do you like Dorne?" Nyra approached Jon, leaving her uncle aside and looking cautiously, not at Jon, but at his dire wolf, since her horse seemed quite scared. "You can approach," Jon said, and with a look at the horse, he entered its mind and made it serene, even approaching on its own, surprising Nyra seeing her horse so calm and even moving on its own. She looked at Jon with suspicion, wondering if he had done something, but kept her questions to herself. "I have never been in Dorne, as far as I remember at least, because as far as I know, I believe I was born here," Jon comments, breathing in the hot air. "You are Ned Stark's son, aren't you?" she comments. "Your mother? That doesn't matter much now. She's dead, isn't she?" Jon shrugs, as he thinks of the late Ashura Dane. Yes. The rumors that Ashura Dane and Ned Stark had a bastard were a subject discussed in Dorne as well in some noble circles. "Anyway, tell me about this land. I know the Martells have great connections among the Rhoynar, even you have their blood." Jon comments. He hadn't seen much about the war between the Rhoynar and Valyria, but was interested in hearing about it from one of their descendants. Nyra sighed, considering her blood ran from both civilizations. "It's true." Nyra began to tell what she knew and had studied as they continued towards the castle. Ygritte and Serena exchanged looks, since they saw something odd, not in the way Nyra looked at Jon. After all, it was normal for women to look at Jon as if he were a piece of bone, but what they found strange was how Jon returned his gaze to the girl. He was transparent in his desire. "This is really disconcerting," Serena murmured. "He's already acting like this with the first woman we meet in the south. I really don't expect him to return home with a group of women," Ygritte murmured with disgust. "What are you talking about?" Arya asked, looking at them with a questioning look. "Nothing too important." Serena wanted to change the subject. Jon continued listening to Nyra's story. "But you also have a Valyrian appearance," Jon commented, looking at her when she finished. "Did my eyes give me away?" she asked with a small smile. "Not just the eyes, but your beauty, your face, all of them scream Valyrian to me," Jon comments calmly, already familiar with so many men and women from Valyria itself besides its descendants on the Iron Throne. Nyra had to lower her head, embarrassed by Jon's compliment when he mentioned her beauty, with a blush on her face. "Thank you," she said, murmuring. Sun's pair had saved Nyra from a certain embarrassment as soon as they arrived after Jon's words. The place was quite large and Jon whistled as soon as he saw its gates. "I like the architecture." Jon had never seen the place, not even in green vision, so seeing it for himself was an innovative experience. "Let's go in, my uncle is surely waiting to talk to you," she comments, and the guards open the gates as Jon's group of nearly 70 artisans enters the courtyard, organizing themselves in disciplined rows. "You said he has his own tents, right?" she asks, and Jon nods, pointing to the wagons being brought by the dwarfs. Nyra leads him to the front of the castle. As soon as Jon gets off Ghost along with his wives, they are greeted by another woman, more Martell in appearance than Nyra. "Let me introduce, my sister," Nyra started, "Arianne Martell, my father's heir." Nyra introduces Arianne, who looks at Jon with interest. She had been informed by her father to receive their guests after hearing about the confusion in the port. Doran had asked Arianne to bring him to him as soon as they arrived. Ariane was already surprised to hear about giants at the port and that her uncle had almost gone to war with them. She was already prepared to receive them and see the creatures, but seeing them in person was something entirely different. When she saw that group of giant men pass through the gate, she almost felt her ground shake and was afraid, having never seen anything like it. Even her sworn guard, Sand, was quite scared. Then she saw her cousin leading the main group with the young man on top of his wolf. Ariane couldn't say she was more fascinated with that man, in his armor and riding that creature, looking like this young man had come out of a fairy tale with that breathtaking appearance. She was quite excited to meet him, even take him to her bed and make her father marry him. "Hello, my lord. I've heard you are Jon of the Arctic," as my sister introduced. "I am Ariane Martell, heir to my father. I am here to apologize for his inability to receive such a unique guest, as he would certainly like to be here, but his leg issues prevent him from doing so. I hope you forgive him before joining him." She spoke politely, and Jon nodded, understanding. "It's no problem, my lady, we can see him as soon as I settle all my men, and we can bring some things for him to see. Since we intend to open trade with Dorne, I would like him to take a look at our products." Jon comments. "That's great," she said with some joy and looked at Jon trying to seduce him. Nyra wanted to slap her cousin in the face, while Jon's wives wanted to do the same but restrained themselves. However, Jon didn't seem to care much about the girl. He certainly knew of her intentions, but seeing how the guard intensely looked at her by his side, they were already lovers, and Jon doesn't like that kind of woman. Jon returned to his men. They began to set up their large tents in the courtyard space to spend a few days, since Jon wanted to have some guards to protect him, especially due to the initial hostility of Oberyn Martell, so he didn't trust his hosts much and had already tamed all the rats and birds of the place, ensuring that no harm would come to them without Jon knowing. He only came because something caught his attention towards Nyra Sand, so now he addressed Nyra and Ariane, who were waiting for her to finish organizing her men, then returned to his wives. "We are ready to see your father. Can you lead us there?" Jon asks, leading the group with his sister, wives, his ministers, and 6 royal guards to enter the place with some dwarves bringing a large crate behind them. "Yes, let's go see him," Ariane said and led the way inside. Oberyn had already entered as soon as they came into the place, and from what Jon could see through a rat in the main hall, his brother was scolding him for what happened at the port, saying that this Arctic force could be used by them and they wanted to see Jon's intentions. The Arctic king just shrugged, not caring much about what he might find in this noble, and continued on his way confidently. "My king, I am confident that we will have good results in this transaction, despite the initial conflicts," said a minister to Jon. "I am certainly confident as well. Now let's meet the famous Doran Martell," Jon commented, and they continued passing through the entire castle until Ariane and Nyra led them through the water gardens and finally stopped in front of the door to what would be the main hall. Jon sighed as the door opened after an introduction from Ariane, and they proceeded to negotiate for the first time since leaving the Arctic with their fleet and products. "Raccoon here. I know this chapter barely moved, only introducing the characters and their thoughts, but I didn't continue it because the next one will have many dialogues. I can already see it." Chapter 78, Arctic Trade in Westeros 05, Dorne 03. Third-person POV. Dorne, 295 AC. Jon followed the Artican group into the room where Doran Martell awaited them. As they entered, the richness of details filled the room, with Jon being quite amazed by the historical value surrounding him, highlighting the history of Dorne and the Martell family. The hall was large and spacious. At the front, a man sat in the only chair on a small elevation, patiently waiting for them. He curiously examined them, with Oberyn also waiting by his side with his daughters, and on the other side, there were some youths whom Jon guessed to be legitimate children. A Dornish herald announced their presence immediately, already gathering all information about them as they were on their way. "The eminent entourage from the north, under the leadership of Jon Ardica, enters our glorious hall," he announced, and there was more respect shown to them than at the port. Jon approached as the group walked behind him, keeping his eye on the man who studied him the entire time while seated in his chair. Jon stopped a few meters below the elevated area and waited for the herald to announce the man so as not to break etiquette. "You are in the presence of Doran Martell, head of House Martell and the Protector of the South." The man briefly spoke his titles, and Jon looked at him before bowing his head slightly for a light salute, while the man did the same. He looked at him for a while and broke the silence for the first time. "I must admit I was quite surprised by 200 ships passing through the stepstones with an unknown flag unlike anything ever seen. I wondered who this force could be, apparently emerging from nowhere." He commented and continued. Now, receiving more information about it, I admit I was quite shocked that the little northern boy I heard about many years ago has grown to the point of having a great force under his command. You now call yourself, Jon Artica, king of that realm I heard about more than 3 years ago, but I still wonder how you were able to build all this. I always heard stories about you a few years ago, maybe because they reached this end of the continent, they seemed distorted and surreal, but everyone said you are blessed by the old gods. Would you mind if you answered this last statement? He said calmly while everyone looked at him with curiosity, especially Nyra Sand, who had heard the stories of Little John but never believed those tales when younger, but now seeing him in person, maybe not everything could be said to be a fantasy. Jon looked at him for a moment and finally decided to speak. You may classify me as such, after all, I owe everything to my gods. Jon admitted, he was not religious like the children of the forest, the witches of the woods, or some in Artica, but certainly acknowledged that if it weren't for his gods, he would never be where he is now. I see, now let me introduce my family. You have already met my 2 daughters who are with you, I hope they have treated you well. He said while Ariane Martell and Nyra Sand remained close to Jon as they led them. I have nothing to complain about the ladies. Jon spoke calmly. Dorne looked to the side where his brother was, now silent. I heard about your misunderstanding at the port, I hope you were not too offended. House Martell would not like an enmity with such an interesting group and we will compensate you for it. Dorne declared while Oberyn still remained silent, knowing he had erred. He continued, now let me introduce my other 2 sons, Quentyn Martell and Tristana Martell. He announced as the boys greeted with a small nod of the head as Jon and Dorne had done. It's a pleasure, these are my wives, Ygritte Artica and Serena Artica. On my other side, there's my sister, Arya Stark, and my officers, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Darius, and Minister of Commerce, Junli. Jon named all the most important ones. I did not know that lands beyond the wall could produce such beautiful women. He said with a kind of courtesy, yet still surprised by these women being more beautiful than any other he had seen, even in Lys, they would still be considered the most beautiful. However, there was also a dangerous look in them, indicating one should not mess with them. You certainly are a lucky man, moreover. He turned to Arya Stark. I had never heard of the beauty of Eddard Stark's lost daughter. Dorne commented with a calculative look. Clearly, the information that Jon had kidnapped Arya Stark had reached the south with Catelyn spreading rumors, but certainly, that was not what happened and from what he could see, going beyond the wall did a lot for the girl, who might even become more beautiful than Nyra when she matures. Maybe we should reach out to the Starks, that would give a good alliance for Tristanette. Dorne thought quickly and also noticed some glances between Jon and his hidden niece, being a bit surprised, since she had never shown interest in the opposite sex. He just kept his thoughts to himself and turned his attention back to the group leader. I hear you are looking to open a trade route and are seeking partners. I'm glad you chose Dorne as your first stop, but I am still curious why you chose our kingdom. He asked. Jon replied, because there are resources here that we do not have in Artica. Dorne offers thousands of kilometers with a resource we need, so my choice is based on that aspect. Jon spoke, and Dorne raised an eyebrow. What did Dorne have that no other kingdom did? Are you seeking sand? Dorne asked, still surprised. Yes, and not just a little, I want to take 50 carracks full of it to the north if we come to an agreement. Jon spoke. This is really interesting. Dorne admitted, after all, it was easy money, sand was an abundant resource in the kingdom. He turned his gaze to a huge box that the Artican soldiers brought and spoke again. You have some interesting resources that I've heard rumors about a few years ago, did you bring some samples? He asked. Yes, let me show them. Jon said, and his guards brought the box while Jon opened it. He began to take all the things organized in the place and brought out a bottle, starting to hand the products to Duran's men, who took them to him. Jon turned his gaze to Junli, who took a step forward to present the products in as much detail as possible. This is one of our special beers, produced by the skilled dwarves of Artica. We use a barley that only blooms under the Arctic moonlight, giving this beer a unique flavor you won't find anywhere else. It's refreshing, with a touch of natural sweetness and a slight bitterness at the end. Perfect for toasting to cold nights and shared achievements. Jon's men then take the next bottle, filling glasses for Dorne and those present, encouraging them to taste while continuing to unveil the other products. Junli continues, now, allow me to introduce our Arctic whiskey. Distilled from selected grains and aged in special wooden barrels, it carries the spirit of winter in its essence. This whiskey is a true representation of our land, strong, yet with a smoothness that surprises the palate. He passes the bottle for Dorne to examine, before bringing out the next piece. And this is our ice vodka. Filtered through the volcanic rocks of our mountains and made with the purest water from our ancient glaciers. Its clarity and purity are unmatched, reflecting the unaltered beauty of Arctica. Junli offers a sample of the vodka, allowing the aroma and taste to speak for themselves. Now, with the Artican men bringing out dresses, leaving Ariane and Nyra with a sparkle in their eyes, despite Ariane finding the dress too enclosed, more clothes were taken out of the box. What we have here is fabric made from ice spider silk, a wonder of our land. This fabric is not only beautiful but incredibly durable and insulating. We have many ways of dyeing clothes in Arctica, and you can see the quality and the pain in the fabric. This dress is ideal for the warm climate of Dorne with a cooler fabric giving a chilly sensation. He displays the fabric, allowing the light to capture its subtle shine. These tools represent the innovation and skill of Arctica, he said, showing new types of cutlery, knives with more than one function, even showing a new type of beer opener that was sealed with a metal mouth and removed at once instead of a cap. Dorne asks for a glass and tries the beer in this company, despite some protests from his guards. After all, he had to show some trust in the group after what happened. He immediately lets the taste of the Arctican beer flood his mouth, leaving him quite surprised. "This is really good," he said while looking at the beer with an admiring glance. He turned to his brother. "Try this whiskey." He wanted to see his brother's opinion before trying this strange beer. The Prince of Dorne opened the bottle, served himself with a glass given to him, took a sip, and looked at the drink with some surprise. "It's really good, however, the taste doesn't match the climate of Dorne," he commented, and Jon decided to speak. "That's because it lacks ice, this drink is better cold," he said. "Unfortunately, we are in Dorne, not the north," Oberyn retorted, and Jon wasn't offended but smiled. "Good that you compared, since we brought something interesting for this hot land," he said, and his men took out a small box from the things they brought. It was a strange box with some runic emblems on it, making everyone look at it with curiosity. While everyone just watched, Jon took the initiative to open the box after removing a lock and lifted the lid, where he took something from the box and removed it. "Do you know what this is?" Jon raised his hand with solid water, and those who had never seen such a thing in their life were shocked. "Is this what I think it is?" Dorne almost stood up, astonished. "That's right, ice, brought from the north. You may have sand in abundance, but we have ice," he said with a small smile. "How is this possible?" Dorne asked, curious. "It would be moons until reaching the north, no thermal equipment could withstand this. Arctica is a special kingdom, and we have our own methods. This is a magical device that can only be recharged in Arctica," he said, pointing to the box. Jon managed to develop a runic combination to maintain and even lower the temperature. However, he couldn't keep using his magic to recharge the energy in the runes, so he started using the Grand Weirwood, as it had an inexhaustible amount of magic now, and Jon only made it more powerful. All the ice boxes are recharged in its roots that are in the city. "I don't quite understand, but I can't say my eyes are lying. This would certainly be beneficial for this kingdom," Dorne admitted. "I'm glad you see the benefits in this," Jon spoke calmly. Another reason he had chosen Dorne was that this item would have a much bigger impact in this kingdom. After all, Dorne always suffered with high temperatures. Seeing ice for the first time and refreshing their drinks and their own lives would be something never seen before. "This is our main business, we will be sending ice from Arctica to the southern kingdoms, something no one has been able to do before," Jon concluded his intentions. Dorne Martell pondered Jon's words, his mind bustling with the implications of this new commodity. "Are you telling me, Jon Arctica, that you could even make our hottest summers more bearable? This would change everything for Dorne, it would be like a fever among all the nobles of this kingdom." "Not just the nobles, our ice is quite affordable even for a large part of the common folk, being able to be sold in taverns and inns," Jon said, nodding confidently. "Imagine your outdoor parties, your banquets, and even the day-to-day life of your people, all benefiting from the coolness that ice can provide against your heat. I tried it before coming here, and the taste of drinks is magnificent in the heat. Not to mention the commercial applications and food preservation." Oberyn, who had until then maintained a courteous skepticism, now showed genuine interest too, since his life was driven by pleasure and comfort. "This could really revolutionize the way we live. House Martell would be seen as a pioneer in this business in Dorne." Oberyn's daughters, Ariane and Nyra, exchanged looks, clearly fascinated by the idea of cold drinks and parties cooled by ice, an unimaginable novelty until now in Dorne. Dorne finally spoke, "I'm starting to see the vast possibilities of this agreement, Jon Artika. Dorne has always been known for its resilience and its ability to thrive under the scorching sun. With this partnership, we could not only improve the lives of our people. I'm very interested in this." Jon smiled, pleased with the receptiveness to his proposal. "I'm glad you see the potential. Beyond ice, our Artican products, such as beer, whiskey, vodka, and ice spider silk fabrics, are just the beginning of what we can offer. I believe a robust commercial partnership between Artika and Dorne would bring mutual and lasting benefits." Dorne nodded, thoughtful. "We need to discuss the terms of this agreement, of course. I'd like to see your logistics proposal and your plans, as you will need to maintain a large stock here, but you must be tired from your journey. How about you stay here for the next few days, settle in now, and we meet tonight at a banquet?" Dorne suggested. "That would be good. Can I showcase my products at the banquet? You must have more guests in your house, it would be good for the nobility of Dorne to appreciate our ice before we negotiate our deal. What do you think?" Jon asked. "Great, we'll do it your way. I will invite some nobles who are staying in Sun's Pair, and we will gather together to celebrate this potential commercial alliance." Dorne spoke with satisfaction, and Jon nodded. "I will ask my daughters to show you to your new quarters, and my steward will speak with you to collect your stock before we present it to our guests," he said, and Jon and his group left the room, led by the girls. Chapter 79, Artican Trade in Westeros 06, Dorne 04. Third-person POV. Dorne, 295 AC. Jon was led to his room with his entourage by the girls. Jon would stay in the room with his 2 wives, while Arya and his ministers would be in the adjacent rooms. He immediately placed various local animals on alert for anything unusual. He didn't trust the Martells, and even if he did, he would do the same to protect himself from any surprise attack against him and his people. "Jon." Ygritte began to settle her things and broke the silence while Jon went to the window of the room to look at the water gardens, breathing in the warm air of Dorne. "What is it, Ygritte?" Jon turned to her. "What was that? Why were you looking at that woman in such a strange way?" she asked. Serena sat silently beside the bed, but she also awaited Jon's response. "It's strange, I don't know. I feel attracted to her, as if I have the same feeling I have for my relatives and others, like Arya, my father, Aemon. But with her, it's stronger than anything. It's strange," he said, scratching his head. "You know I don't mind having another sister," Serena began. "But I've heard how libertine people are in this kingdom. I wouldn't like to share the bed with someone like that. You know that among the giants, we are strongly monogamous, as we believe that children become less pure the more partners the women have." Serena spoke in a serious tone, and Jon knew very well what Serena was talking about. There's something in genetics called microchimerism, where women accumulate throughout their lives. Their children are born with characteristics of all the men they've shared the bed with, making them less pure. Jon knew that his wives had agreed that if he were to find another wife, she should not be someone like those in Dorne typically live. However, he felt quite favorable towards Nyra Sand, hoping unconsciously that the girl would not follow her sister's path. "Well, if she's not like that Arianne, she certainly is a libertine," Ygritte complained beside him, and Jon agreed. He had already felt how that guard, whom he learned was named Daemon Sand, looked at him in a very intense way. "Let's set this aside, first let's get settled and see how our hosts treat us," Jon said, ending this discussion with his wives and looking around to make sure no one was trying to spy on them. "Be careful as well, we don't know this place and I noticed some passages between the walls, so the walls definitely have ears." Jon spoke in a serious tone. "If anyone tries to spy on me, I swear I'll gouge their eyes out," Ygritte declared. "If anyone tries to spy on her, I'll gouge their eyes out myself," Jon said, and he turned his attention to the desert outside the city and even within the city. "Let's see how the snakes deal with snakes if it comes to that." Jon spoke in a very somber tone. In the desert, all was quiet, but suddenly, the sand began to move, and a head emerged from the sand. It was a cobra that had been resting in the sand. It felt its mind being commanded and looked in that direction, obeying the command of its new master. It began to crawl towards the city. This began to happen all around the area surrounding the city. Snakes began to move towards the city, leaving some people who were in the area scared, but the snakes began to camouflage themselves, according to their master, they should be discreet and not draw too much attention. Even in the city, snakes that were placed in baskets by the Dornish began to move, managing to leave the place and crawling in the shadows, heading towards Sun's Pair. A loose snake! A man exclaimed in a corner of the city seeing the snake crawling through the street. Ah! A woman screamed in fright as a snake fell on her head after missing a roof, but the snake did not attack her and just ran away from there. What's happening? A snake charmer was startled when he saw the strange behavior of the snakes in his depot, which he maintained to sell his species to interested customers. Candles looking at him defiantly as they left through holes scared him. The snakes continued to slither through the city, frightening many people, while sneaking into Sun's Pair and even onto the Artican ships. I'm sending some snakes, let them roam free, I'll ensure they don't bite anyone, they will be used against the Dornish if they try anything foolish. Jon spoke to a bird perched on his window while the women were just watching. The bird made a sound and flew high. He was the warg captain of the main ship, wanting to organize his security in an unfamiliar land. Finally, some privacy. Serena commented, as she took off her dress. We still have one more little friend coming. Jon said, and at his window, a snake emerged slithering towards him, placing his hand near, the snake began to run up his arm reaching near his face. I don't like these animals. Ygritte spoke, looking at the snake in Jon's hand with some disdain. Every animal has its peculiarity, it's impossible to like them all, but to me, they are all beautiful. Jon spoke while looking at the snake staring at him with an excited gleam flicking its tongue at Jon. He had a preference for dragons and wolves, but still liked all animals. After all, he had the blessing of becoming friends with all of them. You say that when you can control all animals. Serena murmured as she lay naked on the bed. Now you can put that snake aside and close the window, your wife needs you here. She said while massaging her pregnant belly. Jon nodded, closing the window and carefully picking up the snake and taking it to a side of the room, where there was a hole into the wall. After watching the snake enter the place, his gaze returned to Ygritte still standing, looking at him shyly. It seems my wife needs help undressing. Jon teased her and approached, removing her dress before joining his two wives on the bed to kiss and make love to them, but his mind was also elsewhere now. After all, he was overhearing a very interesting meeting in the room he had just left. Arianne and Nyra returned to the room where Dorne was waiting after placing the Artican company in the right rooms, while the royal guards stood at the door, protecting them. You finally arrived. Dorne said, looking at them as they approached. Meanwhile, snakes slithered around the place as they entered the Dornish castle of the city unnoticed with some rats spying on the meeting. We're back, father, although I wish I hadn't returned. Arianne teased, while Nyra raised an eyebrow. Dorne said nothing to his daughter's provocation and continued speaking. What do you think of him? He asked, but surely looking at Nyra. I've never seen anyone like him. The stories and fantasies, all seemed like northern foolishness, but now. Did you see those giants in the courtyard? In what world could such enormous things exist? Nyra commented, still trying to comprehend who Jon Artika was, despite her attention to the king of the kingdom beyond the wall. Just that. I saw the way you looked at him. Tristana teased. He seemed to be looking at her in the same way, but does he think he could be worthy of someone like Nyra? Quentyn said beside with disdain, annoyed as Nyra looked at that northern bastard too. I have to agree with Quentyn, if he thinks that a blood of that family would try to touch our niece after everything that happened. Oberyn spoke with venom in his tone. His daughters stayed silent. Nyra did not like how they spoke, but certainly did not contradict them here. Silence, Oberyn. I've already said that you should not offend our guests, the same goes for you, Quentyn. I know why you're angry, but we've already talked about this. Dorne spoke sternly, with Oberyn. The antipathy almost made the Artican company leave and almost caused a mess at the port. Quentyn was a different case, who asked to marry Nyra a few moons ago to his father, but Dorne would never let that happen. Nyra was untouchable and she never showed interest in the opposite sex, until today at least. If only my daughter was like that. He murmured internally, knowing about the promiscuous life Arianne had throughout Dorne, a way to confront her after he declared her future suitors, some old, but this was done for his plans. However, his mind was working on the combination of Nyra. We must find out more about this kingdom and its strength, we may use them to our advantage. But we need more information. I want some spies watching the Articans, passing on any information they can get from them. Dorne spoke, wanting to know more about the military force. This thing may have been made by a Stark bastard, but it is certainly very good, Oberyn spoke despite his older brother's warning, while enjoying a wine with ice now, loving the taste. Yes, these products are very good, we should close deals with them soon. I want to arrange a meeting with John Artika after dinner. Nyra, you will call him to dance, try to get any information from him, he spoke. And Nyra nodded reluctantly, while beside her, Arianne felt a bit jealous. And what they want is sand. We have plenty of that, Oberyn spoke up while drinking his whiskey. It seems we are in luck, we will get some gold out of this at least, Tristana spoke. It seems very profitable, something that will help our plans for the future, Doran commented and looked at Nyra, someone he wanted to place as a queen in the future, or at least make such a powerful alliance that would guarantee his blood and a Targaryen on the Iron Throne. Yes, we are getting closer to our revenge, Oberyn began. After all, snakes wait for the right moment, be it the Lannisters, the Baratheons, and even that family that created that whore that started it all, the Starks. Oberyn spoke with a venomous tone and Doran did not contradict him this time. So they want to take revenge on my blood. Jon murmured while being pressed into the bed. He listened to the conversation and after Oberyn's statement, the topic only shifted to the dinner and other matters. He almost laughed later when some guards came to report the strange behavior of the snakes in the city, making the Martells frown. How strange! Doran did not act like Nyra was his daughter when they were in the family, and Quentyn showed passionate behavior for his own sister. Jon thought, despite not liking Quentyn, and not because of his offense. Jon quickly started thinking about Nyra. Stop trying to see under her dress and think, she even seems familiar. Jon told himself, while the bed shook. That's it, her eyes are like Aemon's. Jon finally realized. So she is a hidden Targaryen, the daughter of Elia. He declared almost speaking out loud. Aemon would certainly be excited to know that there are more of their relatives alive. He thought, but soon felt someone pressing his chest. Jon. Stop thinking and fuck me. Serena wanted to hit her husband while jumping on his penis, while Ygritte was beside the bed masturbating, waiting her turn. Jon shook his head, deciding to think about it later while grabbing Serena by the buttocks, lifting both of them leaving him surprised. He began to push her onto his lap while standing up on the bed forcefully. As the sun began to set over Dorne, the Martell family was making preparations for the banquet in the Grand Hall of Sun's Pair. Hurried servants moved back and forth, carrying silver trays filled with exotic delicacies and jugs of Dornish wine, known for its rich flavor and its ability to warm the blood. In the center of the room, a long table had been arranged, adorned with red and gold silk tablecloths, the colors of the Martells. Tall candles and crystal chandeliers illuminated the space. Jon, after composing himself from the intimate moments with his wives, was called to place his products and Jon asked a royal guard to do this task while he remained in the room preparing for the banquet. Good thing we brought our dresses, I wouldn't like to wear what the women of Dorne wear. Besides being quite open, they are even warmer than our dresses, Serena commented while putting on a silver dress. That's true, Ygritte said putting on a red dress, after all, the fabric from Artika gave a coolness and a chilly sensation. Serena put on an earring while looking at the mirror and then turned back to her husband, wearing an exotic outfit. I thought you would wear that outfit since you seem to like it so much, she commented, analyzing him. I'll save it for the Reach, since it's an outfit for bigger business deals we'll have in Artika, Jon said, adjusting his clothing to not stand out too much from the other nobles of Dorne. The door was knocked, and the guard spoke after a while, My king, your sister is here. Let her in, Jon requested, and Arya entered in a black dress tailored to her size. I was getting bored. Arya complained, after all, she had to stay in her room until her guard informed her that she should get ready for the banquet. She no longer seemed to disdain wearing more feminine clothes, after all, she learned that a woman's battlefield was more than just using swords and shields. Shall we go then? Ygritte spoke, and Jon nodded, taking his wives by the arms while Arya walked behind him, and their ministers and guards followed a Dornish messenger to lead them to the hall, where the banquet had already begun. In the banquet hall, where the hosts were already waiting, as guests began to arrive, the room filled with murmurs and laughter. Dornish nobles, dressed in their most extravagant attire, chatted among themselves, drinking Dornish wine while exchanging words. Have you heard the rumors? A noble spoke. About the giants? We all saw them, they are there for everyone to look at, who could face one of those? Another noble commented, laughing. Not about that, I'm talking about strange snake behavior in the city. Oh yes, I saw some crawling through the garden, strange, I've never seen snakes moving so freely among us, we got scared and the guards had to throw them out," a fat man spoke. "It's not just the garden," insisted the man. "I heard that in the city, they were running through the streets and roofs, even outside the city they were seen moving as if searching for something. No one has ever seen anything like it," the man spoke as if it were great gossip. "Whatever, they are just snakes, I want to try these Artican products they've been talking all day about. I heard they are bringing ice from the north, can you believe?" "Ice? Nonsense! That's impossible," said a woman, waving her fan. "But I heard the chief of the giants is a very handsome man, I'd like to see him soon." Meanwhile, at the main table, Dorne sat looking over the hall while the nobles who were in the city socialized. "Where is our main guest?" he asked a servant. "The messenger has already gone to fetch him, my lord," he spoke, and Dorne nodded. At the table were him, his daughters along with Nyra, and Oberyn with his daughters and lover. After all, they were in Dorne, and his bastard daughters shared the main table here. It didn't take long for the herald to announce their new guests at the banquet. "Attention, everyone!" He called for attention as Dorne had instructed. The hall fell into a brief silence before being filled by the robust voice of the herald again, positioned beside the main entrance, standing out in his adorned attire, typical of occasions of high importance. "We present, with immense respect and honor, the arrival of the northern delegation with the intention of creating a bond of friendship with Dorne, Jon Artica, leader of Artica, accompanied by the noble ladies Ygritte and Serena, his wives who also carry his name, and by the valiant Lady Arya Stark of Winterfell, followed by their ministers and guards. May the doors of Sunspear open to welcome these distinguished visitors, whose journey through distant lands reflects their tireless search for friendship and strong alliances. May tonight be a milestone of unity and celebration between our peoples." As the herald concluded his announcement, Jon's delegation advanced majestically through the hall, with Jon at the front, flanked by Ygritte and Serena. Arya followed closely behind, with a posture that mixed elegance and readiness, while the ministers and guards completed the procession with dignity. The gaze of all those present was turned towards them, some with admiration, others with curiosity, but all recognizing how this group was unique, for the interactions that would follow throughout the night. Chapter 80, Artican Trade in Westeros 07, Dorne 05. Third-person POV. Dorne, 295 AC. We present, with immense respect and honor, the arrival of the northern delegation with the intention of creating a bond of friendship with Dorne. Jon Arctic, leader of the Arctic, accompanied by the noble ladies Ygritte and Serena, his wives who also carry his name, and by the valiant Lady Arya Stark of Winterfell, followed by his ministers and guards. May the gates of Sunspear open to receive these illustrious visitors, whose journey through distant lands reflects their tireless search for friendship and strong alliances. May tonight be a milestone of union and celebration between our peoples. As the herald concluded his announcement, Jon's delegation advanced majestically through the hall, with Jon at the forefront, flanked by Ygritte and Serena. Arya followed closely behind, with a posture that blended elegance and readiness, while the ministers and guards completed the procession with dignity. The gaze of all those present was turned towards them, some with admiration, others with curiosity, but all recognizing how unique this group was, for the interactions that would follow throughout the night. Jon calmly led the group past the herald after they announced flowery words and entered the Dornish hall. There were some bards playing music in a corner, while some nobles were scattered around the place talking among themselves and drinking wine, but there were not many of them, as this banquet was something planned at the last minute. In the middle of the place, there was the main table with the Martell family, so Jon went to them, as it was his etiquette to greet his host. Then, arriving in front of the main table, Dorne took the initiative to greet him, while Jon glanced at Nyra. "Welcome, come join us as our guests, House Martell will be pleased to have you with us," Dorne spoke formally, and Jon nodded and began to sit at the table before interacting with all the other guests. After settling down, with his wives and closest brother, followed by the ministers, Jon was next to Dorne Martell, where the Martell family took up half of the table and Arctic the other side. Soon, servants began to bring Dorne's specialties, placing numerous dishes from the Desert Kingdom on the table. "I hope our food is to your liking, Lord Jon," Dorne spoke calmly. "I have never tried the spice of Dorne, so let's see," Jon spoke. He did not mind being called Lord, after all, he could understand that calling him king might cause problems with the crown in King's Landing, so for him, it was all right. In the center of the table, 3 main dishes stood out, inviting not only by their aroma but also by their presentation. A platter of lemon and garlic chicken with herbs exuded a citrus fragrance, promising a taste that balanced acidity with the warmth of spices. Next to it, a baked fish boasted a golden crust of Dornish spices, pepper, cumin, and coriander, its succulent flesh inviting immediate tasting. Completing the trio, a lamb drizzled with mint and honey sauce shone under the light, the sweetness of the honey perfectly contrasting with the freshness of the mint, creating a harmonious balance between sweet and savory. The side dishes were no less splendid. An orange and olive salad brought freshness to the table, with its vibrant colors and zest flavor enhancing the palate. Stuffed peppers with rice and herbs offered a visual and gustatory delight, their interiors full of flavor and texture. There was also cornbread, fresh from the oven, served alongside extra virgin olive oil and garlic. Jon began to serve himself, tasting the Dornish food with satisfaction. It could not be better than Arctic food, but it certainly had its flavor, and Jon did not mind having the food accompanied by pepper. "It's great food, I admit," Jon commented while accompanying the chicken with pepper. "I'm glad you liked it," Dorne nodded. "It's quite spicy," Ygritte said, talking to the women around her. "It is really spicy, but I liked it," Arya spoke up, taking fish. "I also did not mind," Serena commented. "Leaving the food aside, look at those women looking at Jon," Ygritte spoke to Serena. "It's not the first time this happens, even in the Arctic the women do the same, especially the single ones," Serena spoke. Both at the table and among the other nobles, women looked at Jon with interest, since he was the main attraction of the party. His wives were also eyed, being exotic beauties for the Dornish, but none of them cared for it, they were disgusted by it. Jon didn't care either, but his wives were thinking something else. However, that Nyra. "Jon is interested," Serena spoke to Ygritte on the side. "If she's at least not like that sister of yours," Ygritte spoke, as none approved of Arianne Martell. The dinner continued, and Oberyn and Doran's children hardly interacted, as the conversation continued between Jon and Dorne. "We haven't talked much about your journey, you must have spent a good time at sea, right?" Dorne asked, initiating a conversation and wanting to know more about this boy. "A bit, Prince Dorne. We had some minor issues with a pirate and a storm at sea, but we managed to get through all of that quite well," Jon said in a neutral tone. "That's great, I saw your giants after we said goodbye the first time, I was quite fascinated, I never imagined seeing such creatures, how did you tame them?" Dorne asked curiously. "I didn't tame them, I had to fight with some, of course," Jon said, ignoring Doran's skeptical look before continuing. "I think of it as a partnership between two peoples. I created a land where everyone can thrive beyond the wall, and we all work for these same lands, which today are Arctic, to prosper so that everyone can live well, whether it be commercially or militarily, we all work towards a common goal." Jon said these words and tasted the Dornish wine. "That's fascinating, your story is quite inspiring. Have you ever thought you might become famous for doing things no one else has done for thousands of years?" Dorne asked. "Maybe, but the things that end up in books will depend on who writes them," Jon spoke, looking towards the hall where some people began to dance. Dorne fell silent but said in the end, "Depend on whom?" Jon returned his gaze, while the members of the Martell family looked at him at that moment, since their conversation was quite loud. "It depends on who writes, whether they are our allies or the descendants of our old enemies. After all, Arctic has no enemies," Jon said, and Dorne raised an eyebrow. This boy clearly was suggesting he would eliminate anyone. Even Oberyn, who was a bit gruff, looked at Jon with a surprised look. He had to admit this boy was quite brave to say those words. Nyra was silent, watching the words, while Arianne seemed to be having an orgasm with that look. "Ha ha ha! That's very interesting," Dorne spoke with a laugh, but Jon could feel he was just putting on a social mask now. "Anyway, let's continue the banquet with more positive things," Dorne spoke, wanting to change the subject. Jon and the others nodded. "What's that?" Arya at one point pointed to some nobles on the lower side. "They are eating scorpions," Serena commented calmly. "And that's supposed to be normal?" she asked with a somewhat strange look. "The people of Dorne like to eat some unique things, Lady Stark," Dorne answered Arya without seeming offended, just smiling and looking at the girl. "Perhaps you might get used to life in Dorne," he suggested, making Jon raise an eyebrow. "This guy wants to fish my sister for one of his sons." Jon looked at him for a while, but he had no control over it. His sister was proving to become an extremely beautiful and elegant woman. He was sure it wouldn't be the first time this happened, but his father should deal with it, and mainly Arya, as he taught her to make her own path and would support and defend her in any marriage she would have in the future, as long as she chose a lifelong marriage, then she should choose very well. Arya just shrugged, already understanding Duran's hint, but didn't want to offend him, as Jon wouldn't approve of her next words, and she decided to remain silent. Jon continued talking about Dorne with Doran, wanting to understand more about the climate, animals, and the kind of foods they cultivate in the desert. The conversation continued as they ate until the whole place was dancing. Jon looked at his wives. "Why don't we dance a little?" Jon said, and Serena smiled, being the first. "You can go, I think I better not, this food made me feel a bit sick," Ygritte said, and Jon approached her, slightly worried about his wife. "How's the baby?" he said, placing his hand on her stomach and using his healing unnoticed. "I'm fine, just a bit nauseous." "You should go, I'll be okay, after all, you have to talk to other nobles," she said, and Jon nodded, albeit reluctantly. "Take care of her," Jon warned Arya, who nodded in agreement. Jon then descended to the main table with his giantess in a grey dress and entered along with some nobles, without them giving a better look at them. Jon started a small dance, one they had in the Arctic at some events. Jon learned to dance through green vision and taught Serena, who had quickly learned, thinking of having these moments with the man she loved. Then, without much highlight, they placed their hand on the waist of her dress and took another while their feet followed the rhythm of the bards, dancing among the other nobles without Jon taking his eyes off Serena's crystallized blue eyes. The music continued as they danced together until another song started to play, and they continued dancing with each other. 4 songs had passed until Serena sighed. "I think you need to talk to some Dornish nobles," she said, looking to one side where many were staring at him, waiting to talk to the man who owned a fleet of 200 ships and commanded giants with unique products. Jon nodded, having had enough dances with his wife for the night. He saw her return to the main table while he walked up to a servant, grabbing a drink in the middle of the place. It didn't take long for the nobles to approach him like vultures, eager to establish a connection with this intriguing visitor from the north, approaching with a mix of curiosity and respect. Among them, a middle-aged man with a cunning expression and a young woman with her gaze fixed on Jon while he took a wine dance alone approached. The man, whom Jon knew to be a veteran in politics and diplomacy, took the lead. "Lord Jon," the man began, extending his hand in greeting. "I am Alvin Garg Allen, and this is my niece, Villia Garg Allen. It's a great pleasure to have you with us in Dorne. Your deeds north of the wall are the subject of many conversations at this banquet, though many seem skeptical, I cannot say my eyes are lying." The man spoke calmly. Jon, with his etiquette, accepted the greeting. "The pleasure is mine, Lord Garg Allen, Lady Villia. Dorne has always fascinated me with its rich history and diverse culture. I am happy to visit this place for the first time," Jon spoke diplomatically. Villia, with a spark of boldness in her eyes, intervened. "And we are equally fascinated, Lord Jon. It's said that you command giants and have a special bond with wolves. I saw your animal, it's like the Starks of old," she said with a slightly shy smile, and her uncle nodded in approval of his niece's words. Jon had to avoid raising an eyebrow, already knowing what was happening here. But he smiled and remained neutral, not even caring that the girl was trying to seduce him. He just smiled. "I haven't lived as the ancient Starks to know how they were. But the giants are valuable allies and the wolves are part of my family by blood, just as my sister has her wolf," he said. Alvin watched attentively before speaking again, now with instruction and praise. "We're making some visits in the city, when we heard about a huge fleet in the southern sea. Did you build it a long time ago? It's said to be one of the most formidable in the known world." "Words from the people of Stepstone," he said. "The fleet took a good while. But we have plenty of skilled engineers and builders in the Arctic. This is our first movement outside our lands, so we are happy it's quite impactful," Jon confirmed with a satisfied smile. "Besides the giants, I heard you have imps. I thought they were used to entertain people in theaters," Villia said suddenly. Hearing this, Jon's smile faded. He knew the girl wanted to talk to him, but speaking ill of his people right in front of him was something he did not take well. "I would appreciate if you showed some respect for my people, they are not part of a circus. Like the giants, they are a race of their own, stronger and more ingenious than us humans," Jon spoke sharply. Alvin swallowed hard at this. "I beg your pardon for my niece, she is not well acquainted with the world," he said in an apologetic tone and looked sternly at his niece, who lowered her head in shame. Jon sighed internally, knowing he would have to deal with these situations for the rest of the night, but he needed to gain knowledge of some houses and create a bond with them for his new trade network. The conversation continued after that, and the man even tried to push his niece towards Jon, saying what would be a third wife to someone who already has two, but Jon managed to skillfully dodge that while other nobles approached him. The conversation went on, and Jon began to stand out as he talked with many nobles. This was not a surprise to him, but many were quite impressed with his courtesy and not just his oratory skills but his ability to lead conversations and even extract information he wanted from the nobles without them even realizing. Attention everyone! Prince Dorne Martell requests everyone's attention. The herald announced at one point while Jon was still talking. Dorne requested everyone's attention at the main table, while he could not stand up due to his gout. I am pleased that everyone is quite comfortable here, but now I will begin the main reason for tonight, the Arctic products, supplied by Jon Arctic with his opening of trade. I hope everyone enjoys them as I did, you will not regret it, he announced cunningly. After all, he wanted to receive Jon's products as a supplier and resell them to enrich the Martell family. A moment later, the main door opened and they began to bring in numerous Arctic items that Jon had asked them to place at the banquet. What stood out the most, that everyone wanted to see there, was the ice from the north, brought in large boxes with Arctic symbols and runes while placing them in the middle of the banquet. Dorne looked at Jon at that moment, and Jon nodded. Minister Junli, can you present our products? Jon requested, and Junli nodded. Yes, my king, he said and began to move away from the main table with everyone looking on strangely, but Junli was Arctic and called Jon by his true title. Junli positioned himself in front of the products, with numerous boxes of ice and beverages, beginning to talk about them while everyone looked on with interest. Jon was silent at that moment, watching through a window, and after seeing that his wives were talking with Arya while having their own guards, he decided to get some air. Stepping out of the banquet and looking at the constellation in the sky, he breathed in the air that cooled the desert night with satisfaction. While he spent some time doing this, he felt someone approaching, and it didn't take long to feel that feeling as he turned to see Nyra Sand in a purple dress. You know, I used to look up at this sky a lot when I was younger, she started with a tone of appreciation. Jon said nothing, just returning his gaze to where the girl was looking. It calmed me, reminding me of a happier time, even being small, still remembering what my mother was like and her touch, she commented. Did she die a long time ago? Jon asked, already knowing that it might be the girl's true identity. Yes, when I was 3 years old, something very bad happened. She said with a sad tone. I lost everything that night, she spoke, but did not elaborate further. So, you were not from here? Jon just asked without looking at her now. Yes, I did not live here, then I came to live with my father. She said, and Jon could sense her lie. She continued. You know, I feel strange with you. Do you feel the same? She suddenly asked. Jon was silent for a while before finally speaking. Yes, he said without turning to her. She turned her gaze back. You know about the enmity between the Starks and Martells. My uncle is really difficult to deal with, but deep down he has some respect for your father. After all, he fought for his sister, something my uncle regrets not having arrived in time to fight for yours, she said, and Jon could detect a multitude of emotions in her tone. I can understand that, but I will not accept disrespect towards me, my family, or my people, Jon said, looking at her now, showing that he was serious. She was silent, absorbing his words before speaking. You really are an incredible man. Jon Arctic, she said with a look intending to seduce Jon. I would like to get to know you better. Do you really want to get to know me better, or is that what your father instructed you to do? Jon raised an eyebrow, aware that all this was politics, and he had dealt with it all night, but seeing this woman with whom he felt something strange acting this way made him taste bitterness in his mouth for some reason. Jon did not wait for Nyra to respond, he simply turned around and went back to the banquet, leaving the girl just looking at him. Nyra felt torn, even though this conversation was demanded by Dorne, and even though she tried to seduce Jon, deep down, some truths were in her words. She was genuinely attracted to him, and seeing him leave really made her feel a sharp pain in her heart.
Thanks for listening.